How does it look? Nezuko asked as Tanjiro pulled the bandages away from her forehead. Nezuko would freely admit she was nervous about the injury she had gotten, and what damage had been left in its wake. Well, it seems to be healed. As healed as it's going to be, anyways. Tanjiro replied. But I think the scar's going to be there for a long time. Probably the rest of your life. He grabbed a mirror and held it out for Nezuko. She spotted the scar immediately. Of course, it was impossible to miss because of how big and dark it was. It covered almost the entire right side of her forehead. Part of it even went down over her temple, near her eye. Well, I guess I'll just have to live with it. Nezuko sighed. Her life after she completed her mission wouldn't be easy, but she would handle that when she got there. MMPH. Nezuko turned to Tanjiro at the sound of his voice. He walked up to her, kneeling beside her and hovering a hand over the scar. It's okay, Tanjiro. I'll be fine. Nezuko assured him, lightly tapping her scar against the marking that covered his. We kinda match now, she added with a solemn smile. Tanjiro responded with a sad hum as he hugged her close, resting his chin on top of her head. Nezuko? She turned to Kyojiru's voice. I would like to speak with you for a moment. Okay. Nezuko replied, turning back to Tanjiro. Stay here, okay? I'll be back, she whispered. HNMMPH, Tanjiro nuzzled his cheek against her hair before reluctantly letting her go. Nezuko ruffled his hair with a smile before following Kyojiru. How's your head? He asked as they walked. Other than the scar, I'm fine. Nezuko answered. But I'm guessing you wanted to talk about more than the head injury I came back with. Yes. Now that you have passed final selection, there are a few things left to discuss before you enter the field. Kyojiru told her, opening the door to the Engawa. Shinjiro was already seated on the other side. How's the whole sobriety thing going? Nezuko asked as she sat across from the eldest Rengoku. Hellish, but I can't deny that I deserve it for resorting to alcohol in the first place, he sighed while Kyojiru sat beside him. Now, on to business. Yes. Kyojiru declared. First, Tanjiro. The MSTR was right in that he is an extremely unique case. That includes how he restores his energy. Our best guess is that he sleeps for it. Shinjiro said. That's the most probable reason that he slept for 2 years. He was building up his power and energy. So I shouldn't be too worried while he's sleeping. Nezuko guessed, thankful for the explanation. Correct. Kyojiru replied. And on the topic of Tanjiro's growth and power, there is another theory we have about it. What do you mean? Nezuko asked, tilting her head slightly. I believe Tanjiro is only using a small portion of his power. Kyojiru explained. Something about him tells me he has great power, but he has not had reason to use it. But that power could be dangerous. Shinjiro added. If Tanjiro goes all out, he could very well lose what's left of his humanity. Hopefully, he never has to use that power. I understand. Nezuko replied, trying not to worry too much about what Shinjiro said. Surely, Tanjiro wouldn't go far enough to risk his humanity. He was far too kind for that. Right? And lastly, we have a good guess as to who attacked your family. Kyojiru said. There is one demon whose blood is confirmed to be capable of transforming humans into demons. The king of demons, if you will. That demon's name is Kibutsuji Musen. Kibutsuji Musen. Nezuko thought, committing the name to memory. The name of the monster responsible for the deaths of her mother and younger siblings. The monster who turned her brother into a demon. But you can't go rushing after him. Shinjiro spoke up. You'll never survive taking him on alone, he added gravely, a haunted glaze appearing in his eyes. Nezuko wanted to ask, but decided against it. Whatever Shinjiro knew clearly left him affected on a severe level. Pressing the issue would do no good. Okay, she replied with a nod. Regardless of that warning, however, she would ensure Kibutsuji paid for the lives he ruined and stole. Tanjiro, let me through. Nezuko sighed, trying to squeeze past her brother as he blocked the door. He remained adamant, grumbling in protest as he continued to keep her in their room. I don't like it any more than you do, but I can't do anything about this if you keep blocking the door. Nezuko told him, gesturing to her uniform. She really hoped there was a mistake with her measurements. The skirt she had gotten was uncomfortably short, to the point that pulling it one way exposed too much on the opposite end or risked it falling off. And then there was the shirt. She saw zero reason for her chest to be this exposed, and it only added to her discomfort. It made her wonder if Mitsuri's original uniform was more than a measurement mix-up or some sort of fluke. Nezuko? Kyojiro spoke up, getting both siblings' attention. Tanjiro immediately turned around, blocking the flame Hashira's view of Nezuko's uniform. Nezuko sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose in frustration. Is something wrong? Her mentor asked as he slipped into the room and closed the door. My uniform. Nezuko answered, ducking under her brother's arm to reveal her clothes despite his muffled protests. That tailor said this was the girl's uniform, but... Do I really have to wear this? It seems really inappropriate. I assumed that Mitsuri's first uniform was a mix-up, but this... Ah! I see. Rengoku exclaimed. Indeed. As far as I know, this is the women's uniform. However, if you are uncomfortable with it, we can request a change. I don't think Tanjiro's letting me leave my room in this, much less leaving the estate. Nezuko deadpanned, pointing to the huffy brother in question. Let's find that tailor, so I can talk some sense into him, she muttered. Tanjiro clearly wanted to join them, but he also couldn't leave the room because they had a guest over. He also had to stay in the room due to the sun. The second the door opened, Tanjiro scooted away from the spot lit up with the sun and into the far corner. I do hope we can sort this out so you have a uniform you can wear without concern for your modesty. Kyojiro sighed as they walked to the living room. I'll just have to make sure the tailor learns not to hand out these kinds of uniforms. If this is the women's uniform, they really need to sort out their priorities. Nezuko sighed before they came into the room. Senjuro took one look in their direction before quickly averting his gaze. Meanwhile, the Kikushi who had come with the uniform was very clearly ogling. Nezuko rolled her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest, leveling the guy with a stern glare. Mitsuguko has some requests. Kyojiro told the Kikushi before turning to Nezuko, carefully keeping his gaze on her face. I want a longer skirt and a shirt with proper coverage. If you can't do that, then I'll take the boy's uniform. Either way, I'm not killing demons in this, she stated firmly. So I should hope you will fix this, or else it's going to be a bad day for you, she added before raising her arm, getting her hand poised for a flick. The Kikushi nodded before briskly walking out of the estate, and Nezuko turned to the Rengoku brothers. We're burning this. Sooner rather than later, she stated bluntly before returning to the guest room to change. MMPH. Tanjiro leapt at Nezuko as soon as she closed the door, hugging her for a moment before stepping back. He shrugged off his haori and draped it over Nezuko's shoulders, then patted her head. Nezuko giggled at her brother's concern for her. Don't worry. I'm getting a new one, and it'll fit much better, she assured him. We're burning this one. Wanna join us? Tanjiro nodded enthusiastically in response, and Nezuko changed out of the uniform and into her training clothes. Once she was changed, she handed Tanjiro's haori back to him, suching it out for the haori she had altered her kimono into. Once the sun was set, the Rengakus and Kamados went into the courtyard behind the Rengoku estate. It took some work, since the material was fire-resistant, but they managed to set Nezuko's uniform ablaze. It involved raiding Shinjuru's dwindling alcohol supply, but he didn't complain, only nodding when they explained the situation. Watching the material be reduced to ashes was quite enjoyable, in Nezuko's opinion. Her next uniform fit much better. Another week passed uneventfully, which Nezuko was fine with. She and Tanjiro spent most of their time going over her journal entries. Tanjiro had gotten a little worked up at the early entries, especially the one where Nezuko had mentioned thinking she was going to die, but Nezuko quickly reassured him that it was just 12-year-old Nezuko not realizing just how brutal Demon Slayer training was. Nezuko also hadn't missed the fact that, after the first week of being reunited, Tanjiro had suddenly gotten just the slightest bit taller than her seemingly overnight. At least height changes were one of the least confusing things she had been introduced to when it came to demons. She just decided to treat it like a growth spurt. It wasn't a particularly big deal, anyways. All that mattered was that she had her big brother back. As the Rengoku estate came into view, Nezuko was greeted at the gate by the Rengoku brothers. "I'm glad to see you return safely, Nezuko," Kyojiro declared. "I'm glad to be back," Nezuko replied. "But I'm also very tired and sore, and I should probably change my bandages." "Ah, yes," Kyojiro exclaimed with a nod. "We have a surprise for you inside. Follow me." Nezuko, with Senjuro's help, followed her mentor through the house until they got to the living room. Mitsuri turned to them, and lit up at the sight of Nezuko. "Yay! You're back," she squealed before turning away from them, looking down. "Nezuko's back. Do you want to say hi?" she asked, prompting someone to sit up beside her. They turned to the group in the doorway, and Nezuko's eyes met a gaze she hadn't seen in 2 years. "Tanjiro," she cried, running forward a couple steps before her legs gave out from under her. Tanjiro came to meet her, catching her as she fell and hugging her. "Tanjiro! You're back. You're awake." Nezuko exclaimed as she wept from the joy of finally seeing Tanjiro awake after 2 years of wondering if he would ever wake up. As she kept crying, Nezuko returned her brother's embrace and clung to him to the point her knuckles were white. He woke up near the end of the final selection. "I believe he was quite concerned about you. He has repeatedly shown me your kimono whenever I checked on him," Kyojiro informed her. "Not to mention that he has clung quite a bit to Kenroji, though I am unsure as to the reasoning for that." "I'm okay. I'm okay, big brother," Nezuko assured him, nestling her face in her brother's shoulder while Tanjiro circled a hand over her back. "I'm so glad you're back, Tanjiro. I was starting to think you were never going to wake up." "Humph," Tanjiro leaned back, bringing his hands to Nezuko's cheeks before gently tapping his forehead against hers. After a moment, Tanjiro picked Nezuko up and took her to Mitsuri, where he gently placed her beside the love Hashira. "It's wonderful that you made it back." Mitsuri giggled. "We were all sure you would, but it's good to be certain. How was your final selection?" "I dislocated a guy's shoulder," Nezuko replied. Mitsuri squeaked at the statement. "You what?" Mitsuri gasped. "Why on earth did you do that?" "In my defense, he was being really impatient and he got violent with one of the guides," Nezuko informed her. "That isn't good." Kyojiro spoke up as he sat down alongside Senjiro. The hosts of final selection were 2 of the MSTR's children. Nezuko's eyes widened at the information. "I doubt there will be a severe punishment, likely only a reprimand from a higher-up. Plus the dislocated shoulder, I don't doubt that participant learned his lesson." Nezuko nodded in response, not quite able to hide the faint proud smile that crept up her face. Tanjiro dropped into her lap, having shrunk down to his toddler form, then grabbed at her hair with a pout. "Yeah, I decided to cut it," she sighed. Tanjiro held his hand up to the ends of Nezuko's hair, then lowered it to where her hair used to sit, then grabbed onto the ends of her hair again. His reaction didn't surprise her. She'd spent years growing it out to a length she liked, and now it barely brushed her shoulders. She'd need to trim it again soon, come to think of it. "I know. It's gonna stay this way for now." Nezuko replied. She made a promise herself when she cut her hair. It would stay at no longer than shoulder length until Tanjiro was human again, then she would grow it out as long as she could. Tanjiro grumbled, enveloping Nezuko in a tight hug. She responded by wrapping her arms around her brother. She hadn't realized just how much she missed him during the last 2 years. A few days after the final selection, Nezuko was startled awake by Kyojuro slamming her door open. This time, Tanjiro snapped upright and immediately got into a defensive crouch the second Nezuko yelped. Had she not been startled, she would have laughed at how he hunched over like a cat. Get dressed, Nezuko. The MSTR will be coming tonight, and we must prepare for his arrival, he declared before slamming the door shut. Nezuko sat there in stunned silence for a moment before getting up to change into her training clothes. Those were the only clothes she had that weren't either sleepwear or in the middle of being altered. Nezuko turned to Tanjiro at his confused hum. She finished putting on the GI before picking up the Hakama breathes and responding to Tanjiro's nonverbal inquiry. The MSTR is the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. He wanted to meet us, especially you, so he's coming here tonight for that meeting, she explained, only getting a confused head tilt in reply. Nezuko sighed before raising a hand to pat her brother's head. I'm sure it'll be fine, she added, mostly to herself. Despite the fact Tanjiro was much more aware than he was when he first transformed, it seemed that he still struggled to understand what was happening or being said around him. At least the times where he really zoned out were few and far between now, so Nezuko would take the small victories where she would get them. That night, Kyojuro guided Nezuko outside to meet the man in charge of the corps. Needless to say, the teenager was nervous. But she kept herself from acting like it, especially when she saw the pair walking towards the estate. She took a few deep breaths to calm her nerves, keeping an eye on her mentor for any cues. It's a pleasure to see you, MSTR. Kyojuro declared once the two people were in front of them, dropping into a kneel that Nezuko quickly copied. It's good to see you as well, Kyojuro, the man in front of them chuckled. Please rise, both of you, he added. Nezuko got to her feet, then turned her gaze to the man who could only be the MSTR. She was surprised to be met with a man who was clearly blind in one eye, with the other looking to be dangerously close to the same condition. It had to be connected with the oddly colored skin creeping across his face. Allow me to introduce my new Tsuguko. Kyojuro said, placing a hand on Nezuko's shoulder. This is Kamado Nezuko, one of the survivors of the most recent final selection. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Nezuko added with a bow. The MSTR chuckled, and a part of Nezuko was reminded of her father. The feeling is mutual, Nezuko, the MSTR replied before gesturing to the woman beside him. This is my wife, Ubuyashiki Amain. I am Ubuyashiki Kagaya, he told Nezuko before turning to Kyojuro. Now, I believe there's another individual you wish to introduce me to. Am I correct, Kyojuro? Yes, sir. Please, follow me. Kyojuro answered, turning and walking through the gates with Nezuko close behind. They made their way to the living room, finding Senjiro and Tanjiro already seated. Well, Senjiro was seated. Tanjiro was laying on his back and staring at the ceiling, kicking his feet in the air. Nezuko quickly walked over to her brother to get him properly settled while the Ubuyashiki couple walked into the room. Kyojuro let the two sit down before joining. Sorry I couldn't keep him in one spot. Senjiro whispered. Nezuko silently smiled to reassure him it was okay, then turned to face the MSTR. This is my brother, Tanjiro. Nezuko told him. Tanjiro perked up at the sound of his name with a quick hum, then turned to the pair in front of them. Tanjiro, these two are the MSTR, Ubuyashiki Kagaya, and Ubuyashiki Amain. They're in charge of the corps. Tanjiro stared at her for a moment before turning back to the Ubuyashiki couple. Rengoku mentioned he was a demon, is that correct? The MSTR guessed. Yes, sir. Nezuko replied. He's been one for 2 years. And in that time, he hasn't had so much as a drop of human blood. Even considering what Rengoku mentioned about him being asleep, Amain spoke up from her spot beside her husband, this is impressive. So I've been told. Nezuko chuckled. My main objective as a demon slayer is to turn my brother back into a human, while also seeking out the demon that killed our family the same night Tanjiro was turned, she informed the pair. The MSTR hummed. That is a very ambitious goal you have, Nezuko, he replied. You must be careful on your journey. The closer you get to the demon you're looking for, the more dangerous your enemies will become. Thank you for your advice, sir. I'll keep it in mind. Nezuko said, bowing her head respectfully to the man. The couple smiled in response before turning to Tanjiro. He stared at the MSTR for a moment, then stood up and approached. Kyojuro tensed slightly while Nezuko watched her brother kneel in front of the head of the core. He reached out, placing his hand on the inflamed skin with a concerned hum. I'm afraid there's nothing that can be done about this, child, the MSTR chuckled. Even the most skilled medics we have can't heal me. Kyojuro visibly relaxed as Tanjiro continued to examine the infected skin. I wonder if he's being reminded of Dad. Nezuko thought with a faint smile. Tanjiro always had been worried about others, but even more so the sick and injured. Well, it's clear that Tanjiro is unlike any other demon, the MSTR said. As such, I see no reason to not let him be sanctioned. He turned to Nezuko with a soft smile. You may travel with your brother, Kamado Nezuko, and the two of you may fight demons together. Nezuko straightened up before dropping into a deep bow. Thank you, sir, she replied. We'll do our best to prove your decision was in good faith. I'm sure you will, my child, the MSTR told her. Amain and I will be taking our leave now. Thank you for meeting with us, all of you. Of course, sir. Please, allow me to escort you back to your estate. Kyojuro replied. The Ubuyashikis stood up, turning to leave until Tanjiro hugged the MSTR. Nezuko, Senjuro, and Kyojuro all jumped at the action. Tanjiro! Nezuko exclaimed, running up to her brother and pulling him away from the man, getting a confused hum from Tanjiro. So sorry, sir. I swear this is a new development, he doesn't usually hug new people like this, she added with an apologetic bow, her face heating up. She got a serene smile in response. It's quite all right, Nezuko, the MSTR replied. It was a pleasure to meet you both. I wish you the best of luck. With that, the Ubuyashiki couple left the estate with Kyojuro in tow. As they left the Rengoku estate, Kagaya felt Amain gently squeezing his hand. Is something wrong? He asked his wife. I was about to ask you the same thing, Lord Kagaya. Amain replied. You seem deep in thought. Is it about the Kamado children? Yes. I was in deep thought about Nezuko and Tanjiro. Kagaya answered. Something about them was familiar, especially Tanjiro, though Kagaya couldn't quite recall where exactly from. Something tells me that the tables have turned in our favor because of these children. I don't know what it is, or how it may have changed the outcome of this war, but one thing is for certain. He turned his good eye to Amain, allowing himself to smirk. Kibutsuji Muzan has made a grave mistake in turning Kamado Tanjiro into a demon. Behind them, Kyojuro silently wondered what the MSTR meant. How does it look? Nezuko asked as Senjuro pulled the bandages away from her forehead. Nezuko would freely admit she was nervous about the injury she had gotten, and what damage had been left in its wake. Well, it seems to be healed. As healed as it's going to be, anyways. Senjuro replied. But I think the scar's going to be there for a long time. Probably the rest of your life. He grabbed a mirror and held it out for Nezuko. She spotted the scar immediately. Of course, it was impossible to miss because of how big and dark it was. It covered almost the entire right side of her forehead. Part of it even went down over her temple, near her eye. Well, I guess I'll just have to live with it. Nezuko sighed. Her life after she completed her mission wouldn't be easy, but she would handle that when she got there. MMPH. Nezuko turned to Tanjiro at the sound of his voice. He walked up to her, kneeling beside her and hovering a hand over the scar. It's okay, Tanjiro. I'll be fine. Nezuko assured him, lightly tapping her scar against the marking that covered his. We kinda match now, she added with a solemn smile. Tanjiro responded with a sad hum as he hugged her close, resting his chin on top of her head. Nezuko? She turned to Kyojiru's voice. I would like to speak with you for a moment. Okay. Nezuko replied, turning back to Tanjiro. Stay here, okay? I'll be back, she whispered. HNMMPH, Tanjiro nuzzled his cheek against her hair before reluctantly letting her go. Nezuko ruffled his hair with a smile before following Kyojiru. How's your head? He asked as they walked. Other than the scar, I'm fine. Nezuko answered. But I'm guessing you wanted to talk about more than the head injury I came back with. Yes. Now that you have passed final selection, there are a few things left to discuss before you enter the field. Kyojiru told her, opening the door to the Engawa. Shinjiro was already seated on the other side. How's the whole sobriety thing going? Nezuko asked as she sat across from the eldest Rengoku. Hellish, but I can't deny that I deserve it for resorting to alcohol in the first place, he sighed while Kyojiru sat beside him. Now, on to business. Yes. Kyojiru declared. First, Tanjiro. The MSTR was right in that he is an extremely unique case. That includes how he restores his energy. Our best guess is that he sleeps for it. Shinjiro said. That's the most probable reason that he slept for 2 years. He was building up his power and energy. So I shouldn't be too worried while he's sleeping. Nezuko guessed, thankful for the explanation. Correct. Kyojiru replied. And on the topic of Tanjiro's growth and power, there is another theory we have about it. What do you mean? Nezuko asked, tilting her head slightly. I believe Tanjiro is only using a small portion of his power. Kyojiru explained. Something about him tells me he has great power, but he has not had reason to use it. But that power could be dangerous. Shinjiro added. If Tanjiro goes all out, he could very well lose what's left of his humanity. Hopefully, he never has to use that power. I understand. Nezuko replied, trying not to worry too much about what Shinjiro said. Surely, Tanjiro wouldn't go far enough to risk his humanity. He was far too kind for that. Right? And lastly, we have a good guess as to who attacked your family. Kyojiru said. There is one demon whose blood is confirmed to be capable of transforming humans into demons. The king of demons, if you will. That demon's name is Kibutsuji Musen. Kibutsuji Musen. Nezuko thought, committing the name to memory. The name of the monster responsible for the deaths of her mother and younger siblings. The monster who turned her brother into a demon. But you can't go rushing after him. Shinjiro spoke up. You'll never survive taking him on alone, he added gravely, a haunted glaze appearing in his eyes. Nezuko wanted to ask, but decided against it. Whatever Shinjiro knew clearly left him affected on a severe level. Pressing the issue would do no good. Okay, she replied with a nod. Regardless of that warning, however, she would ensure Kibutsuji paid for the lives he ruined and stole. Tanjiro, let me through. Nezuko sighed, trying to squeeze past her brother as he blocked the door. He remained adamant, grumbling in protest as he continued to keep her in their room. I don't like it any more than you do, but I can't do anything about this if you keep blocking the door. Nezuko told him, gesturing to her uniform. She really hoped there was a mistake with her measurements. The skirt she had gotten was uncomfortably short, to the point that pulling it one way exposed too much on the opposite end or risked it falling off. And then there was the shirt. She saw zero reason for her chest to be this exposed, and it only added to her discomfort. It made her wonder if Mitsuri's original uniform was more than a measurement mix-up or some sort of fluke. Nezuko? Kyojiro spoke up, getting both siblings' attention. Tanjiro immediately turned around, blocking the flame Hashira's view of Nezuko's uniform. Nezuko sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose in frustration. "Is something wrong?" her mentor asked as he slipped into the room and closed the door. "My uniform." Nezuko answered, ducking under her brother's arm to reveal her clothes despite his muffled protests. "That tailor said this was the girl's uniform, but... do I really have to wear this? It seems really inappropriate. I assumed that Mitsuri's first uniform was a mix-up, but this... Ah! I see." Rengoku exclaimed. "Indeed. As far as I know, this is the women's uniform. However, if you are uncomfortable with it, we can request a change. I don't think Tanjiro's letting me leave my room in this, much less leaving the estate." Nezuko deadpanned, pointing to the huffy brother in question. "Let's find that tailor, so I can talk some sense into him," she muttered. Tanjiro clearly wanted to join them, but he also couldn't leave the room because they had a guest over. He also had to stay in the room due to the sun. The second the door opened, Tanjiro scooted away from the spot lit up with the sun and into the far corner. "I do hope we can sort this out so you have a uniform you can wear without concern for your modesty." Kyojiro sighed as they walked to the living room. "I'll just have to make sure the tailor learns not to hand out these kinds of uniforms. If this is the women's uniform, they really need to sort out their priorities." Nezuko sighed before they came into the room. Senjuro took one look in their direction before quickly averting his gaze. Meanwhile, the Kikushi who had come with the uniform was very clearly ogling. Nezuko rolled her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest, leveling the guy with a stern glare. "Mitsuguko has some requests." Kyojiro told the Kikushi before turning to Nezuko, carefully keeping his gaze on her face. "I want a longer skirt and a shirt with proper coverage. If you can't do that, then I'll take the boy's uniform. Either way, I'm not killing demons in this," she stated firmly. "So I should hope you will fix this, or else it's going to be a bad day for you," she added before raising her arm, getting her hand poised for a flick. The Kikushi nodded before briskly walking out of the estate, and Nezuko turned to the Rengoku brothers. "We're burning this. Sooner rather than later," she stated bluntly before returning to the guest room to change. MMPH. Tanjiro leapt at Nezuko as soon as she closed the door, hugging her for a moment before stepping back. He shrugged off his haori and draped it over Nezuko's shoulders, then patted her head. Nezuko giggled at her brother's concern for her. "Don't worry. I'm getting a new one, and it'll fit much better," she assured him. "We're burning this one. Wanna join us?" Tanjiro nodded enthusiastically in response, and Nezuko changed out of the uniform and into her training clothes. Once she was changed, she handed Tanjiro's haori back to him, suching it out for the haori she had altered her kimono into. Once the sun was set, the Rengakus and Kamados went into the courtyard behind the Rengoku estate. It took some work, since the material was fire-resistant, but they managed to set Nezuko's uniform ablaze. It involved raiding Shinjuru's dwindling alcohol supply, but he didn't complain, only nodding when they explained the situation. Watching the material be reduced to ashes was quite enjoyable, in Nezuko's opinion. Her next uniform fit much better. Another week passed uneventfully, which Nezuko was fine with. She and Tanjiro spent most of their time going over her journal entries. Tanjiro had gotten a little worked up at the early entries, especially the one where Nezuko had mentioned thinking she was going to die, but Nezuko quickly reassured him that it was just 12-year-old Nezuko not realizing just how brutal Demon Slayer training was. Nezuko also hadn't missed the fact that, after the first week of being reunited, Tanjiro had suddenly gotten just the slightest bit taller than her seemingly overnight. At least height changes were one of the least confusing things she had been introduced to when it came to demons. She just decided to treat it like a growth spurt. It wasn't a particularly big deal, anyways. All that mattered was that she had her big brother back. At the end of the second week after final selection, Nezuko was watering the plants outside when a figure became noticeable in the distance. "Oh," she gasped before leaning through the gate. "I think the person we've been waiting for is here." Nezuko called out before turning back to the newcomer. "Hello, sir," she greeted the man cheerfully once he stopped in front of her. "I am here to deliver the Nichiren sword for Kamado Nezuko," the man said. "That would be me." Nezuko replied, only for the man to continue talking as if she hadn't spoken at all. She eventually managed to convince him to come inside, where he got quite excited at the sight of Tanjiro as he peeked out from under the blankets he was hiding under. You're a child of brightness, are you not?" the swordsmith, Haganezuka exclaimed, running over to Tanjiro and startling him back under the blanket. "A child of brightness?" Nezuko spoke up inquisitively. She had no clue what that meant. However, if Haganezuka's reaction was any indication, it seemed important to at least the demon slayer swordsmiths. "Actually, our parents' names are Tanjiro and Ki." "No, that's not what I meant. The red in his hair and eyes. Your family must work with fire, it's considered a good omen when a child like this one is born." Haganezuka replied before turning back to the lump in the blanket that was Tanjiro. "If that's the case, then I'm not surprised we didn't know about it. Assuming it was a superstition back home, too. Tanjiro is the oldest, and was the only one to get the red tint in his hair and his eyes." Nezuko thought while Haganezuka poked at Tanjiro. He was clearly distressed, and Nezuko prepared to drag Haganezuka away by the ear if he continued to stress Tanjiro out. "Are you becoming a demon slayer, young man? Because if you are, your Nichiren sword could turn bright red," he declared excitedly. Nezuko was pretty sure Tanjiro was unconsciously making himself smaller because of the attention. "Nope. My brother's not becoming a demon slayer. Just me." Nezuko cut in, pulling Haganezuka away from her brother. She didn't miss Tanjiro leaving the room, still under the blankets, as soon as the swordsmith's attention was no longer on him. "Your brother? Ah. So your sword could do the same?" Haganezuka replied excitedly. "It's not quite the same chance as your brother would have, but there's still a chance. Well, I believe we will only find out if you provide my Tsuguko with the weapon you so diligently forged." Kyojiro spoke up, prompting Haganezuka to open the box he had brought. Inside was a sheathed sword, which he handed to Nezuko. She took a moment to examine the sword. The scabbard was plain black with a silver cap on the closed end. The guard matched Kyojiro's in its flame shape, though Nezuko had opted to switch the orange and yellow for two different tones of pink. Near red pink peeked out from the black wrappings on the hilt, and a silver cap finished the sword. All in all, in Nezuko's inexperienced opinion, the sword was beautifully crafted. "Come on. Let's see it," Haganezuka said, clearly impatient. Nichiren swords are also referred to as color-changing katanas because the metal changes color to match the wielder. Nezuko grabbed onto the hilt of the sword, unsheathing the weapon. She held it up, and the blade shifted from silver to black. "A pure black blade!" Kyojiro exclaimed once the sword finished changing colors. On the other hand, Haganezuka began fuming. "Is black bad?" Nezuko asked. "No, it is just rare," Kyojiro assured her. "Though, we have never seen a wielder of such a blade become a Hashira. If I recall correctly, black blades usually mean the user does not know what specific breathing style to MSTR. Some believe it means the wielder will not last very long, but I have faith you will, my pupil." "Oh, come on," Haganezuka yelled before lunging for Nezuko. "I was hoping to see it turn bright red." Nezuko couldn't keep herself from screaming as Haganezuka put her in a headlock, and barely kept herself from accidentally cutting the man. She was surprised he even pounced, considering she was the one holding a deadly weapon. "Let me go." "How old are you, anyway?" she demanded, because this behavior reminded her of her siblings on a really bad day rather than a seasoned bladesmith. "I'm 37. Haganezuka replied. Once Haganezuka left, after Kyojuro and Senjiro managed to wrestle him away from Nezuko and practically shoved him out the door, Kyojuro told Nezuko he had something for her before going into another room. He returned to the seating area with a large box. "So you can take Tanjiro with you on your journey," he told her before explaining the properties of the wood as well as the lacquer it was coated in, making the box lightweight yet durable. "It's appealing." Nezuko gasped as she lifted it, hardly feeling the weight. "It's perfect." "Thank you," she added, putting the box down to hug Kyojuro. Once the two separated, Nezuko went to her room with the box in hand. "Tanjiro," she called out, opening the door a little. "Humph." Tanjiro greeted her with a wave, and Nezuko smiled in return. She knelt in front of the door, placing the box in the opening. "Kyojuro had this made for us. For you, specifically," Nezuko explained. "Do you want to climb in?" Being careful to stay in the shadows, Tanjiro walked up to the box and stared at it for a moment before shrinking down to his toddler form. He crawled into the box, his Haori still hanging outside of it. "Amichim." Nezuko opened the door to the room, walking until she was in front of the box. Looking inside, Tanjiro was already curled up. "Are you comfortable?" Nezuko asked, getting a nod. "Good. I want to have you with me from here on out, but I also want you to be okay with where you're going to be sleeping and sitting during the day," she told him as she wrapped Tanjiro up in his Haori. She was considering adding something for padding, but it could probably wait. Nezuko reached into the box, placing her hand on the mark on Tanjiro's forehead. "I promise. We'll stick together, and I'll find a way to turn you back into a human," she whispered before closing the box. She grabbed her Haori, putting it on over her uniform before returning to the living room with Tanjiro in the box. "Kamado Nezuko," a new voice called out, bringing the girl's attention to her crow as it strutted into the house. "You have your first assignment. You must go to a village northwest of here. Young girls have gone missing. You must find the demon responsible, and stop it," it continued, oblivious to its owner's shock. "The crow talks?" Nezuko exclaimed. "Yes, they do." Kyojuro replied with his usual enthusiasm. "Go. Go now," the crow squawked impatiently. Nezuko assured the crow she would leave soon, then hoisted Tanjiro's box onto her back. The weight was familiar, reminding her of Rokuta sleeping on her back. She heard quiet scratching against the box, and couldn't help a small smile at her brother's reminder that he was with her now. "Good luck, Nezuko," Kyojuro told her quietly. Nezuko nodded with a smile, exchanging one last hug with her mentor and Senjiro before walking up the path. Once she got to the gate, she sped up to a jog. As she left the estate, she waved to the brothers until they were out of sight. It was time for her first mission as a demon slayer. Her crow, whose name was apparently Matsuman Tanuji, continued to pester her while she followed it. It only shut up once they reached the town she suspected was where her mission was. Nezuko was thankful for the crow's silence, and began walking around to look for clues. Her attention was quickly drawn to the whispered gossip. The townsfolk's whispers mentioned a man named Kazumi, whose fiancée had been the last girl to vanish into the night. It was a better lead than anything else, so Nezuko sought him out and approached him. "Excuse me, sir." "Kazumi, right?" she called out. "Who are you?" he asked once he turned to Nezuko. He looked rough. Bruises littered his face, and his eyes looked sunken from the dark circles under them. He had clearly gotten a beating and very little sleep. Nezuko walked closer to him, mustering a gentle smile. My name is Kamado Nezuko, she replied. I was hoping to ask for your help in locating the missing girls. If you're willing. I was sent to investigate the situation, and whatever information you may have could be really helpful. Not sure how much help I'll be. Kazumi said with a sigh. I'll take any leads I can, even where you last saw your fiancée before she vanished. Nezuko told him. Kazumi hesitated before nodding, guiding Nezuko to an alleyway on the outskirts of the town. The sun had started to set, it would be night soon. Good, less time twiddling thumbs while waiting for the demon to emerge. This is where she vanished. Kazumi told her while she looked around for any clues. There was nowhere a demon could hide until nightfall, and the townsfolk would surely have noticed a suspicious person in one of the homes. People who avoided sunlight at all costs were bound to draw attention, right? If I had Tanjirou's sense of smell, I'd be able to find these demons much quicker. Nezuko thought with a sigh before a thought came to her. Young girls had gone missing, according to Tanuji. That meant they had to be in a certain age range. Maybe live bait would draw the demon out of its hiding place. With an idea in mind, Nezuko turned to Kazumi. How old were the girls who went missing? She asked, hoping her hunch was right. No older than 16, I think. Kazumi replied before his eyes widened in realization. You're not using yourself as bait, are you? Because if you are, I'll be fine. Nezuko said in an attempt to reassure him. The girls who had gone missing were civilians, with no training to protect themselves from something like this. Most of them were probably as oblivious to the existence of demons as Nezuko had been over 2 years ago. Now, however, Nezuko had been through 2 hellish years of training to help her survive against demons. She had passed the final selection, decapitated what had to be the strongest demon there, and was capable of helping the missing girls. But, Nezuko raised her finger as a signal to be quiet, feeling a pull from her instincts. She turned in the direction of the tug, then back to Kazumi. I'll be fine, Kazumi. I'm sure I can get home by myself. Nezuko told him, lifting her haori to reveal her Nichiren sword with a wink before turning around to follow the familiar tug. She jostled the box on her back only a little, hoping Tanjiro was awake or close to it. Okay, big brother. I need your help. I need that nose of yours, she whispered. Scratch twice if you can hear me, she added, hearing 2 quiet scratches from the box in response. I need you to sniff out the demon I'm looking for, please. If you smell anything that isn't normal, knock twice on which side you smell it from, she instructed quietly, getting 2 more scratches as she began wandering around the alleyway. Are you sure about this? Kazumi asked as he jogged up to Nezuko. She was hoping he would stay put, but he was clearly worried after what happened to the other girls in the village. Yes, I can handle myself. Nezuko replied. You should go. I don't want you to get caught up in. Nezuko stopped when she heard 2 knocks to the right, feeling a chill race up her spine and leg at the same time. Nezuko whirled around before drawing her sword, watching a dark pool open up where her foot had been. There was a glimpse of green that looked like a kimono, and she lunged to grab it before the demon disappeared with the girl. She managed to pull the other girl from the demon's grasp, and immediately stepped away from the pool. She also silently apologized to Tanjiro for the last few seconds. As hard as his head was, being thrown around the box by Nezuko's sudden movements couldn't have been pleasant. Damn it, something snarled as a demon emerged from its void. Nezuko stepped back until only Tanjiro's box was between her and Kazumi, then turned to him. Take her, she instructed, handing the unconscious girl to Kazumi. She needed both arms free to fight effectively. Something caught her attention on the left, and she spun around to see a near-identical demon emerge from another inky void. The only differences were the demon's clothing and the amount of horns protruding from their foreheads. Even those varied only slightly. Demons don't normally group up. This demon probably split into multiples. Nezuko reminded herself as she watched a third one emerge. Damn it, you brat. I need a meal, the first demon snapped, grinding his teeth together and creating an ear-grating noise in the process. So you're the demon terrorizing this town. Nezuko spat, getting into one of the beginning stances Kyojuru had taught her. Doesn't matter, brat. I need a meal, and that girl is losing flavor by the second, the demon replied. Wait a second. The demon's gaze honed in on Nezuko, looking her up and down and smirking. If I can't have her, then I'll take you. What are you, 14? Doesn't matter, you'll have plenty of flavor. And it looks like you've got some meat on your bones, too. Calm down, me, the second one spoke up. We have nights like this, and I've eaten plenty of 16-year-old girls in this town already. My appetite is more than satisfied. No. It's not enough, the first one yelled before lunging at Nezuko, who sliced at his outstretched arm and cut it off. Ah, dang. You're a demon slayer. What did you do to those girls you took? Nezuko demanded. Their food, the first demon replied. Where's Satoko? Kazumi spoke up. The girl you took the other night. Let's see, the third demon chuckled before pulling open its tunic to reveal too many hair accessories to count. If her hair clip is among these, then I've already eaten her, he explained. Kazumi gasped, and Nezuko guessed that Satoko's hair clip was among the bunch. There's so many in there. So many girls whose lives were cut short before they even reached adulthood. Nezuko thought. The third demon lunged at Kazumi and the girl he was carrying, and Nezuko had to jump over to protect them. Flame breathing, second form, rising scorching sun. Flames burst from the blade, cutting off the demon's arm. Not its head, like Nezuko wanted, but it worked for now. At least flame breathing slowed down the regeneration, if only slightly. If I can get them to surround me, then I can use the fourth form. Nezuko thought. She needed to get Kazumi and the girl out of the way first, or else she risked hurting them. But the demon was clearly prioritizing the targets that couldn't kill it, which made things difficult. The second demon lunged, and Nezuko turned to it. Third form, blazing universe. Again, much to Nezuko's frustration, it didn't decapitate the demon. Nezuko's instincts flared up as another pool appeared on the wall. Nezuko rolled out of the way as the demon lunged for her, only for something to grab onto her leg. Idiot! She scolded herself as she lost her footing. She landed on her front, and the demon began to drag her into the abyss. Nezuko tried to regain her footing, or at least get a grip on the road, but the demon kept pulling. Well, this is a really stupid way to die. Nezuko though, even though she kept trying to fight. Crack. Nezuko flinched at the noise, and twisted herself around to look for the source of the sound. She jumped in shock at the sight of the demon's head. At least what was left of it, considering it had been caved in to the point it was inside its neck. The hand immediately lost its grip, and she didn't waste a second in getting away. She didn't want the demon grabbing for her once its head regenerated. A quick look at Tanjirou's box revealed it was open, and Tanjirou had just hopped out of it. Nice save, Tanjirou. Nezuko whispered. She knew her brother's attention wasn't on her, though, it was on the demon surrounding them. Nezuko took the brief reprieve provided by the demon's shock to shrug off the now empty box and get it away from the fight. What is a demon doing, traveling with a mere human? One of the uninjured demons snarled. Tanjiro growled in response as his veins bulged, then leapt at the demon that was still working to regenerate its crushed skull. Protect the humans. Don't let the demons hurt them, a voice echoed in Tanjiro's head as he swiped a clawed hand at the demon that attacked Nezuko. Its inky void materialized under it, and the demon vanished into the depths along with its doubles, but Tanjiro could already pick up where they were going to pop up next. The scent of rotten oil was easy to follow, and it was more intense wherever the demon would emerge from. Tanjiro, get back here. Nezuko called out, getting his attention. Tanjiro quickly turned around and began running back to his sister as another hole appeared in the ground. Nezuko yelled out a warning, but Tanjiro knew it was appearing and jumped over it as the demon emerged. Once he landed, he turned to the other two people that were with his sister. For just a moment, he saw two different, younger faces in their place. He knew the faces, he saw them in his dreams and could recall them in his faded memories, but there were no names coming to mind for the two. "Protect them," the echo whispered. Even without it, the mysterious children sparked a protective instinct in him. Tanjiro reached out to the two new people, placing a hand on each of their heads in a gesture he hoped was comforting. "Tanjiro!" Nezuko called out, bringing his attention to his sister. "Stay up here and protect them as best you can. I'm going into this, whatever it is," she told him, nodding to the pools the demons were emerging from. Tanjiro wanted to protest, to tell her to stay close so he could protect her too, but something in her eyes assured him she would be fine. She's not the same girl she was 2 years ago. She's grown up, and she has the training to protect herself. Tanjiro reminded himself, nodding and watching Nezuko disappear into the abyss before turning to the demon that was still not in the pools. He would protect the other humans, this other demon would not bring any harm to them. As she sank into the depths the demon was moving through, Nezuko was horrified to see even more evidence of just how many girls were killed by this demon. She hated seeing this, hated knowing so many lost their lives. "You made a mistake, coming down here," one of the demons cackled. Beside him was another one, meaning the third one was still above ground. "There's no air for you to breathe. You'll make an excellent meal while you drown. They're underestimating me because of the lack of air under the water," Nezuko thought. "But I've trained to expand my lung capacity. I can hold my breath for a good few minutes before I need air." Her lungs hadn't even started burning, despite the fact she was holding her breath, and she tightened her grip on her sword. Flame breathing isn't as powerful underwater, but it should still work. The demons advanced, and Nezuko got into one of the beginning forms. "You really are predictable," the demon laughed as Tanjiro went in for another headbutt, only for his head to get caught by the other demon. The claws dug into his head, and it hurt, but the other demon had only blocked his head. He could still move his arms and legs, and it wasn't like he couldn't fight without headbutts. He took a page out of Nezuko's book, swinging his leg until his knee went into the other demon's stomach. It coughed up blood, letting go of Tanjiro in the process. He acted quickly, pivoting and kicking the other demon in the chest with all his strength. As the demon skidded past the pool Nezuko had jumped into, his sister emerged from the void with a gasp for air. She might get hurt. Tanjiro thought, instinctively running to protect her while she got out of the pool. He tackled the other demon, keeping it away from his sister. "You little nuisance," it snarled, swinging its claws at Tanjiro. The strike went right across his eye, and the other demon used Tanjiro's stunned state to throw the teenager off. Flame breathing, fourth form, blooming flame undulation. It had taken some patience to get just the right angle, but Nezuko managed to behead the two demons. Just in time, too, she needed to get back to the surface for air. As she swam for the opening, she noticed a scrap of dark fabric and grabbed it while she swam. She resurfaced with a gasp for air, letting her lungs regain the lost oxygen before the third demon skidded past her. It was followed swiftly by Tanjiro ramming himself into the demon, only to get scratched in the eye a second later. "Get away from my brother!" Nezuko yelled as she threw herself out of the swamp, slicing off the demon's hands and kicking it into the wall. The demon tried to get up, but Nezuko pointed her sword at its neck. A warning that she would behead it, but it was safe for now. "Why?" she demanded. "Why did you eat those girls? You ungrateful brat. If I didn't eat you girls in time, you'd all grow old and ugly. You all should be thanking me, I was doing you and all those other girls a favor," the demon snarled. Nezuko saw red as she listened to its disgusting defense of its actions. Whatever it was about to say next was cut off as she slit its mouth. Not enough to decapitate it, though. She still needed information. "They should thank you. You were doing them a favor," she replied, not caring that she was raising her voice. How dare you say that? How dare you say that those girls you devoured are better off dead? Because of you, those girls will never see their families again. The people of this town will never see their daughters, their sisters, their lovers, all because you think that death is better than growing old with the people you love, she yelled. You're sick in the head. You don't deserve any mercy for such a shallow way of thinking. No matter what happens to you, you are going to the depths of hell for this, she finished, her voice bordering on screaming. She took a deep breath to calm herself. But I need answers first, and I should hope that you'll answer my questions honestly, she said evenly, raising her blade to the demon's neck. Tell me, demon. What do you know about Kibutsuji Musen? The demon hesitated, its eyes widening as it began grinding its teeth. I can't say, he yelled, lunging for Nezuko. She swung her sword, cutting off its head with a sigh of regret. Another dead end. She turned her focus to Tanjiro. He was sitting against the opposite wall, holding a hand up to the claw marks over his eye. Are you okay, she asked her brother, kneeling in front of him to examine the injury. It was already healing, thankfully, the bleeding had already stopped and the wounds had begun closing. Nezuko guessed Tanjiro would be as good as new by the next sunset. Tanjiro nodded, slowly reaching up to pat Nezuko's head even as he obviously fought the urge to nod off and go to sleep. I'm okay, Tanjiro. Nezuko whispered. Get some rest. It'll help you heal faster, she added, letting Tanjiro slump over into her arms. She lifted him up while he shrank down to his toddler form, putting him back in his box and turning to Kazumi. She walked up to the young man, seeing the grief and horror written across his face. Are you all right? She asked quietly, despite the fact that that answer was probably obvious. My fiancé is dead. How can I possibly be okay? Kazumi replied incredulously. Kazumi. I know you must be hurting. But, Nezuko tried to think of the right words to say. The pain you're feeling. It won't disappear, but it will get easier to bear, she told him, and it was true. She still felt the pain of losing her family, especially when something reminded her of her parents or her little siblings, but she was able to think about them without being seconds away from tears. Take the time to grieve Miss Satoko. What would you know? Kazumi demanded, grabbing onto Nezuko's haori. What would a kid like you know about any of this? A part of her wanted to yell back, to tell him she knew what it was like to know the people you loved were taken away by a monster while you could do nothing. To tell him she only joined the demon slayers to save what little she had left. But she remained quiet. Kazumi was lashing out in grief, yelling at him for doing so wouldn't help. So she gently pulled Kazumi's hand away from her haori. You'd be surprised, she replied before pulling out the scrap she'd grabbed in the swamp, holding it out to Kazumi. I grabbed this from one of the demon's remains. I hope you'll find something of Miss Satoko's in there. And if you don't mind, could you also give the rest back to the families of the rest of the victims, too? They at least deserve the closure, so they can properly grieve their losses, as well, she said before turning to Tanjiro's box. She secured the door before she hoisted the box onto her back, and began walking. I'm sorry. Kazumi cried out. Nezuko turned to the man, seeing the tears in his eyes. She waved to him with a faint smile before resuming her walk. She got to the outskirts of the town before her attention was drawn skyward by Tenuji cawing overhead. Caw. Time for your next mission, he informed her as he perched on her shoulder. Already? Nezuko exclaimed. Can't I have a break? I just finished this first mission. No. You must continue onward, her crow squawked in response. You are to go to Asakusa, in Tokyo. Rumor has it a demon's been lurking around there. Go. Destroy all evil demons. All right. Nezuko snapped, following the Dmed bird as it cawed and squawked obnoxiously at her to get going and speed up. The order to speed up, in particular, annoyed her. But, regardless of her annoyance, she pressed on. Upon arriving in Asakusa, Nezuko couldn't help gaping at the scenery. It was so bright, even at night, and there were so many people out as if it were still daytime. She turned to Tanjiro, who was slightly behind her, to see he was also in awe of the city. After another moment, the siblings walked into Asakusa. They wandered around for a bit before the crowd started to get overwhelming. Nezuko struggled to avoid bumping into people, and she didn't miss Tanjiro covering his nose with a discomfort expression. Nezuko reached into his box, pulling out Tanjiro's scarf and holding it out to him. He took it with a grateful sigh. "Come on, let's go find somewhere to sit," Nezuko said while Tanjiro wrapped the scarf around his face, weaving through the crowd until the siblings found an udon stand a small ways away from the crowd. It may or may not have involved walking in on a couple getting very NTMT with each other. "What can I get for you?" the shopkeeper asked. "One bowl of udon, please," Nezuko answered. She almost requested a second one before recalling Kyojiro's warning that demons couldn't eat human food. Even if they could keep it down, it didn't provide any nutrition and didn't taste anything like it did to humans. She was sad when she found out that fact, and was also angered by it. It was another facet of Tanjiro's humanity that Kibutsuji had taken from him. Coming right up, the shopkeeper replied while the siblings made their way to the nearby bench. It was nice to at least have a break, and Nezuko was starving from the journey. "Thank you," she said once she was seated. "The big cities are packed, huh?" she chuckled, turning to Tanjiro as he leaned onto her shoulder. Nezuko smiled faintly, certain her big brother had to be exhausted from the overload to his nose. "One bowl of udon," the shopkeeper spoke up, passing said bowl to Nezuko. With a quick thank you to the man, she was about to start eating when Tanjiro stood up in the blink of an eye. "Tanjiro, what is it?" Nezuko asked, noticing just how tense he was before he sped off. "Tanjiro," Nezuko called out, putting down the bowl before rushing after her brother. She really hoped whatever he was doing wasn't going to get someone hurt, and made sure not to lose sight of the green and black Haori. Where is he going? And why in such a rush? What on earth has gotten into him? She wondered as she pushed her way past the people filling the streets, only taking a split second for a brief apology before resuming her chase. The scent. He knew that scent. And picking it up again triggered something in Tanjiro's fractured mind. Never forgive. Never forgive. Never forgive. A voice, one that sounded like his own, repeated those words like a mantra. He had to find the scent, and make sure the monster it belonged to didn't find Nezuko. The monster would kill her, and Tanjiro couldn't lose her. She finally caught up to Tanjiro, though she was pretty sure it was only because of the crowd slowing him down, and grabbed onto his sleeve to get his attention. "Tanjiro, what was that all about?" she whispered. Nezuko wanted to scold Tanjiro for running off and making her worry, but the scold died on her lips when Tanjiro turned to her. His eyes were already wide, but they widened even more when he made eye contact with her. She knew the emotion, even if she rarely saw it from her big brother. The same emotion she saw when that giant bear was on the loose. When their father's already poor health began its rapid decline. She could see it clear as day in her brother's eyes, fear. Tanjiro shook his head, pushing against Nezuko in a clear attempt to get her to leave as he looked around them frantically. Something was making him scared for her safety. Not only that, but ice had begun to race up her spine and through her veins. A chill so intense that it burned. Just like at home. Nezuko thought, gently guiding her brother's hands away from her shoulders. "Tanjiro. Show me," she requested quietly. She could think of only one reason he would react like this, one reason why he would be so terrified for her when she knew how to defend herself now. Kibutsuji had to be nearby. Tanjiro was clearly hesitant, but he relented and began walking carefully through the crowd with Nezuko's hand in his. Once they were behind the man Tanjiro must have been. Looking for, Nezuko grabbed the man's shoulder. He turned around, revealing bright red eyes with slit pupils. But they were nothing like Tanjirou's. Where her brother's eyes, though changed from his transformation, still held that familiar warmth, this demon's eyes were cold like the ice Nezuko felt down to her very soul. "Can I help you, young lady?" the man asked, sounding confused and almost bored. Nezuko slowly reached for her katana, trying not to shake as she did so. She knew what her instincts were telling her, it was impossible to mistake it for anything else. It was him. It had to be, it couldn't be anyone else. Kibutsuji Muzan, the monster who murdered her family. The monster who forced his blood into her older brother's veins. She began to unsheath her blade, ready to decapitate Kibutsuji and end his horrors. However, before she could. "Daddy," a child's voice asked, and Kibutsuji turned more towards Nezuko to reveal the little girl he was cradling in his arms. She couldn't be that much older than Rokuta would be, if he had lived. "Who's that?" the little girl asked while Nezuko resheathed her sword. She couldn't kill Kibutsuji now, not with the child here. "I don't know. I've never seen her before." Kibutsuji told the girl as his eyes, while still red, became more human-looking than they were a second ago. Nezuko could see it, though, the slight widening of his eyes and the barely perceptible trembling as his gaze drifted to Tanjiro. Nezuko didn't question it as Tanjiro inched behind her. Kibutsuji's presence was terrifying. He turned back to Nezuko with a faint smile. "Are you alright? You seem quite flustered." "Dear," another voice called out, causing Kibutsuji to turn to the woman approaching him. She was clearly the girl's mother, and Nezuko had to keep herself from gaping in shock. These two people, they were both human. Kibutsuji was living as a human, posing as a father and husband. And these two were clueless as to the monster behind his facade. "Who are these two?" the woman asked once she noticed Nezuko and Tanjiro. "I'm not sure. I don't believe I know them," Kibutsuji replied. "They must have mistaken me for someone else," he added, narrowing his eyes almost imperceptibly at the siblings while his pupils became slits again. The demon's piercing gaze sent even more chills up Nezuko's spine, to the point she felt like she was going to freeze solid. The hand holding Nezuko's squeezed to the point it was almost painful for her. She wanted to cut the monster's head clean off, to tell this woman and her daughter that they were in the presence of the most powerful demon alive, but it would do no good. Very few outside the Corps even believed demons existed, much less knew it as an indisputable fact. It would make a scene, and that wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. She did have a katana, and the Corps wasn't recognized by the government. Not only that, but something told her Kibutsuji could and would kill her easily if she chose to attack. So, she decided to play Kibutsuji's sick and twisted game. She turned her gaze so she was staring directly into his eyes before looking him up and down. "Yes, it would seem like that," she agreed with a smile she prayed didn't look too forced, not taking her eyes off Kibutsuji. "I'm sorry to have disturbed your evening," she added, forcing her voice to stay even. She couldn't let the progenitor of demons know just how terrified she was. Kibutsuji's eyes widened at something, but he remained quiet. Instead, faster than the eye could see, he swiped a clawed hand at a passing couple. "It's all right. People make mistakes," Kibutsuji said with a fake smile. Tanjiro tugged on Nezuko's sleeve, but she had already seen the man collapse in her peripheral vision. "Damn it!" Nezuko thought as she began shoving through the crowd to reach the young couple. Kibutsuji did this on purpose. "It's a diversion, but I can't just let this man hurt someone." She broke through the crowd just as the man bit into the woman's shoulder. "Everyone, get back," she yelled as she pulled the man away from the woman. "Sweetie," the woman cried out while Tanjiro ran past her to help Nezuko pin the newly turned demon down. He gestured to the injured woman, and Nezuko nodded before running to her. "I'm sorry ma'am, but I need you to stay back. It's for your safety," Nezuko told her as she grabbed a cloth and pressed it to the wounds from the bite. I need someone to apply pressure to this to stem the bleeding, she called out into the crowd. A few people took up the responsibility of helping the woman, and Nezuko spotted Kibutsuji walking away from the scene he was responsible for. How could that monster cause such damage and walk away as if he'd done nothing wrong? She didn't care who hurt her, Kibutsuji was learning exactly who he was dealing with here and now. Kibutsuji Musen, she screamed out to the retreating form of the demon. You can't hide forever. I will find you again, even if I have to travel to the ends of the earth, even if I have to follow you to the depths of hell you crawled out of. Mark my words, I will see to it that my blade is the last thing you see. I will never forgive you for what you've done, you two-faced, conniving, bloody-handed piece of. Nezuko whipped around to Tanjiro at the sound of his pained snarl, and immediately saw the cause. The newly turned man had bitten Tanjiro's arm, clearly desperate for food after the transformation he just went through. Tanjiro pulled his arm back, but the man's grip remained firm. Nezuko began to panic. Tanjiro could end up ripping a chunk of his arm off to get free, and that would cause a whole other fiasco. She began to run, hoping to help Tanjiro get his arm free. What's going on here? Someone demanded, bringing Nezuko's attention to the men she presumed were police officers as they approached her and Tanjiro. Not good. Officers, please stand back, she replied. My brother and I have to be the ones to handle it, or else someone could get seriously hurt. We have to help this man, or he might kill someone. The officers ignored her, one grabbing her while another made to grab Tanjiro. Not good. If Tanjiro loses his hold, who knows how many people will get hurt. Nezuko thought, preparing to fight her way free when misty flowers began to fill the air. The officer let her go with a shocked yell, and two figures emerged from the mist. Young lady, the woman in the flower-patterned kimono spoke up. Even though that man has become a demon, you still refer to him as a human. As a person. Who are you? Nezuko asked, turning to Tanjiro to make sure he was okay. He seemed a little dazed, but so did the man he had been holding down earlier. In fact, the man seemed more out of it than Tanjiro. At least he wasn't biting Tanjiro's arm anymore. My name is Tamayo, the woman replied calmly. Nezuko tried to get a read on the woman, then saw the blood on her forearm and her unusually sharp nails. You're... Yes. I am a demon. Tamayo said. But I am also a doctor. Allow me to help you, please. And why should I trust you? Nezuko asked, itching to grab her sword. Her instincts weren't warning her of any danger, but she didn't know if the flowers in the air were messing with her perception or not. Because I want to destroy that man as much as you do. I, too, seek to destroy Kibutsuji Musen. Tamayo replied with a determined look in her eyes. Nezuko kept an eye on the two demons, but let them take the man and woman. Once Tamayo and her fellow demon were gone, Nezuko checked on Tanjiro. He was still dazed by whatever it was that Tamayo had done, but otherwise unharmed. Is your arm okay? Nezuko asked, lifting up the arm in question while Tanjiro hummed distractedly. Let's go, she sighed as she guided her brother back to the udon stand. The owner chewed her out for leaving her bowl without eating, but Nezuko apologized profusely and even ordered another helping that she promised to eat. And what about you? The shopkeeper demanded, turning to Tanjiro. If you're eating udon, you need to take off that bamboo thing. What the heck is it, anyway? Oh, God. Nezuko needed to intervene. I'm sorry, but my brother won't be having any udon, she spoke up, getting the man's attention back on her immediately. What do you mean? He asked. Nezuko took only a second to come up with an excuse. He has a rare illness, he can't eat most food. Nezuko answered. It was a half-truth, but Nezuko still thanked the gods that she was better at lying than Tanjiro. I'll take a second helping and eat it on his behalf, though, she added hastily. The shopkeeper huffed, then went to make the udon. Humph. Nezuko turned to Tanjiro, and saw him giving her the disapproving big brother stare. A usual occurrence when Nezuko told a lie. "Don't give me that look," she whispered. "I had to cover for you somehow. Even if you could say more than a single word at a time, we both know you couldn't lie if your life depended on it. Besides, I'm starving. I've barely eaten in the last 2 days," she added before the shopkeeper returned with 2 fresh bowls of udon. "Here you go. And you'd better eat it," he told her. Nezuko nodded, picking up the first bowl and the chopsticks provided. Now that she actually had a chance to eat, the udon was delicious. "Thank you for the meal. It was wonderful," Nezuko declared before she walked off with Tanjiro, even as the shopkeeper stood there in shock at the fact a girl of her size had just downed 2 bowls of udon in under a minute. He'd probably have passed out if she came with Mitsuri. Now that I think about it, maybe I should write to her about it. She loves finding new places for food. "Glad you enjoyed it," he stammered. "Come back anytime." "Now, to find Tamayo." Nezuko sighed. As she and Tanjiro began walking, Nezuko felt the faintest chill crawling up her spine. She only hoped Kibutsuji hadn't decided to look for them. After sending off his family, Muzan made his way into a nearby alleyway. He tried not to get distracted, but it was hard with his mind reeling from the old memories that resurfaced because of the demon slayer who had just confronted him. If it weren't for the crowd and need to keep up appearances, the girl would have been dead in seconds. Not least of all because of one little thing Muzan was all too familiar with. The brat had the other Hanafuda earring, the one that had been missing when he attacked the sun breathers. He didn't remember seeing her with the family, however, so he wondered how she had gotten her hands on it. There were 6 there. I could have sworn there were only 6, and she wasn't one of them. The mother and 5 children. How could I have missed one of his descendants? And then there was the demon she was traveling with. He recognized the boy all too easily. How could he forget the brat who looked so much like that man, the child who thought he could actually challenge a being of Muzan's power? But what truly confounded Muzan about the demon boy was the fact Muzan didn't sense any connection to him. He wasn't even able to read the boy's mind, even with the short distance between them, and he wondered just how that connection had been severed. He hadn't been weakened as he had been when Tamayo slipped from his grasp. It should have been impossible for that boy to break their connection. He thought the demon had died when their connection was severed, killed by a demon slayer that happened upon him. He was a fool to have not looked more into it. Perhaps he could have conquered the sun by now if he had bothered to verify the newborn demon's death. It didn't matter, though. He would take back the boy and regain control over him. He couldn't afford to have another demon like Tamayo, much less one who had the potential to conquer his greatest weakness. With the boy's connection to the monster who nearly killed Muzan, to that wretched technique, it was critical that Muzan get his hands on the demon boy again. But first, getting the demon slayer out of the way. Because if she had a connection to him as well, he couldn't have her on the loose. Best to nip the threat in the bud before it became a problem. "I'm not even a little drunk." Muzan turned to the trio of humans approaching him. All 3 of them were obviously inebriated to varying degrees, and the younger of the 2 males stumbled into him. "Hey, watch where you're going," the man exclaimed. "My apologies." Muzan replied, fully intending to let the humans go and move on. Not like they were worth his time, anyways. "Wow, are you okay?" the young man asked, walking until he was in front of Muzan. "You're pretty pale. You look like you could keel over dead any second." The man was dead in an instant, and the 2 other humans both reacted as expected. Muzan killed the other male, then turned to the female. "Tell me. Does my complexion look a little too pale?" he asked. "Does looking at me make you concerned for my health? Do I look sickly, like I don't have much time left in this world?" He knelt in front of the woman. "You couldn't be more wrong," he hissed, raising a finger. "I am a being who is infinitely close to perfection. I've never felt more alive," he told the woman, jabbing his finger into her forehead. What would happen if I gave you a constant stream of my blood, he asked, though he already knew the answer. He'd seen it dozens of times. The human body is weak, it cannot handle the rapid transformation. As a result, unsurprisingly, the woman's cells began reacting to the overload of demonic cells, its cells are destroyed. A melting hand reached out to him, then plopped to the ground as the woman's remains dissolved. Very few could survive such a high concentration of his blood at once, both cases he could recall being from the same infernal bloodline. Connected to the same monster. And now one of those demons was on the loose, free from his control. That wouldn't do. He snapped his fingers, feeling two presences appear behind him. You called for us? One of the demons behind him asked. There is a demon slayer here. A girl wearing a Hanafuda-like earring and an Asanoha-patterned haori. Muzan informed the two. This demon slayer is traveling with a demon, wearing the twin of that earring in a checkered haori. Kill the demon slayer, and bring me her head. You must also bring her demon pet to me. I don't care if you have to maul him until he can't move, but make sure that he is brought before me. Were this just a random rogue demon, or Tamayo, he would have cared much less about the boy's fate. But this demon was far too important for that. Muzan needed the little traitor alive. Yes, MSTR, the two demons chorused before leaving. As he left the alleyway, Muzan couldn't help recalling his clash with that man, all those centuries ago. History wouldn't repeat itself, Muzan would not allow such a thing to happen again. Once I have that boy back where he belongs, everything will be back on track. As the siblings walked through the city, they were stopped by a familiar figure in the shadows. It's you. Nezuko gasped upon seeing the mintan black-haired demon. You two must come with me. I was ordered to escort you to Lady Tamayo, the boy said shortly before pointing at Tanjirou. You are aware he's a demon, yes? I am. Nezuko answered. So why is Lady Tamayo asking for us? I'm not telling you until we're back with Lady Tamayo, the boy snapped. Okay. I just asked. Nezuko retorted before the three of them began walking through the streets. Nezuko shared a look with Tanjirou, who seemed just as clueless as Nezuko was. They kept walking until they reached a dead end, then the boy vanished into the wall. After a moment, during which Nezuko tried to process what she just witnessed, the boy peeked out from the wall with a glare. Hurry up and get inside before someone sees us, he hissed. Nezuko reached out to the wall, gasping in shock as her hand phased through it. The siblings walked through the wall. There was a house behind that dead end, she exclaimed. And it was a fairly large house, too. Not something that would be easy to conceal. Before we enter, be sure not to insult her ladyship in any way, the boy told her before getting all up in her face. Because I couldn't care less about what happened to a hag like you. Hag? Nezuko? Tanjiro thought as the demon boy turned around. How dare he call Nezuko such a horrible insult? Nezuko, the town beauty back home, ugly? This guy dared to say she was ugly? How dare he? Unforgivable. This boy clearly needed his eyes checked. And such rudeness towards his little sister had to be punished. Tanjiro. He ignored his sister as he walked up to the demon. The boy turned around just as Tanjiro finished rearing up for a headbutt. Said headbutt left a hefty dent in the boy's head. Serves him right for calling my baby sister a hag. Tanjiro thought with a satisfied huff. Tanjiro. Nezuko gasped as her brother headbutt Tamayo's companion. Not as hard as he'd headbutt that swamp demon, thankfully, but there was still a very visible dent. She understood why her brother did such a thing, he hated when people were rude to any of his younger siblings. However, that didn't justify headbutting someone hard enough to dent their skull like that. At least the other boy seemed alright despite the dent, and he opened the door as if having his head partially caved in was a normal occurrence. Nezuko quickly followed him inside, Tanjiro following close behind. Welcome, Tamayo trailed off when she turned to see the trio, her compatriot with a dented skull, a fuming Tanjiro, and Nezuko. I have returned, milady, the boy replied. With the two you requested. Thank you, Yashiro. Tamayo said with a smile before examining the dent. This should heal up within the hour, I believe. What caused such an injury? Protective older brother with a skull about as hard as a rock, whose preferred attack is a headbutt. Nezuko answered, gesturing to Tanjiro, who huffed a second time in what she guessed was pride. And that was even before he was a demon. I see. Tamayo chuckled. I apologize for possibly coming off as rude, but I don't recall if you mentioned your name earlier. It's okay. Nezuko replied with a smile. My name is Kamado Nezuko. My brother is Tanjiro. A pleasure to meet you, Nezuko. Tanjiro. Tamayo said before gesturing to her fellow demon. This is my assistant, Yashiro. I hope, despite your rocky start, that you can become friends. I'm not sure about that. Nezuko thought as the dent on Yashiro's head began to shrink. She turned to the injured woman. Will she be okay? She asked. Yes. Her wound wasn't too deep, thankfully. However, we had to restrain her husband in the basement. Tamayo answered. Nezuko nodded in response before asking another question that happened to cross her mind. I don't mean to be offensive, but how do you deal with, you know? Nezuko shrugged, hoping Tamayo understood what she meant. The demon woman nodded solemnly. It isn't always easy, but it's easier for Yashiro and myself than it is for most demons. My body has undergone great physical change, especially since I freed myself from Kibutsuji's curse, she replied. I can now survive on only a small amount of blood. But I make sure never to take it unwillingly. I only take donated blood I say is being used for transfusions, from people who need the money, she explained before turning to Yashiro. And Yashiro needs even less blood than I do. It took 200 years, but I was the one to turn him. She can turn humans, too? Nezuko thought, her eyes widening in shock. Please understand. My goal is not to make more demons. Tamayo said in response to Nezuko's shocked expression. I only turn those who are on their deathbeds. And even then, I will always ask for permission first and ensure they are willing to make such a sacrifice. Right. Nezuko replied with a nod, turning to Tanjiro as he fiddled with the hem of his haori. He had also shrunken down into his child form. Shall we take this discussion to another room? I think it best to let this young woman rest. Tamayo suggested. Nezuko nodded, allowing the two demons to lead her and Tanjiro to a different room. There, they all sat down, Yashiro and Tanjiro glaring daggers at each other. Hey! Nezuko whispered with a light jab to Tanjiro's arm. It's all right. Tanjiro's expression softened, and Nezuko turned to Tamayo. If you don't mind me asking, what about Tanjiro? Has he? Tamayo trailed off, and Nezuko could tell she was unsure of how to ask if Tanjiro had consumed human flesh or blood. No. Not even a drop of blood in the 2 years since Kibutsuji did this to him. Nezuko answered, reaching out to her brother and gently patting his head. His eyes signified he was smiling under the muzzle, and he grabbed onto Nezuko's pinky and index fingers while she turned back to Tamayo. I mean, he was asleep for most of it. But even right after he turned, when my mentor said he must have been starving because of the energy the transformation needs, he managed to hold himself back when I was right in front of him. That is truly remarkable. Tamayo gasped. For a demon to abstain for that long. Most demons go mad within a short time without food from a human or some kind of animal. Your brother is the only demon I can think of who has retained any ounce of their sanity while refraining from feeding at all. Much less without having eaten anything prior. Could it mean there's hope of turning him back? Nezuko asked, feeling truly hopeful for the first time in the 2 years since this whole thing started. After so long with nothing to guide her to a cure, maybe things were finally looking up. Because that's what I want to do, it's why I joined the Corps. I want to make him human again. Yes. Every ailment has an antidote. Tamayo replied, her gaze thoughtful. Currently, however, a cure for the poison that is Kibutsuji's blood doesn't exist, but I have been trying to create something with such an effect. She trailed off, turning back to Nezuko. I will help you cure your brother. But I must ask 2 favors of you. I'll do whatever I need to if it means saving my big brother. Nezuko said with a determined glare. Tamayo smiled slightly, something shining in her eyes. First, I would like permission to examine Tanjiro's blood. As I said, his case is very unique. His blood could prove quite valuable in the search for a cure. Tamayo explained. Beside Nezuko, Tanjiro nodded to signify his consent. Nezuko nodded. In agreement, and Tamayo's expression became more grim. The second request is much more difficult, and far more dangerous, she continued. How? Nezuko asked, getting smacked by Yashiro. Allow Lady Tamayo to finish, and you might know, the demon boy snapped. Tanjiro quickly got into a defensive crouch and growled in response. Yashiro. Hit her again, and I'll make you regret it. Tamayo warned him, getting a quick apology from Yashiro before she returned her attention to Nezuko. Before Tamayo continued, Nezuko placed a hand on Tanjiro's shoulder to calm him down. It's okay. Nezuko whispered, turning back to Tamayo when Tanjiro settled down again. You were saying, Miss Tamayo. I need you to send me blood from the demons you face. Especially those closely related to Kibutsuji, the demon woman told the demon slayer. When I say that, I mean demons with a high concentration of his blood. They will likely have powers on a level similar to him. But these demons will be harder to fight because of that, so it will put you in great danger to do this. It's what I signed up for when I joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Nezuko replied. I'll do whatever it takes to get that blood to you. I promise, she added. Thank you for your help, Miss Tamayo. I don't think I could put my appreciation into words. There's no need to thank me, Nezuko. Tamayo replied. I should be thanking you. Those blood samples will be invaluable in both creating a cure and destroying Kibutsuji for good. Nezuko couldn't help smirking at that, an expression being matched by the demon woman. All the more reason to get them, she chuckled. I do have one more reason to examine Tanjiro's blood. Tamayo said, her smile fall again. You see, even after my spell wore off, that man that Kibutsuji turned into a demon was surprisingly docile. I doubt he had enough blood to satiate his hunger, but I'm not sure what could have possibly caused it. Then I noticed the blood on your brother's arm. Tamayo pointed to the healed limb. He was bitten, yes. Yes. Nezuko answered. Why? Then it would seem the only difference here compared to all the other times Kibutsuji has made a new demon was your brother's presence. Tamayo stated. As well as his blood entering the new demon system. So you think the man calmed down because he drank Tanjiro's blood? How does that? Nezuko paused as her instincts blared with warning. Yashiro's eyes widened at the same time. Get down, she and Yashiro yelled simultaneously. Nezuko threw herself onto her front, and Tanjiro threw himself over top of her as some sort of projectile flew through the house. The walls were blown wide open, and Nezuko caught a glimpse of a temari ball flying back to its owner. A temari did all this? Nezuko thought as she stood up, finding 2 demons outside. One had the ball, and the other kept his hands in front of him and his eyes closed. There was something on his palms, but she couldn't quite see what it was from her current distance. Look at that, Yahaba, the temari wielder said, turning to her companion. Nezuko took the opportunity to scoot out from under Tanjiro and get to her feet, unsheathing her sword once she was standing. My temari revealed their little hideout. Be mindful of that thing, Susamaru. You're so reckless with it, the second demon, Yahaba replied. You got dirt on my kimono. You're fine. Your kimono's fine, the Temari demon countered before focusing on Nezuko. Hey! That must be the demon slayer we're looking for. The one with a Hanafuda earring and Asanoha Haori. The demon with the other earring is probably close by. They're here for Tanjiro and me. Nezuko thought, immediately turning her gaze to Tamayo and Yashiro. They were in danger now, all because the siblings were here. Tanjiro growled at the newcomers as he stood up, clearly not intent on going quietly. Nezuko felt the same way. She turned to the demons, and raised her sword. Consider yourself lucky, demon slayer. You're about to die at the hands of one of the 12 Kazuki, the Temari demon declared, raising her ball high. We'll kill you, and then take your head to our MSTR. The demon's gonna have to come alive, but I think we'll have some fun tearing him up till he can't move, she added before throwing the ball. Yashiro dove in the ball's path to protect Tamayo, only for it to swerve absurdly and redirect itself. Nezuko shrieked as the ball completely obliterated Yashiro's head and he collapsed into Tamayo's lap. Don't worry about us, Nezuko. We're demons, too. Tamayo called out, surprisingly calm despite the fact she was holding Yashiro's headless body. Nezuko nodded, drawing her sword as the girl demon threw another Temari. Nezuko tried to dodge, but the balls seemed to have a mind of their own as they swerved to meet their target. Flame breathing, sixth form. Fire arrow. Her sword pierced the Temari, but the ball was hardly affected by the attack and smacked her in the face. Damn it. How do I stop it from hitting me? I can't dodge, and trying to block them is pointless. Lady Tamayo. Yashiro exclaimed. Nezuko felt a pinch in her shoulder blade, and ducked. The ball still hit her, but she had dodged late enough for the ball to clip her shoulder instead of ripping her arm off. I told you, didn't I? I told you we shouldn't have brought in the demon slayers. My spell hasn't been perfected. The greater our numbers, the greater the chance is that Kibutsuji finds us. Nezuko couldn't fight the guilt-ridden wince that came with that statement. It wasn't as if Yashiro was wrong, the new demons did come here in search of her and Tanjiro. Nezuko turned to her brother, shocked to see him jumping around the house and easily avoiding the Temari. Is he smelling their path? Nezuko wondered, barely dodging another hit before Yashiro spoke up. Demon Slayer girl, the young man called out. Dodge the arrows, not the Temari. Arrows? Nezuko asked, trying to find said arrows with no luck. What are you talking about? You can't see them. Yashiro scoffed before holding a piece of paper up to his forehead while his eyes glowed along with the paper. I'm lending you my sense of sight. That should at least give you a chance to take care of the Temari woman, he told her before sending the paper to Nezuko. It landed on her forehead, and the effects were immediate. Under the Temari, guiding their path, were bright red arrows. It must be the other demon's technique. Nezuko realized before turning to Yashiro. Thanks, this really helps, she called out, dodging the Temari effortlessly as the arrows sailed past her. Now that she could actually tell where the Temari were going, her instincts could more accurately predict when and where to dodge. It became almost like a dance. A deadly dance, one bad move would lead to her death and subsequent decapitation to become a trophy for Kibutsuji, but a dance nonetheless. This is fun. Susumaru cheered as she slipped off the top of her kimono, exposing the chest covering underneath before 4 more arms burst from her sides. But I can go all night. We'll fight until the sun rises. Until you're dead, she declared as she threw all 6 of the Temari in her hands. 2 hit Tamayo and Yashiro, but the older demon assured Nezuko they would heal themselves. Nezuko nodded, letting herself focus on the fight. These new demons were annoying. They were a powerful team, the mix of the arrows and the Temari making an attack that was unable to be dodged by humans. However, the fact they were on that man's side made their teamwork annoying. Almost as soon as they attacked, Tanjiro had smelled a second scent with the temari. After identifying it, he saw the arrows and began dodging. Nezuko ran to fight the temari demon head-on, the odd symbol from the door attached to her forehead, and Tanjiro turned his focus to finding the arrow demon. He was aiding the temari demon, so eliminating him would make things easier for Nezuko. It didn't take long for Tanjiro to find the second demon scent in the trees, and he ran after the arrow demon. Knock him out, and the arrows should go away. Tanjiro thought as he reared back to headbutt the demon. Filthy pest, the arrow demon snarled, raising his arm to block the headbutt. The attack didn't meet his head, like Tanjiro wanted, but he did manage to break the arrow demon's arm. He quickly grabbed onto an overhead branch and suched to kicking, trying to get a decent hit in. You're filthy. Get away from me. The eye on the demon's good hand closed, and Tanjiro felt a lot of force throw him back then to the side. Nezuko almost beheaded the temari demon when a new weight plowed into her back. Tanjiro. Are you okay? Nezuko asked once she realized her brother was the one who landed on top of her. The landing caused some pain in her own ribs, but she could worry about that later. Tanjiro nodded, standing up before helping Nezuko to her feet. Change of plans. Yashiro yelled out. Demon Slayer girl. Take out the arrow guy. We will handle the temari woman, he ordered. Nezuko and Tanjiro exchanged a glance, nodding to each other with an unspoken understanding. Go get her, big brother. Nezuko whispered. Tanjiro growled in response before the siblings ran to their such targets. The temari demon threw another ball, one headed for Tanjiro, and he reared back to headbutt it away. No. You can't. Whatever the nice demon woman said was cut off as blinding pain went through Tanjiro's head and neck, following the nauseating sound of bones breaking and muscles and organs being torn and crushed. This isn't good. Tanjiro thought when he realized his head was on the ground, and he could also see his headless body. The experience made one thing certain for Tanjiro: he did not want to be decapitated unless it was guaranteed he was going to die from it. His head also hurt, and he could feel his skull regenerating. It hurt a lot. Not as bad as being turned into a demon, but it was definitely up there. He was pretty sure it had been a while since he actually caused any real damage to his head. Idiot, the demon who insulted Nezuko snarled as he ran outside and grabbed Tanjiro before running back inside to the nice lady. Thankfully, Tanjiro's skull healed by the time they got to her. Once they were no longer running, the rude demon sat Tanjiro's body down and tossed his head into his waiting arms. Your head is still intact, she gasped. Yashiro and I had sections of our heads destroyed by those things. The fact your head flew off instead of getting completely crushed is. It's impressive. If I recall correctly, the Demon Slayer girl said something about his head being quite durable. The boy, his name was Yashiro, replied. I, however, am also quite shocked that the temari managed to rip it clean off with only a dent. I am, too. But what's more important is that Tanjiro's head is still intact. We can reattach it, and that's going to be less trouble than letting it grow back, the nice lady told Yashiro, who nodded in response before turning outside. I'll see what I can do to handle that woman, he told them before leaving. As he left the house, he vanished into thin air. Tanjiro wondered how he did that. Even his scent vanished. Tanjiro, I have a medicine that can speed up your regeneration, the nice demon lady said. Once I have your head back on your neck, I need you to hold it in place until I give you this medicine. Do you understand? Tanjiro nodded, as much as he could when his head wasn't attached to anything, anyways. The woman nodded back before lifting up his head and gently placing it on the stump that remained of his neck. Again, not an experience he was planning to relive, but he forced back any squeamish feelings as he placed his hands next to his ears to hold everything in place. The nice lady held up a syringe of something, and injected it into Tanjiro's neck. Tanjiro immediately felt everything heal faster than before. With a quick snap as his spine reattached itself, he was ready for the fight again. He stood up, and walked out to face the Temari demon. When she heard the cracking and squelching, Nezuko glanced to the side. She only caught a glimpse of Tanjirou's entire head flying off before she had to dodge another Temari. It's not a Nichiren sword, he can recover. Plus, Tamayo is a doctor, and a demon. She'll know what to do. Nezuko reminded herself as she lunged for the arrow demon. The opening thread snapped. Just as she swung, she was thrown back by an arrow, then rammed into a tree. She gasped in pain as her back hit the tree, the impact causing her to drop her sword. She definitely broke a rib, at least. "You're an annoying little brat, aren't you?" the arrow demon said. "Such a filthy little urchin." "Nope, you're just a pain in my back, and I'm very stubborn." Nezuko replied as she ran for her sword, only for an arrow to spiral around her arm and begin twisting. The intent behind the move was obvious, the demon was trying to break her arm so she couldn't hold her weapon. "No matter. We will kill you by sunrise," the arrow demon spat. Nezuko tried to think of something to keep her arm from breaking, or else this would seal her death. Not sure if what she was about to try would work, she leapt into a back handspring. A move Mitsuri taught her. Her guess proved right, and the arrow loosened around her arm. She ran up the side of the house, flipping backwards once she leapt off the wall. The arrow loosened completely, releasing her arm as she landed. "Well, even if you did kill me, you wouldn't be going back to Kibutsuji with my head," Nezuko told him. "Because my brother wouldn't let you," she added as more arrows flew her way. She ran for her sword, grabbing it just before she was swept off her feet by another arrow. "Do not invoke the MSTR's name so casually," the arrow demon yelled as Nezuko sailed into the air. "And your demon pet's wishes don't matter. He will be taken back to the MSTR once you're dead and he's been immobilized." "Did you just call him a pet?" Nezuko exclaimed incredulously. If this demon wasn't on her bad side before, he definitely was now. No one was getting away with calling Tanjiro a pet, not unscathed. The arrow vanished, sending her into a free fall. Nezuko had to act fast. If she didn't, the impact from the fall would kill her in an instant. She managed to use Blazing Universe to break the fall, and somersaulted to try and limit the damage to her body. This fight made her really thankful that Mitsuri had taught her so much about acrobatics. She managed to not die, but the midair somersault ended with her foot at the wrong angle. "Damn it!" Nezuko thought as pain jolted up her leg from her ankle. "You're certainly persistent, I'll give you that," the arrow demon sighed. "But it won't change a thing." Nezuko raised her sword, forcing herself to ignore the pain in her ribs and her ankle. Her new injuries wouldn't make this fight any less difficult than it was. But with her knowledge that moving in the direction of the arrows nullified their effect, she now had an advantage. Nezuko mixed her flame-breathing forms to move with and redirect the arrows, then noticed the things on the arrow demon's hands were eyes. Eyes with arrows on them. His blood demon art is controlled by those eyes on his hand. I have to sever his hands, then I can cut off his head. Nezuko thought as she jumped at the arrow demon. She feigned an attack for his neck, and the arrow demon created an arrow to protect himself. Nezuko smirked, then twirled to the side to cut off his hands with Form 3. As he yelled in rage and shock, Nezuko swung for his head with Form 8, Flaming Horizon. The horizontal slash cut cleanly through the demon's neck, severing his head. "You brat," the demon screamed. Nezuko paid him no mind, stabbing his severed hands and stomping on them in case he could still use them. The demon kept screaming as he disintegrated, and Nezuko let herself drop to her knees. She gave herself a chance to start recovery breathing, then began walking to where everyone else was fighting the Temari demon. Without the arrows, the Temari girl would need to rely on her skills alone. Nezuko just hoped the three demons facing her were okay. She wasn't even sure how much help she would be, considering how heavy her arms felt. Plus her damaged ribs and her aching ankle, she would probably need to sit on the sidelines. As the ball sailed towards Yashiro's head, Tanjiro leapt to intervene. This time, he put his leg between Yashiro's head and the ball, redirecting the ball before landing. Tanjiro turned to Yashiro to make sure he was okay. "Be careful." Yashiro snapped. "You can't be so reckless just because you're immortal. Please be more careful, big brother. We don't like it when you get hurt." Again, just like with those people in the village with the swamp demon, the person standing in front of him was briefly replaced with a face from what remained of his human memories. On instinct, Tanjiro raised a hand to pat the head of the boy in front of him. "Watch out!" Yashiro exclaimed. Tanjiro whirled around to see the Temari flying towards them. Tanjiro braced himself, then caught the ball. "What?" the Temari demon gasped, her eyes wide. With a growl, Tanjiro threw the ball back at her. He kept his focus on her, waiting for her to make a move. His arm stayed intact. So did his leg. Tamayo thought, shocked at the scene before her. Tanjiro hadn't even so much as flinched when the Temari hit him. "Lady Tamayo." Yashiro whispered as he came inside. "Let's escape while those two are keeping the other demons distracted," he added, getting a horrified gasp from Tamayo before he quickly declared he was kidding. Tamayo turned to the two demons outside. The Temari demon snarled before throwing her weapon. This time, the attack was aimed for Tanjiro's legs, but he reacted accordingly. To the shock of the other three demons, Tanjiro kicked the ball right back at its owner. "You think you're tough just because you figured out how to send my Temari back to me?" the girl exclaimed, only getting more growls while Tamayo and Yashiro watched in awe. The Temari demon dropped her ball, kicking it at Tanjiro the second it hit the ground. Tanjiro responded with a kick of his own. The two demons went back and forth, neither one causing any damage to the other despite the force they had to be putting into their kicks. All this, without even a drop of human blood. "Just how powerful are you, Kamado Tanjirou?" Tamayo wondered aloud. "How much blood did that monster force into your veins?" Her mind added unhelpfully. But it was the truth. Tanjiro had to have quite a bit of Kabutsuji's blood in order to perform like this without consuming anything from a human. Perhaps enough to compete with some of the 12 Kazuki. Maybe even the upper ranks. "Lady Tamayo, what did you give him?" Yashiro asked. "Just a medicine meant for demons, to speed up his regeneration. It isn't boosting his physical abilities at all." Tamayo replied, just as shocked as the boy beside her. "This is all Tanjiro. He's rapidly gaining strength. To think this is without feeding on humans. How much more strength would be gained from him eating?" Yashiro wondered aloud. Tamayo was thinking the same thing. If Tanjiro was able to do this with only sleep, and quite likely a lot of willpower, how much strength would consuming humans give him? Hopefully, we never find out. Tamayo thought before standing up. She stepped outside, planning to help Tanjiro. This time, instead of kicking the Temari back, Tanjiro kicked it up and headbutted it to the Temari demon. The impact left a hole in the wall, and a shocked demon. "You've done enough, Tanjiro," Tamayo whispered, placing a gentle hand on the boy's shoulder. He turned to her, his pupils dilating before he jogged to Yashiro. Once Tanjiro was out of the way, Tamayo scratched her arm and released her spell. It was time to end this. Nezuko just rounded the corner of the house when she heard the Temari demon say something about Kabutsuji, followed by a horrified gasp. "You poor thing," Tamayo said to the demon, revealing her bleeding arm. "You forgot you couldn't speak his name, and now you have triggered the curse. I pity you, but, farewell." Is this the curse Tamayo mentioned freeing herself from? Nezuko wondered as the Temari demon ran away from Tamayo, screaming and begging for forgiveness. But it was clear she was doomed the second she spoke her MSTR's name. A pair of grotesque arms burst from the demon's mouth and stomach before crushing her head, vanishing as the demon's body dropped to the ground. Nezuko was silent as she watched the gruesome scene in horror. This is what Kibutsuji can do to those he turns into demons, just by saying his name. She thought, staring at the demon girl's remains until a cloth was pressed over her nose and mouth. You fool! Lady Tamayo's spell is lethal to humans. Yashiro scolded her. Nezuko nodded in acknowledgement before grabbing onto the cloth, holding it up to her own face while Yashiro let go. Tamayo turned to the two with something akin to regret in her eyes. What was that, exactly? Nezuko asked as she pointed to the blood-stained kimono, her voice muffled from the cloth. Kibutsuji's curse. Tamayo replied. If a demon he controls speaks his name or tells anyone any information about him, his cells in their bodies will retaliate and destroy them from the inside. That's horrible. Even those who serve Kibutsuji, even those who give him their loyalty, aren't spared from his cruelty. Nezuko thought. If I didn't think he was a monster before, I do now. At least we defeated those 12 Kazuki. They weren't members of the 12 Kazuki. Tamayo corrected, pointing to the Temari demon's eyeball. The 12 Kazuki have their rank and number etched into their eyeballs. These two were too weak. That was weak. How powerful are the real 12 Kazuki if these guys are considered weak? Nezuko thought as Tamayo began taking a blood sample. Nezuko knew she broke at least one rib in that fight, and she had to fight demons stronger than that. Nezuko, I must apologize. Tanjiro inhaled some of my spell. Tamayo spoke up. Nezuko spared a glance to her brother, finding him in a dazed state and nodding off. Is he gonna be okay? She asked. Yes, Tanjiro will be fine. He's just a little dazed from the spell. Tamayo replied. Still, I am sorry he got caught up in it. As long as he's okay. Nezuko assured the demon woman. Tamayo nodded, and the demons went into the house. Please, a weak voice called out, bringing Nezuko's attention to the demon girl's remains. She sounds so young now. Nezuko mused as she picked up the fallen Temari and placed it beside the bloodied kimono. How old were you when you received that monster's blood for the first time? She wondered aloud. Play with me, the voice whispered as the sun's light touched the remains, burning what little was left of the demon to ashes. You couldn't have been older than most of my little siblings were when Kibutsuji killed them. You've killed and eaten a lot of humans, but you were still a child deep down. Nezuko thought. I promise, I will find a cure and I will stop Kibutsuji. I'll make sure no more children suffer this fate. With the demon gone, Nezuko hobbled back to the house, trying to keep her weight off her bad leg as much as possible. Tanjiro. Tamayo. Yashiro. Down here. Yashiro replied to her calls, bringing her attention to the open door leading to the basement. Come down if you wish, but hurry it up. Yashiro. Just kidding. Yashiro amended after the scolding tone Tamayo sent his way. We're down here, Nezuko. Feel free to come down. Tamayo told her. Nezuko made her way down the stairs, quickly finding herself in her brother's embrace. I'm okay, Tanjiro. Nezuko whispered to reassure him, unable to hold back her giggles as Tanjiro patted her head. How's your neck? She asked as she stepped away to properly check the spot where the Temari had ripped off Tanjiro's head. It had healed perfectly, not even a scar to show what happened. Nezuko breathed a sigh of relief once she knew Tanjiro was unharmed. At least physically. Something in his eyes said he didn't want to repeat the experience. And Nezuko could understand that, seeing one's headless body would be disconcerting to any reasonable person. His little sister was safe. He could tell she was injured, but it wasn't anything that would lead to worse injury if she was careful. After letting Nezuko check him over, he turned around and ran back to Miss Tamayo and Yashiro. Once he was within arm's reach, he hugged the female demon. Step away from Lady Tamayo. That's so rude. Yashiro snapped, jealousy and protectiveness spiking in his scent. "It's all right, Yashiro," Miss Tamayo replied. Not for the first time, Tanjiro saw a brief flash of different people in the two demons' positions. He couldn't quite put names to their faces, and he wished he could, but he knew the people he saw were important to him. He reached out, patting Yashiro's head while the other demon boy tensed. "Hey! Knock it off," a voice echoed distantly in Tanjiro's head. For just a second, he saw a boy a few short years younger than him and Nezuko, stepping back in an attempt to avoid Tanjiro's affection. Instinctively, he chuckled and reached out to ruffle Yashiro's hair again. It's just like he would do with Takeo. Nezuko thought as she watched Tanjiro ruffle Yashiro's hair, much to the older demon boy's protests. It was like she was seeing her little brother again, and she couldn't stop a sad smile from making its way onto her face. She could practically hear Shigeru teasing Takeo about blushing while the second Kamado's son kept trying to duck away from Tanjiro ruffling his hair. "Is there a reason he's like this?" Tamayo asked. "I guess he sees you as family." Nezuko replied with a chuckle. "You may be demons, but I think you're as human to him as me," she added, panicking when Tamayo began crying. "Oh, no. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry, Miss Tamayo," she yelped. "Tanjiro, come back here." Nezuko reached out to pull Tanjiro away, only for the demon woman to return the embrace. "Thank you. Thank you, Tanjiro." Tamayo whispered, her hold tightening for a moment before dropping her hand and letting Tanjiro return to Nezuko's side. Something in Tamayo's eyes spoke of great loss, an immeasurable grief and sadness, but she kept most of it concealed with a calm and collected, if slightly solemn, expression. "Thank you for your help, Miss Tamayo," Nezuko said. "I'll make sure you get that blood, so you can make a cure." "Yes. Thank you for your help, Nezuko. Even what little blood I have now will be instrumental in developing a cure." Tamayo replied as she wiped away her stray tears. "Oh, and Nezuko?" "Yes, Miss Tamayo. I was wondering if you would like us to take Tanjiro under our care." Tamayo asked, causing Yashiro to start twitching as his veins bulged. "We will have to leave Asakusa, either way. Kibutsuji now knows of our whereabouts. Not to mention, some of my patients may have figured out I'm a demon. Children and the elderly can be especially perceptive. Tanjiro might be safer with us." Nezuko turned to Tanjiro, her gaze drifting to the earring he still had while her hand hovered by the earring she wore herself. "Kibutsuji sent those demons after us for these earrings," she thought. Tamayo and Yashiro had been put in danger because of them. She jumped when Tanjiro grabbed her unoccupied hand, turning her attention back to him. One look in his eyes gave her the answer she needed, and she turned to Tamayo. "I appreciate the offer, Miss Tamayo. However, Tanjiro and I will be staying together. And I'd hate to put a larger target on your backs if Kibutsuji sends any more demons after Tanjiro or me." "I understand," Tamayo said while Yashiro visibly relaxed. "We should check your injuries, and get them dressed," she added. Nezuko nodded before she was hoisted onto Tanjiro's back. Tamayo smiled at the siblings before leading them to another room. "I will notify you when I make a usable cure, and Tanjiro will be the first to receive it," Tamayo told Nezuko. The sun had begun to set, they would be parting ways soon. "I can't thank you enough for your help," Nezuko replied. "I'll get as much blood to you as I can, so we can make that cure faster." Tamayo smiled, turning to the package she had prepared and picking it up. "Here," she said as she held out the package to Nezuko. "I can't guarantee a good taste, but it'll provide you with some nutrition for your travels." The demon slayer opened the package, and her face lit up with a smile. Nezuko turned to Tamayo before hugging the woman. Tamayo had to fight her tears as she returned the girl's embrace. She hadn't realized just how badly she missed such a carefree embrace, how much she missed her husband and children. "Thank you, Miss Tamayo," Nezuko whispered, stepping back and pulling out the other contents of the package. "And what are these?" "To help you collect blood samples." Tamayo answered, holding up one of the blades. "Just stab into the demon, and it will fill up with blood. Yashiro and I will send a concealed carrier to transport the blood samples to us." "Got it," Nezuko replied, pocketing the bag of bladed syringes. Kamado Nezuko. "Your next mission," a crow squawked from the wall. "You must go south. Southeast. People have been disappearing in the forest. Go." "All right. I'm going," Nezuko yelled at the crow before turning back to Tamayo with a sheepish smile. "Duty calls. I hope I get to see you again, Miss Tamayo." She turned slightly. "You too, Yashiro," she called into the house. "Until we meet again." Tamayo chuckled. Nezuko nodded, taking Tanjiro's hand in hers and leading the way off the property. As the Kamado's siblings left, Tamayo silently wished them luck once again. "Kibustiji Musen, you've made the greatest mistake in your life, haven't you?" Tamayo thought with a faint smile. That monster's time was coming, and she couldn't wait to see him. Rot in. Hell. South. Southeast. I heard you the last 30 times, you'd med bird. Nezuko snapped. She was tired, her not quite healed injuries were sore, and her crow's nagging squawks were becoming more annoying by the second. "Just quiet down for a few minutes. Please," a new voice wailed, bringing Nezuko's attention to the girl up ahead on the road. Clinging to the girl's knees was a boy with yellow hair and a yellow haori that faded into orange with white triangles all over. "Please. Marry me." "What is he doing?" Nezuko wondered. "Please," a new voice wailed, bringing Nezuko's attention to the girl up ahead on the road. Clinging to the girl's knees was a boy with yellow hair and a yellow haori that faded into orange with white triangles all over. "Please. Marry me." "What is he doing?" Nezuko wondered. The girl was clearly uncomfortable, so Nezuko decided to intervene. A sparrow flew over and chirped at Nezuko as it perched on her shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll handle it," she whispered, walking up to the boy and grabbing him by the haori. She quickly noticed the Demon Slayer uniform under the boy's haori, and recognized him from Final Selection. The one who was panicking about dying, despite surviving a week on a demon-infested mountain. And he didn't have a scar after that week. "Wah," the boy mumbled. "Aren't you ashamed?" Nezuko demanded. "You're making a scene in the middle of the road, this young lady is obviously uncomfortable with your advances, and you're stressing your poor sparrow out. Have some self-discipline. That uniform, you're that girl from Final Selection," the boy gasped. "Doesn't mean I'm defending you after that pitiful display I just walked in on." Nezuko replied. "After what I just saw, I have half a mind to walk away and pretend I didn't even see you. You don't understand. She's in love with," the boy was cut off by a harsh slap from the civilian girl. Nezuko let go of the boy and let the other girl slap him for a moment before gently patting her shoulder. "I think that's enough," she whispered. "There was only so much damage a person could take. At what point did I ever say I loved you? And I already have a fiancé, which I've been trying to tell you. I only came to check if you were all right because you were on the side of the road and I thought you were ill," the girl snapped. "It seems you're fine, though, so good day. I hope I never have to think about you ever again. I'm sorry about him. I'll handle it from here on out, so feel free to head home," Nezuko said. The girl bowed before replying. "I wish you luck, then. You're probably going to need it," she sighed before walking off. Nezuko turned to the boy. "Why'd you do that?" he asked. Nezuko rolled her eyes before reaching out and flicking the boy in the forehead. He shrieked as his head snapped back, rubbing the spot Nezuko had flicked once he had fallen over. "Have some respect." Nezuko scolded him. She wasn't interested. You should have just backed off. You're an embarrassment to humanity, much less the Demon Slayer Corps. My youngest brother whined less. Hey. I'm probably gonna die on my next mission. And because you interfered, you need to protect me. Either that, or we get married, the boy wailed. Nezuko responded with a slap of her own. This guy really had the gall to suggest she marry him. For interfering in an obviously undesirable situation. Now I see why that girl was so irritated. How desperate are you that you ask for the hand of the next girl? Show you common decency, she snapped. If you're so scared of dying and so obsessed with marriage, why did you even become a demon slayer? I had no choice. I got conned by a woman and racked up a lot of debt. And the old man who took it over turned out to be this tough-as-nails instructor. Hinakami, give me patience. Nezuko thought as she pinched the bridge of her nose. If she asked for strength, this boy wouldn't be surviving the next 5 minutes. His wailing had begun to give her a headache. He made me train to the bone every day. I wanted to die, it was so hellish. I thought I was going to die in the final selection, but I didn't, and, the boy devolved into more crying and wailing while bending over backwards. Nezuko would be impressed if he wasn't acting so pathetically, and started to tune out the screaming. Couldn't you have, just run after the final selection? It would be easy enough to pretend you died on Mount Fujikase. Nezuko replied with an exasperated sigh. This boy seemed cowardly enough to try and do so. The boy gasped in response, as if offended by what Nezuko could only say was an obvious conclusion. How could you say that? I couldn't do that to Gramps. Sure, his training was torturous and I couldn't get away, but I still care about him. He yelled. Plus, even if I did try that, he always knows when I try to run away. He'd find me sooner or later. Oh. Nezuko hummed before turning and walking away. The boy was still annoying and a pathetic coward, but she could understand he at least cared about his mentor. They must be close, if this boy called his trainer such a familiar term as Gramps. It made her think of Saburo. Rough around the edges, but he still cared for and helped Nezuko and her family on multiple occasions. Hell, he was the main reason she was even alive at the moment. Hey, wait. The boy called out as he ran beside Nezuko, snapping her out of her reminiscing. Could you at least introduce yourself? Kamado Nezuko. But you're not allowed to call me Nezuko until I say so, got it? It's Kamado or nothing. She answered. Alright, Nez Kamado. The boy replied. My name is Agatsuma Zenitsu. It's nice to meet you. He added with a faint smile before his stomach growled. Sorry. I ate the last of my rations a while ago. Instinctively, Nezuko reached into her haori and grabbed her last onigiri and handed it to Agatsuma. Here. She said. Agatsuma accepted the offered food, but hesitated to start eating. Aren't you hungry? He asked. That's my last one. Nezuko admitted. But you don't have to worry about it. The Rengoku family may have gotten her to have 3 full meals a day after finding out about her bad habit, but that didn't mean she wasn't willing to share her food with someone in need. Old habits die hard, and all that. She was surprised when Agatsuma split the onigiri in half and offered her one half while biting into the other. Thank you. She muttered. I'd feel pretty bad if you went hungry because I ate the last of your food. He replied. Kamado Nezuko. Agatsuma Zenitsu. Make haste. Tenuji squawked from overhead. Your mission is close. It talks. Agatsuma shrieked. Yep. Let's go. Nezuko replied before running after her crow. The 2 demon slayers came to a stop outside a house in the middle of the forest. Well, a house in the middle of nowhere is a good resting spot for a demon. Nezuko muttered. What's that sound? Agatsuma asked. Nezuko strained her own ears to figure out what he was talking about, but her attention was drawn to shuffling in the trees. She followed the noise, and came across a pair of trembling children. Siblings, if she had to guess. "Hello." Nezuko spoke up, taking another step. The children, however, leaned away and clung to each other tighter at her approach. "It's okay. I won't hurt you," Nezuko assured them, kneeling in front of them before turning to Agatsuma. His sparrow was resting on his head. Nezuko whistled, and the little bird flew to her hand. "Chew." The sparrow chirped. Nezuko smiled and turned to the children. "I have something to show you," she told them before revealing the sparrow. "A tame sparrow. Isn't he adorable?" The children slowly let go of each other and approached Nezuko to get a closer look at the sparrow. "Is this house yours?" Nezuko asked. "No," the brother exclaimed. "It belongs to a monster. It took our older brother. We were walking down the trail last night. It came out of nowhere and grabbed him," the sister added. "We followed the blood trail here, but we're scared to go inside." "It's okay. It was smart of you to try and find him," Nezuko whispered with a gentle smile. "We'll go in there," she added, pointing to Agatsuma. "That yellow-haired boy and I fight monsters like what took your brother. We'll go inside, stop the monster, and bring your brother back to you." "Does anyone else hear that?" Agatsuma asked. "It sounds like a Tsuzumi drum." "What?" Then Nezuko heard it. It did sound like a Tsuzumi drum. After a few more beats from the drum, someone came flying out of the house. Nezuko ran to catch the man, but quickly realized it wouldn't have done much. He was too injured, he would die soon. "I got out," he gasped. "I got out. But sh. It's okay." Nezuko reassured the man. "You survived long enough to escape. I'm sorry you won't get to go home, but you did something that not everyone can do when they're captured by demons." The man died seconds later, and Nezuko turned to the siblings. "Was he?" "No. Our brother had an orange kimono," the brother answered. Nezuko nodded, turning to the house the man had just been thrown out of. "Then there's a chance he's alive in there," Nezuko muttered, shrugging off Tanjirou's box. There was scratching in protest, and Nezuko made sure her mouth was hidden from the siblings by the box before replying. "Don't worry. I'll be okay," she whispered before taking Tanjirou's box and placing it beside the siblings. "Stay close to this, okay? If we aren't back by nightfall, open it up, and what's inside will protect you. Please look after it." "Okay," the sister replied while the brother nodded. Nezuko turned to Agatsuma. "We're going in," she stated, leaving no room for argument before she walked up to the door. "Wait!" Agatsuma cried. "We can't go in there. We'll die for sure." Nezuko sighed in frustration, then whipped to face the whining demon slayer. She made sure to emulate her mother's rare but powerful scolding glare. "Fine, then," she replied with a small amount of venom in her tone, walking towards the house. Unsurprisingly, Agatsuma yelped and ran after her. "I'm sorry, I'll go," he wailed. "Just please don't make that scary face anymore. Don't let me force you into this," Nezuko muttered before opening the door and walking in. "Oh, I don't like this place," Agatsuma whispered as the two demon slayers carefully traversed the halls. "But at least you're here, so I probably won't die. Hopefully," Nezuko mumbled before turning to Agatsuma. "There is something you should know, though. During my last mission, I got pretty beat up. I broke a rib, and sprained my ankle. My injuries haven't fully healed yet," and Agatsuma cut her off with screaming she really should have expected. "You have broken bones? Why didn't you say anything earlier?" "We're dead for sure," he cried before both demon slayers' attention was drawn to the two siblings running towards them. What are you doing here? Nezuko asked. I thought I told you to wait outside. We're sorry, the brother replied. It's just that, your box was making a lot of noise, and we got scared, he admitted while his sister nodded. Tanjiro probably started scratching because I wasn't as close as I normally am when he's in his box. Nezuko silently reasoned with herself before returning her focus to the kids. Still, I wish you hadn't left it alone. That box and what's inside it are more precious to me than my own life. Not to mention, the demon inside was probably stressed to the point the only thing keeping him from breaking out of the box was the sun. If it weren't for that, she had little doubt Tanjiro would have busted himself out and run after either her and Agatsuma or the two siblings when either group left. Sorry, the sister mumbled. Everyone startled at a sudden noise, and Agatsuma bumped the girl into the next room. Nezuko ran after her, and gasped when the door changed. Wait. Nezuko thought, looking around. The entire room was changing. Is it the house that's suching, or are we teleporting? Nezuko wondered, keeping a gentle but firm grip on the girl. The rooms finally stopped changing, and Nezuko quickly focused on comforting the girl. I'm sorry you got separated from your brothers. But we'll find them and get out of here, okay? She said quietly. Okay, the girl replied with a small nod. What's your name? Nezuko asked. Teruko, the girl answered. Teruko. That's a lovely name. Nezuko told her with a smile. Your parents picked a great name for. Nezuko trailed off as a chill raced up her spine. Nezuko was gone. Where did she go? Was she okay? She was still hurt from her last fight. Tanjiro pressed his hand to the door, straining his senses for any sign of his little sister. She couldn't move as fast as her scent had just moved. What took her? The bamboo cracked as he bit into it, tears welling up in his eyes. Nezuko was out there by herself, and he didn't know where she was. He looked at the door to his box, praying his little sister was okay as he considered getting out and looking for her himself. Nezuko turned to the open door, and immediately spotted the demon right outside the room. He was massive, easily towering over Nezuko if they were to stand side by side, and drums were growing out of his body. Just like the sound echoing from this house as the rooms changed. He must be the cause of all this. Nezuko guessed. Meddling bugs, the demon snarled. Teruko opened her mouth, likely to scream, but Nezuko quickly pressed her hand to the child's mouth. We have to stay quiet. Nezuko whispered. When I pull my hand away, you can't scream. Got that? Teruko nodded, and Nezuko slowly withdrew her hand. If it weren't for those pesky insects, I would have the mare chi by now, the demon said. Mare chi. I've heard that term before, but I can't remember what it means. Nezuko thought. She turned back to Teruko, then pointed to the nearby dresser before raising her index finger to her lips. Teruko nodded, then ran for the dresser. While the younger girl hid, Nezuko slowly drew her sword. She leapt at the demon, and it tapped the drum on its left shoulder. At the sound of the drum, Nezuko lurched to the side. Eek! Nezuko turned to Teruko, and noticed the entire room had spun around. So that's his blood demon art. The drums control the room. I need to figure out what each one does. Nezuko noted before turning back to the demon. The mansion was his territory, so it stood to reason the drums embedded in his body controlled the place. The drum on his left shoulder spun the room to the left, so the one on his right shoulder would probably have the opposite effect. It was the ones on his hips and stomach that were hard to figure out. But she would have to, if she wanted to slay this demon and escape this mansion. Better watch out, a new voice cackled. 'Cause ready or not. Here I come. One of the doors was shattered to pieces as the new arrival leaped into the room. What the hell? Nezuko thought, her eyes wide as she looked at the guy. A boar's head concealed his face, though his lack of a shirt left little to. The Imagination in terms of his physique, and he held a pair of chipped blades tinted a faint blue. They had to be Nicaran blades. This boar-headed, shirtless man was a demon slayer. "All right, you monster," the boar man growled. "Die on the battlefield, and serve as my catalyst, so that I may become even more powerful, and soar to new heights." Infuriating. Just infuriating, the drum demon spat. "Hope you're ready, 'cause I'm comin' through," the boar declared, raising one of his chip swords. He leapt at the drum demon, who tapped his left shoulder's drum again. Nezuko jumped as the room spun, though Teruko and the boar guy both tumbled at the shift in gravity. "Hold on to the furniture, Teruko," Nezuko told the girl, ducking as the boar leapt at her. He used her arms as a springboard, and she turned to him. "Be careful. It's a bad idea to attack so recklessly with that demon's powers," she snapped. The boar man only laughed as he flew towards the drum demon. "How maddening," the drum demon spat. "All these wretched insects running amok in my house." This time, 2 drum beats came from the drum growing from his left hip. All 3 human occupants stumbled backwards as the room shifted again. Nezuko bit back a pained yelp as she hit the floor. She really needed to start handling this better. Left hip, backwards. Nezuko noted, wrapping her free arm around her aching ribs. This fight would certainly not be doing the broken one any favors. Right must spin forwards. But there's still that drum on his stomach. I still don't know what that one does, but I should figure it out sooner rather than later. Maybe that's the drum that suches the rooms around. Teruko crying out and the boar's excited cackling brought her attention to the two, and the boar man standing with one leg on Teruko's back. "I can't believe the room spun around. Now this is what I call a fun time," the boar man laughed. "Get off of her." Nezuko yelled as she ran at the boar, kicking his foot off Teruko and grabbing his leg to toss him aside. He skidded to a stop, staring at her through. Honestly, Nezuko wasn't sure what he was looking through. But he had to be looking through something. Hopefully, he was looking through something. "Who the hell are you?" he asked, as if just noticing Nezuko as something other than a springboard. Maybe he was fighting blind, then. "You idiot. You shouldn't step on people like that, much less kids." Nezuko snapped as she helped Teruko to her feet. "You could have hurt her. Apologize right now." The boar laughed in response, and Nezuko clenched her jaw. "I like your spunk," he exclaimed joyfully. "And that's the first time I've been sent flying by a human." He lunged at the 2 girls and sliced, and Nezuko leapt back with Teruko in her arms. "Watch it!" Nezuko yelled. "Isn't he a demon slayer? He should know we can't attack each other unprovoked, right? These swords do a lot of damage. They're not the kind that you delicate little flowers use," the boar man snarled. "Excuse me?" Nezuko exclaimed indignantly. "Delicate little flower? I'm not some delicate maiden in need of saving, I'll have you know." She turned to Teruko. "Not that there's anything wrong with that," she whispered before focusing on the boar again. "I'm a demon slayer, as well. If you think I'm any less capable because of my gender." "What's gender?" the boar man asked, tilting his head. Nezuko's brain stalled at the question, taking a minute to process the fact this guy just asked her what gender was. How does he not know what gender is? She asked herself. "I'm talking about that sword," the boar man snapped, raising his own swords and pointing one at Nezuko's blade. "The way mine shred through flesh is what I pride myself on the most," he declared. "Well, don't waste your time going after me," Nezuko told him, pointing her own sword at the drum demon. Surprisingly, he was still at the door. "The demon's right there. We attack those. Not humans. And I still expect an apology for stepping on Teruko, here." "You think I care?" the boar man demanded, jumping at Nezuko. Ice clawed at her insides, and she turned to the drum demon. "Measly insects. You're irksome. Now die. He hit the drum on his stomach, and both demon slayers had to leap back as claw marks tore up the tatami mats. Okay, so that one doesn't swch the room around. Nezuko thought. Not that the claw attack was any better. She'd honestly have preferred if the stomach drum was the room-suching drum. The boar guy leapt away from another attack, and the drum demon hit the drums on his shoulders. Right, then left. Nezuko followed the spin, gritting her teeth against the pain in her broken rib and her not-quite-healed ankle. The demon then hit the drum on his left shoulder, followed by his right hip. Nezuko ran for the back of the room while the boar man fell through the doors. Nezuko turned to the demon, watching him mutter to himself. A drum beat echoed through the house, and the demon was gone. Wait. He didn't hit any of the drums. But then, how did the room change? Another drum beat changed the room again. What happened? Teruko whispered as she trembled in Nezuko's arms. We're gonna be okay. Just stay close to me, okay? Nezuko assured her. Teruko nodded, and the girls left the room. Nezuko opened the door, glancing to her right and spotting a mutilated corpse. Is something wrong? Teruko asked. Nezuko turned to the girl with a reassuring smile, resting a hand on Teruko's back. It's nothing to worry about. Nezuko told her, guiding Teruko out of the room and making sure she wouldn't see the dead body. She was far too young to see that kind of horror. Just keep looking forward, she added as they walked down the hall. As they turned, Nezuko felt a faint tug from her instincts. She turned to Teruko, gesturing for the younger girl to keep quiet before turning to the door. She opened it to a boy who looked similar to Teruko and her brother. The boy's eyes widened, his hand raising to hit the drum he was holding. A Tsuzumi drum, one that looked just like. Wait! Nezuko exclaimed. Kiyoshi! We found you! Teruko cried, running to her brother and hugging him before he could strike the drum. Nezuko followed the girl, kneeling in front of the two siblings. You're okay. Mostly. Kiyoshi muttered as he returned his sister's embrace, his gaze drifting to his leg. Nezuko followed his eyes to the bleeding wound, then reached into her haori. I have just the thing, she told him, pulling out the small package. A friend of my mentor is a doctor, and she made this ointment to help wounds like this heal faster and hurt less. There was some sort of medical jargon for the stuff that made it hurt less, but Nezuko couldn't remember it at the moment. She opened the container, spreading some ointment on Kiyoshi's wounds before wrapping his leg in gauze. My name's Kamado Nezuko, by the way. Thank you. Kiyoshi said as Nezuko finished dressing the wounds. You're welcome. Nezuko replied, smiling gently at the teary-eyed siblings. I'll get you two out of here, I promise. I'm a demon slayer, I fight monsters like the one that took you, she told Kiyoshi. Could you please tell me what happened? That monster, he said he was going to eat me. Kiyoshi replied, trembling as he continued to hold Teruko. Then the two other demons showed up. They started fighting, over who was going to eat me first. Not unusual for demons to fight over food, especially when they're on another's turf. Nezuko thought. The drum demon. One of the other demons. Ripped this drum out of his back. I grabbed it and struck it, then the room changed. Kiyoshi continued. I've been doing that ever since. Hitting the drum whenever one of them got too close. So that's what's been changing the rooms. That drum demon has been getting as turned around as the rest of us, then. Smart thinking, Kiyoshi. Nezuko assured him. Even if it caused trouble for the slayers, it also made for quite the inconvenience to the demons. Did the demons say anything unusual while they were fighting? They kept calling me Merchi. I don't know what it means. As if on cue, Tanuji appeared and squawked for their attention. How did you get in here? Nezuko hissed. Mere chi is used to describe someone with rare blood, the bird squawked, seemingly ignoring Nezuko entirely. That's what it meant. Nezuko grumbled, smacking herself in the forehead before grabbing her crow. Off you go now. Stay outside, please, she said before tossing the bird out of the room and shutting the door. What did that, talking, crow mean? Kiyoshi asked. Mere chi is a word used to describe humans with rare blood. Basically, the rarer the blood type is, the more appetizing it is to demons. It gives them more strength too. Eating one mere chi is like eating up to 100 humans with more common blood. Nezuko explained. Some mere chi have such rare blood, it can even drive demons into a state similar to a drunken human. Luckily, your blood doesn't seem to be that rare, she added, faintly recalling Kyojiro once mentioning a fellow Hashira having such blood. So, what do we do? Keep doing what you've been doing. Nezuko told him, resting her hand on the drum. You two stay here. If anything tries to open the door, use the drum to swch the rooms. I'll handle that demon, and come back once it's safe for us to leave. I'll call your names before I open the door, so you know it's me. Okay. Kiyoshi replied while Teruko nodded. Nezuko nodded in reply, standing up and pivoting towards the door. She turned to the siblings. When I leave the room, strike the drum, she whispered before running, the echo of the Tsuzumi drum making the rooms swch the second she crossed the threshold to the next room. Now, to find and take out that drum demon. Once he was out of the way, any other demons should be easy enough to deal with. You pests, he snarled. Speak of the devil. Nezuko thought with a smirk, drawing her sword as she sprinted towards the drum demon. So infuriating. He struck the right shoulder drum twice, and Nezuko leapt towards the ceiling as the room rotated. She flipped around, landing on her free hand and gently setting her feet back on the ground. Icy claws tore through her torso, and she jumped to the side just as the stomach drum was struck. The claw attack cut through the air where Nezuko had been. She kept a firm eye on the demon, watching for which drum he would strike next. Right shoulder. She jumped to the right side wall, jumping back left as the left shoulder drum was hit. She ducked another claw attack, following the pattern of drum beats carefully. The room flipped, sending her plummeting towards the demon once it was done. But the demon wouldn't be so stupid as to flip the room so he could get decapitated. Nezuko felt the freezing claws once again, and flipped midair to avoid the attack. That was way too close. Nezuko thought. Any slower, and she would have been cut to pieces. Her broken rib and ankle flared up again, the pain worse than before. She was straining her injuries. Jumping around with the spinning of the room limited greater damage, but that still meant moving around and tensing her muscles around the broken bones. Even with Miss Tomayo's hard work to heal her at least a little, Nezuko knew she hadn't fully recovered from that fight in Asakusa. Come on, Nezuko. You can do this. She thought, wrapping an arm around her aching ribs. You may not be the oldest sibling, but you're still the eldest daughter. Push past the pain. She couldn't help but think about what would happen if she faltered. The marks left behind by the attack were deep enough to cut right through a human. She needed to figure something out. Her mind drifted to Mitsuri. How the love Hashira had adapted flame breathing into her own unique style to account for her uncanny strength and flexibility. Then she remembered what Shinjiro said. How 5 breath styles were created from sun breathing to better match each user's strengths, and limit the strain caused by the first breath style. Could she adapt flame breathing to work with her injuries instead of against? Hinakami Kagura was out of the question. Nezuko still couldn't get more than a single form in before it decimated her stamina, maybe 2 if she was lucky. Using it would be making herself a sitting duck, especially if she missed Kyogai's neck. But if she combined the forms of flame breathing best suited to her needs, maybe even throwing in some of the techniques used in love breathing. That could work. Nezuko tumbled to her left as the room spun again, gritting her teeth against the pain. Wah! Nezuko being broken isn't gonna do anyone any good. Wait. Why was Agatsuma crying in Nezuko's head? Would you shut up? What are you even doing in my head? Nezuko snapped. Get out. This is my head. She turned to the drum demon. She could do this. She picked up her sword, raising it above her head and pointing the tip of the blade to the demon. I've lasted this long. And I'll keep surviving, she declared, tightening her grip. No matter what it takes, your head will be severed from your body. I will not yield. The room spun again, and Nezuko jumped to whichever wall was going to become the new floor. She had to make sure to land either on her uninjured ankle or her hands. Come on. A few broken bones aren't gonna slow you down. As if sensing her thoughts, the speed of the spins picked up, giving Nezuko less time to react. As the room spun backwards, she grabbed onto one of the ceiling lamps. She couldn't win if she just kept bouncing around. She was forced to release the light due to another claw attack, and barely clung to the doorway as her landing broke the doors off their tracks. Way too close. Curses, the drum demon snapped. This is irritating. I need to consume some mer chi before it's too late. Nezuko barely managed to get back on her feet before the room flipped and she landed on her back. She probably had more broken ribs now. Her injuries slowing her down and the speed of the attacks made it difficult to think. She jumped away as ice tore through her torso again, turning to the demon she was fighting. What's your name, demon? She demanded. He faltered at the question, obviously not used to demon slayers asking such questions. It's Kyogai, he answered as Nezuko landed. Well, Kyogai, listen up. Nezuko declared. I will fight tooth and nail to ensure you don't get your hands on that boy. Neither will any of the demons running rampant through this place, you hear me? You won't be able to break me. I will get my hands on that boy, and reclaim my rightful place among the 12 Kazuki. Kyogai declared, his eyes rolling forward to reveal blue irises. A 12 Kazuki? Nezuko thought, her eyes widening. No, he said he'd reclaim his place among them. So he's an ex-Kazuki. This is one of the demons with the highest concentration of Kibutsuji's blood. I won't let that happen. It's useless to think I'll let you go without a fight, she yelled. Kyogai tensed up, his teeth gritting with a snarl. Get out of my sight, he roared before striking the drums at a rapid speed. CRP was all Nezuko could think before she was being thrown around the room like a ragdoll. She couldn't even tell which drum was being struck, and the speed of the rotations began to make her head spin. Nezuko closed her eyes, hoping to mitigate the dizziness. It made her really glad Tanjiro was outside instead in the middle of this madness. The familiar chill raced through her, and she leapt back from the claw attack. Now it had 5 slashes. She was tossed around again, and spotted the papers on the floor. She couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it was clearly handwritten. Please be more careful while I'm working, you guys. Nezuko's own voice exclaimed. She had been sewing while her younger siblings were playing, trying to keep them from stepping on the fabric so it wouldn't get dirty or torn. Someone worked hard to make this. Nezuko's eyes widened as she realized she was falling right towards the papers. She twisted around, barely managing to land her hand between the scattered papers. Looking closer, she could see it was a story of some sort. Nezuko was in no way a professional, but what she could see of the writing was quite appealing. She carefully leapt to her feet, taking care not to soil the papers in any way as she got to an uncovered area of the floor. Then she realized the drumming stopped. She turned to Kyogai to see his eyes were wide, a hand stalled over one of his drums. I got this. She assured herself as she ducked 2 more claw attacks. Quick and shallow breaths, that'll reinforce the muscles and reduce the strain on the broken rib. She jumped over the next claw attack. Land lightly, just like Mitsuri taught you, so you don't strain your ankle. Kyogai growled, and Nezuko took a breath. Flame breathing is too intense in the movements for me to use it properly with my broken rib and sprained ankle. Nezuko recalled. Most of the flame breathing forms required strong footing, the exceptions being the first, fifth, and ninth forms. With her ankle, she couldn't achieve the footing she needed. Love breathing has movements more suited to my needs, but it was made with Mitsuri's longer, more flexible sword and unusual body constitution in mind. She dodged another set of claw attacks, wondering why the room wasn't spinning madly anymore. But maybe, if I combine the two, I can figure something out. Love breathing was created from flame, the two have enough similarities that it shouldn't be hard to mix them. Kyogai watched the demon slayer girl as she began moving. She was fast, her steps feather-light as she ran towards him. Something was different about her after she narrowly avoided stepping on his writings, but he wasn't sure what. Use the acrobatics of love breathing to get close. Nezuko kept running, focusing her instincts. The opening thread appeared before her, and she leapt into the air. Then strike with a combination. Kyogai, she exclaimed, getting the demon's attention. Your blood demon art is pretty impressive, she told him, the compliment causing him to stall. Combined love and flame breathing, sixth and second forms. She leapt off another wall, using the momentum to backflip as she swung her sword. Cat-legged winds of the rising, scorching sun. Her blade sliced through Kyogai's neck, and the two tumbled to the ground. Nezuko managed to somersault, then made the mistake of taking a deep breath. She spat out a long string of curses that would have earned her some very disappointed looks from her mother and Tanjiro if they heard her. Demon Slayer girl, Kyogai croaked. Nezuko turned to him, bracing her arm around her torso to ease the pain in her ribs. Did you really think, my blood demon art, was impressive? It was. Nezuko answered. I can't forgive you for killing as many as you did, but I also can't deny that you were a really tough opponent, she added, turning to the papers. Those writings. Are they yours? She asked, turning back to the demon. You saw them? Kyogai gasped. I suppose I should thank you for not soiling them. It's rude to mess up someone's hard work. Nezuko replied, grimacing from the ache in her ribs. And the writer of those papers clearly poured their heart and soul into it. What you did as a demon was horrible, there's no denying that. But, she shrugged, reaching into her haori for one of the knives Tamayo had given her. Maybe in your next life, you can pursue your passions. Thank you. Kyogai whispered. Nezuko nodded before tossing the knife at his disintegrating body, walking up to it as it filled with blood. Ichem. This is really cool. Nezuko muttered as she withdrew the blade. She turned to the meowing of a cat, finding a small calico with Yashiro's talisman on its chest and a small bag on its back walking towards her. Hey, little guy, she giggled, petting the cat as she slipped the knife into its little backpack. Get this to Miss Tamayo, please, she whispered. The cat began walking away, meowing again and vanishing. Hopefully, an ex-Kizuki will at least be a start. Nezuko thought, turning to the open door. Now she had to find Kiyoshi and Teruko, and get them out of this place. As he woke up, Zenitsu was practically assaulted by the sound of fear. No, fear wasn't a strong enough word to describe it. It was more like panic or terror, desperation echoing through the air as well. The sound of claws scratching against wood didn't help. He turned towards the sound, spotting Kamado's box. The box that was housing a demon. A demon, who sounded terrified out of its mind, protectiveness flaring in the noise. Was the demon worried about the demon slayer carrying it? Come to think of it, despite the demon sounds, it does sound kind of similar to Kamado's sound. Zenitsu thought, turning to find Shoichi in tears beside him. Is everything okay? He asked the boy. Yeah. We fell out of the second-story window. But you protected me, so I didn't get too hurt. Shoichi told him. Then why the tears? Zenitsu inquired, reaching back to scratch his head when he felt something wet in his hair. He pulled his hand away, and it was covered in red. Oh, I see. I fell right on my head, didn't I? Before Shoichi could answer, a familiar sound approached. The fifth survivor. Coming through, the guy yelled, cackling about something or other when his eyes landed on the box. Aha! I found you, demon, the guy exclaimed, running for the box. That box and what's inside it are more precious to me than my own life. He had to protect it. Despite being a demon slayer himself, Zenitsu had to protect that box and the demon inside it. If Kamado considered it more precious than her own life, then he would risk his to keep that demon safe. Stop, he yelled, diving in front of the box. Teruko. Kiyoshi. Nezuko called out, carefully opening the door to the room the siblings had been left in and barely dodging a book being thrown her way. It's me. It's Nezuko, she exclaimed, catching the next book before it hit her square in the forehead. Nezuko. Teruko gasped. Sorry. The drum disappeared, so we panicked. Kiyoshi added. Nezuko dropped the book, turning her attention fully to the siblings and smiling gently. It's okay. Nezuko chuckled, reaching out to pat each of their heads on instinct. The drum disappearing means the monster is gone. You're safe now. Teruko began crying, clinging to Kiyoshi while Nezuko crouched on her good leg with her back turned to Kiyoshi. Hop on. It'll be easier on your leg if I carry you. Thank you. Kiyoshi replied before climbing onto Nezuko's back. Nezuko stood up, making sure to go into recovery breathing and put as little weight on her sprained ankle as she could, and the two girls began walking. With the Tsuzumi drums no longer affecting the house, it was easy to find an exit. What they found when they got outside, however, was a whole different situation. Move out of the way. Fight back, the boar-headed boy from earlier yelled as he kicked an already battered and bruised Zenitsu. Zenitsu, who was curled protectively around Tanjiro's box. No. I won't, the blonde screamed. This box is important to someone I know. She said that it's precious to her. More than her own life, so I'll protect it with mine. He's protecting Tanjirou. Does he even know he's protecting the very thing we're supposed to kill? Nezuko thought, gently placing Kiyoshi back on his feet. Teruko and her second brother both ran to support him, but Nezuko barely focused on that. Don't you know there's a demon in that box? Boarhead snapped, raising one of his chipped blades above his head. If you're not gonna move, I'll skewer you with the DMN thing. Zenitsu still didn't relinquish the box, even though he definitely knew about the demon Nezuko was carrying now. In fact, he curled up even more tightly around it. No. Nezuko yelled, running towards the boy and ramming her shoulder into his side. As the boar-headed demon slayer stumbled, Nezuko got into a defensive stance. Don't you realize it's taboo for demon slayers to raise their swords to each other without being provoked? That's why Agatsuma didn't fight back. Kamado. I protected the box. Zenitsu mumbled. And I can't thank you enough for that. Nezuko whispered. She felt a faint pinch in her back before dodging a charging boar man. Thank you, instincts. Impressive dodge. But you're no match for me. Even without a sword, I'll take you down. Boarhead cackled. Nezuko ran at him, and he dodged to the side. Nezuko responded accordingly, stopping and swinging her leg into his chest. She both felt and heard the ribs cracking from the force of her kick. Even with the amount of force she used, however, her leg remained unharmed. Zenitsu must have heard the cracking ribs, too, considering his shocked shriek. Will you calm down for 1 second? Nezuko yelled. We aren't supposed to fight each other without good reason. She kicked again, only for Boarhead to bend over backwards to dodge. That was way further back than most humans can go. His flexibility must be on par with Mitsuri. Then I'll fight the demon. Boarhead replied. The sun is out, you dimwit. Nezuko corrected as she lowered her leg. What did you call me? Boarhead demanded. Dimwit. I called you dumb. Every member of the Corps knows demons can't go into the sun. They fear it. Nezuko answered. Just stand down, and it'll be easier on all of. She was cut off by her own shocked yelp as a pair of legs swung around her head, then threw her onto the ground. And that's more broken ribs. I should really see a doctor soon. I don't think so. Boarhead laughed, standing over Nezuko with one foot on either side of her. If you get taken down so easily, then you have no reason to give me orders. He declared, tilting his head back to resume cackling. Oh, now he's in for it. Nezuko thought, glaring at the boar mask. Boarhead had made a massive mistake. Nezuko raised her leg to her chest, then pushed her leg up with all the force she could muster. Her foot landed right between Boarhead's legs. Never expose your weak spot. Ack. Where did you just kick him? Zenitsu shrieked while Boarhead crumpled to the ground with a pained wheeze, his hands covering his groin. Where do you think? Nezuko deadpanned as she stood up and walked up to Zenitsu. She was about to ask him if he was okay before her instincts reared up again. She whipped around, grabbing Boarhead by the shoulder with one hand and raising her other to his mask's forehead. She flexed her fingers into position, to calm down. With a flick of her fingers, Nezuko sent Boarhead's head snapping back. She let him go, letting him stumble while his mask slipped off his head. The face underneath. Are you kidding me? That's what you look like. Zenitsu screamed, getting slapped by Nezuko because God, did he need to get a grip. What the hell are you saying? Boarhead asked as he pulled his hand away from his bleeding forehead, revealing his surprisingly soft and feminine face. There was no denying he was a boy, his voice and body confirmed that, but his face was disorienting, to say the least. We just couldn't help but notice your face is different from what we expected. Nezuko replied. Are you saying there's something wrong with my face? Not in the slightest. Your softer features are actually quite eye-catching. Well, since you fought so well, I'll give you my name. It's Hashibara Inosuke, don't you forget it. Hashibara Inosuke. How do you spell that? Nezuko asked, only for Hashibara to tense up. I don't know. I never learned how to read or write, but it was on my. Hashibara stopped talking as his eyes rolled back and he toppled over. Ack. He's dead. Zenitsu yelped. He's fine. I probably concussed him with that forehead flick. Nezuko muttered. She walked up to Hashibara and leaned over to gauge the damage, unsurprised by his glassy eyes and foaming mouth. He would definitely be down for a while. She had used a full power flick on him, and she could already see a nasty bruise forming under the blood. You can do that? But you flicked me when we first met. Zenitsu exclaimed. Yeah, and I held back with you. I didn't want to fracture your skull. Nezuko replied as she took off her haori and folded it into a makeshift pillow for Hashibara. When I go all out, I can bruise the forehead of someone whose head is hard as a rock. The only reason I didn't fracture this guy's skull is because he had the boar mask protecting him. Now cover him up with your haori, and then we're going back inside to retrieve the corpses. Okay. Zenitsu mumbled, removing his own haori and draping it over Hashibara's torso. The two demon slayers went inside, retrieved as many corpses as they could find, and began digging graves with the kid's help. Ha! Everyone's attention was drawn to Hashibara as he leapt to his feet. While still screaming, he pointed at Nezuko. You! Fight me! Can't you see we're busy? Zenitsu protested. How do you act this way after waking up with a concussion, anyways? Zenitsu's right. Nezuko agreed. We're not done burying the dead. And I don't want to make your concussion worse by fighting you. That, and we all have broken ribs and really need to see a doctor before one of us pierces their lung. She tacked on mentally. Why are you putting all those dead people in the ground? Hashibara asked. Because it's respectful. Zenitsu snapped. We could use your help. Nezuko added. We still got a lot of corpses inside, which need to be brought outside for burying. I don't see the point in that. Why should I help you losers? Hashibara retorted. Nezuko sighed in response. It seemed like it was time to use some good old-fashioned manipulation. You don't have to make excuses, Inosuke, she replied with a sweet smile and a shrug. If you're in too much pain to help, then we'll let you sit this out. We all have different pain thresholds, after all, and I wouldn't want you to strain yourself trying to help. And it's gonna be really hard work to move all the dead. So feel free to get some rest, we can handle this ourselves. What did you say? Hashibara demanded. Just you watch. I'll bury 100, no, 200 bodies, he yelled before bolting into the mansion. Zenitsu stared at where the other boy had been a moment ago, then turned to Nezuko. She was well aware she was smirking. That's sweet of him, to volunteer for the work despite his injuries, she giggled mischievously. How? Zenitsu whispered. I know how to deal with stubborn kids. Nezuko answered matter-of-factly. While none of her siblings were really the same as Inosuke in terms of ego, she was familiar with the stubbornness the shirtless boy expressed. Come on, let's dig some more graves while he's busy finding corpses. While the group prayed over the graves, Inosuke was ramming his head into the nearby trees. What's that boy doing? Teruko asked. Just look the other way. Kiyoshi whispered, getting a hum of agreement from Shoichi. Yeah. Probably best not to think about it. Nezuko thought before Tenuji squawked overhead. Descend the mountain. Descend the mountain, he ordered. The group stood up and began their trek, and Nezuko turned to Inosuke. We're headed down. You should probably come with us, she called out. No. Inosuke yelled in reply. I'll carry you if your injuries hurt too much. Nezuko replied, unsurprised when Inosuke rushed to meet the group. He continued to headbutt the trees as they descended. Nezuko wanted to advise him to stop, if only to prevent his concussion from getting worse than it already was. But she decided to leave him to it. At least he had some form of head protection, and trees weren't as hard as Tanjiro's head. Will you three be okay from here? Nezuko asked the three siblings as they came to a fork in the road, handing Kiyoshi off to Shoichi. Yes. Teruko replied with a smile. We'll be sure to be careful. Kiyoshi added. Tenuji descended, hovering above the siblings before puking up a purple bag. Merci. Carry this with you, he squawked. What is it? Kiyoshi asked, cringing as he held up the bag. Wisteria. Nezuko answered, able to faintly smell the flowers inside the pouch. It's a demon repellent, they can't stand the stuff. It'll probably help cover up your scent, too, so you'll be less noticeable to demons as a merci. Thank you for your help. Shoichi exclaimed. Nezuko smiled at the siblings, and jumped slightly when Teruko hopped forward and wrapped her arms around Nezuko's waist. I'm glad I could help, she replied, returning Teruko's embrace and trying to keep her tears back as she was reminded of Hanako. She couldn't help thinking about how long it had been since she'd gotten a hug like this. She let Teruko go, and grabbed onto Zenitsu to keep him from clinging to poor Shoichi. Safe travels, you three, she said before the three demon slayers continued down the mountain. Nezuko moved Tanjiro's box so it was resting on her front, then hoisted Zenitsu onto her back. I'm gonna bring you down, you loser. Hashibara yelled. He finally stopped head-butting the trees, thankfully. I have a name, you know. Nezuko snapped back. Kamado Nezuko. Kamaboko Sukimoko. You're going down. Hashibara replied. Who are you talking to? Nezuko demanded, because that was not the name she just gave to the boar-wearing demon slayer. You. That's not my name. Kamado Nezuko. That's what I said. Excuse me. Zenitsu spoke up from where he was draped across Nezuko's back. Could you keep it down, please? Sorry. Nezuko muttered as they continued their trek. They followed Tanuji until they came to a house with a wisteria flower and the kanji for wisteria as a crest. A wisteria house. It is time to rest and recover from your injuries. Tanuji squawked. Nezuko, without even looking at the dead bird, grabbed him by the foot and dragged him so he was eye level with her. Only then, did she turn to him. Now it's time to rest. I just finished a mission with broken ribs and a barely healed ankle sprain. You couldn't have sent me to one of these places yesterday, she said incredulously. Tanuji responded with a nervous laugh while Inosuke leaned closer. Let's eat this thing, he suggested. What? Tanuji exclaimed. If he wasn't needed, I would say to go ahead. But I kinda need this dead bird for missions and stuff, so he stays alive. Nezuko replied. Is that what they're for? Inosuke asked. Before either of the other demon slayers could ask any questions, namely about his crow, the gate to the wisteria house opened to an elderly woman. May I help you? The woman asked. Sorry for bothering you so late at night. Nezuko replied. A ghost. Zenitsu yelped, getting jabbed by Nezuko. Shut it, she hissed while Inosuke walked up to the woman. Inosuke, please don't fight the old lady. She hasn't done anything, she groaned. Should I presume you are all demon slayers? The woman guessed. Yeah. What's it to ya? Inosuke demanded, poking the woman's hair. At least he wasn't trying to fight her. The woman smiled at them, then turned around and walked towards the house. She was unusually fast for a woman of her age. Then again, Nezuko knew not to underestimate the spryness of those connected to the Demon Slayer Corps, regardless of age. Shinjiro was in at least his 40s, had barely moved aside from what was required of him, and had been drinking himself under the table for years when they first met. He could still kick her rear end as much as Kyojuro could. Probably even more so. Old age in the Demon Slayer Corps probably just meant someone knew more ways to kick the juniors' sorry butts. We have fresh clothes, as well as a warm bath to cleanse your bodies, the woman told them, revealing a room with 3 futons with yukatas neatly folded on top of them, followed by a room with baths filled with faintly steaming water, then a room with 3 tables of food. And a warm meal, to cleanse your souls. She has to be a monster. She has. Nezuko whipped around with a glare and slammed her fist into Zenitsu's head. After cleaning up and changing, the trio sat down to eat. Despite having his own tray of food, however, Inosuke decided to stuff his face with food stolen from Nezuko's tray. Don't steal other people's food. Zenitsu scolded the other boy. Inosuke only laughed, taking another bite of Nezuko's meal and smirking at her. He was obviously trying to rile her up. Unfortunately for Inosuke, Kamado Nezuko was an older sister. And Takeo was notorious among her siblings for stealing from either her or Tanjiro's helpings if they didn't eat fast enough. You must be really hungry, Inosuke. Nezuko giggled, holding out her bowl of rice. Would you like some more? I'm happy to share. Inosuke yelled in frustration, clearly not getting the results he wanted. Nezuko kept smiling, grabbing her chopsticks and eating her rice. Here. Zenitsu sighed as he put a portion of his own meal on Nezuko's plate. Since he stole most of your food, I might as well give you something to eat besides crumbs and rice. Thank you, Zenitsu. Nezuko replied. She may or may not have also snatched some food from Inosuke's tray. After finishing their meal, they were led to their room. Once Miss Hisa left, Inosuke skidded to the nearest futon. First come, first served. I'm taking this one, he declared, patting the futon. Okay. Feel free to sleep wherever you're most comfortable, Inosuke. Nezuko replied before turning to Zenitsu. Is there one you would prefer, Zenitsu? Inosuke screeched. And threw a pillow, hitting Zenitsu square in the face. After they chose futons, a doctor came in and looked over their injuries. According to the doctor, it was bad. That was all he said. A part of Nezuko wanted to ask what exactly that man's qualifications were. Who would have thought? All of us have broken ribs. Zenitsu muttered. Inosuke responded by pushing his bangs aside to reveal the bump on his head. This bump hurts a lot more. You deserved it. Nezuko mumbled. I'm sorry for the damage, but I'm not sorry for standing my ground and fighting how I did to keep you away from my box. Excuse me, I'm hurting too. Zenitsu whispered. After a small argument between the boys, Inosuke fell asleep. At least, it seemed like he did. It was hard to tell with the boar mask and the lack of knowledge on his sleeping habits. Zenitsu. Nezuko spoke up after she was pretty sure Inosuke was actually asleep. What is it? The yellow-haired boy asked. Nezuko crossed her legs, turning her gaze to Tanjiro's box for a moment before answering. Thank you for protecting my box. I'm sorry you got beaten up so badly for it. Nezuko told him. Its contents are, really, really important to me. I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to what's inside, she added. Zenitsu smiled softly, and Nezuko could also see a faint blush. You're welcome, Kamado, he replied. Call me Nezuko. After what you did, I think I'm okay with it. Nezuko responded. I have one question, though. Zenitsu admitted. Why are you traveling with a demon? How long have you known? Nezuko asked. Since we met. This is going to sound creepy, but I've always had really good hearing. Zenitsu explained, gesturing to his ears. Everything and everyone around me has a specific sound, and demons have a really specific sound. I could hear it from your box. You knew the whole time, and you still protected the box from Inosuke. Nezuko gasped. You said it was more precious to you than your own life. If this demon is that important, then you must have a good reason for traveling with it. Zenitsu replied. You're not creeped out by my hearing, though, he wondered aloud. Nezuko smiled. My older brother has always had a really good nose. What you said about people's sounds, he's told me the same thing about people's scents. Nezuko admitted. She could recall asking Tanjiro about it one time. She never understood exactly what he meant when he described how certain things smelled, like emotions and honesty, but it was interesting to hear about it all the same. So no, your hearing isn't creepy to me, she added. Zenitsu started tearing up, but he also smiled. Thank you, Nezuko, he chuckled, only to shriek when the box's door creaked. It's not locked. Zenitsu screamed as he scrambled for the closet while the box began to open. Tanjiro must be awake. Nezuko thought. As she predicted, the box opened fully and her brother crawled out before growing to his full height. I thought he'd be a bit more frantic after the situation earlier today. Though Tanjiro was calmer than expected, there was still a notable difference from when Nezuko last saw him. His muzzle, or what was left of it, was hanging around his neck with a noticeable amount of the bamboo missing. Did he eat the muzzle? Nezuko, who is this? Zenitsu asked, getting Tanjiro's attention. Zenitsu, this is my older brother. Tanjiro. Nezuko answered, gesturing to said brother as he tilted his head to the side in curiosity. Tanjiro, this is Agatsuma Zenitsu. We met earlier today. Tanjiro seemed to snap into awareness before he hugged her close, and quite tightly, while nuzzling his cheek against her forehead. Tanjiro. Ribs. Nezuko wheezed, prompting Tanjiro to let her go. Immediately after, he began checking her over for injuries. I'm okay. We're getting a break, so I can heal up properly this time. Nezuko assured him, unsurprised when Tanjiro hugged her after doing his impromptu checkup. This time, he was much more gentle about it. Is he okay? Zenitsu asked. Yeah, he does this. Nezuko admitted. I'm sorry for stressing you out, Tanjiro. I just didn't want to have you fighting when there were other demon slayers with me, she sighed. Tanjiro grunted in response, resting his chin on Nezuko's head. Yeah, I definitely worried him by leaving him outside. Kyogai's blood demon art probably didn't help matters. She thought as she let Tanjiro fuss over her. It was pointless to try and stop him. Demon or human, he was always worried more about others than himself. How long is he going to keep doing that? Zenitsu inquired. Tanjiro turned to him, letting Nezuko go and approaching the yellow-haired demon slayer. The other boy tensed up, but Tanjiro only reached out to pat his head. Zenitsu remained tense until he seemed to realize that Tanjiro wasn't trying to intimidate or eat him, then he relaxed while Tanjiro continued patting with a smile. Why is he patting me? He asked, keeping his gaze on the hand that was on his forehead. It's just something he does. He did it to our younger siblings all the time, and I think it's just instinct for him to pat the heads of people he likes. Nezuko told him. Tanjiro stopped patting Zenitsu, turning and running to Nezuko. Once he was in front of her, he shrunk down to his child size and sat down in her lap. It's good to see you, too, big brother. Nezuko chuckled, running her fingers through her brother's hair. Zenitsu, I have a comb in the box. Would you mind grabbing it for me, please? She requested while untying the ribbon holding Tanjiro's ponytail in place. Zenitsu walked over to the box, kneeling and reaching in before offering the requested comb to Nezuko. Is this it? He asked. Yes, thank you. Nezuko replied as she began combing through Tanjiro's hair. Looks like I might have to cut up some bamboo shoots. If you're chewing through your muzzle, we're gonna need spares. Nezuko muttered. As much as she hated the thing, she made a promise. And she had to keep it in order to better convince the other Hashira that Tanjiro was worth sparing, when he was inevitably discovered. She looked up, making eye contact with Zenitsu. I promise that it's perfectly safe. Tanjiro won't attack anyone he doesn't think is a threat, and his sense of smell can let him know if there's danger, she assured him. Tanjiro grabbed onto what remained of the muzzle, seeming content to gnaw on the bamboo while Nezuko combed his hair. I didn't expect a demon to have such a kind sound. Zenitsu spoke up while Nezuko finished tying Tanjiro's hair back into its usual ponytail. Tanjiro's always been a kind person. Nezuko said with a shrug. He's one of the kindest people I know. Tanjiro turned around so he was facing Nezuko and patted her face, pouting with a mix of concern and determination. I'm okay, she whispered in the hopes of reassuring him, even as her eyes began to sting with unshed tears. Nezuko, he muttered before standing up and moving behind Nezuko. Tanjiro. Nezuko said quietly as Tanjiro hugged her, nuzzling the top of her head like he had done earlier. Thanks, Tanjiro, she chuckled, smiling solemnly. As much as Tanjiro wasn't the same person he was before turning into a demon, moments like this reminded her that her brother still had bits of his human self in there. This is the weirdest day I've ever had. Zenitsu muttered. I'm going to bed, he added before flopping onto his futon. Nezuko was about to stand up when arms hooked under her back and the crook of her knees, picking her up and carrying her to the empty futon. Tanjiro laid her down, patting her head once his arms were no longer full of Nezuko. You'd better not start humming. Nezuko muttered. Her brother was great at plenty of things, music was not among those skills. And she doubted turning into a demon did anything to fix his tone deafness. Tanjiro only responded by tilting his head before walking back to his box. He picked it up and brought it beside Nezuko's futon. Nezuko smiled, then laid down and curled up to get ready to sleep. "Good night, big brother." Nezuko mumbled as she pulled the blanket up so she was fully covered. Good, na. Night. Tanjiro replied with a smile, despite the hoarseness of his voice and the struggle to form the words. Nezuko smiled solemnly. Even with the struggle, the painful reminder of just how much Tanjiro's transformation changed him, it felt nice to hear his voice. While Nezuko drifted off, she felt a familiar warmth curl up against her. "Thanks, Tanjiro," Nezuko whispered before she finally let sleep claim her. As Nezuko's breathing evened out, Tanjiro snuggled closer to her. She was safe. She was okay. She'd be able to heal now. He'd make sure of it. As he let himself drift off again, Tanjiro felt something like a small fire in his chest. A gentle warmth flowing through his veins that lulled him deeper into sleep. Zenitsu woke up the next morning to find the box right above Nezuko's head, but no demon inside. However, a look at Nezuko's futon revealed an extra lump under the covers. The demon Nezuko was traveling with, who was apparently her older brother, was probably under there to hide from the sun. But Zenitsu decided not to interrupt. Tanjiro's sound was kind, Zenitsu guessed he could trust the demon. And wasn't that the contradiction of the century, a demon having a kind sound? But it was undoubtedly true. Confusing, but true. "So, you know about the demon too?" "Ah, yes. The reason for the majority of Zenitsu's injuries. A crazy guy wearing a boar's head. I knew the whole time." Zenitsu sighed in reply. "I don't know what that demon's power is for it to convince Nariko it's not evil, but we need to deal with it." Hashibara muttered. "What do you say we kill it, while Kimiko is still sleeping?" "Are you crazy?" "No." Zenitsu protested, trying not to be too loud in case he woke up Nezuko. "If she wakes up, and the demon she's carrying is dead, she's going to slaughter us. I just know it." He had heard it in their sounds, the care and protectiveness the siblings had for each other. If anything happened to one, the other would certainly have no mercy. And Zenitsu wasn't about to get on either of their bad sides. One was a demon, and the other could fracture his skull with a flick. He had every reason to avoid making them angry. "Then we'll need to watch over it. If it strikes, then we kill it." Hashibara grumbled. "Just quiet down." Zenitsu sighed. Hashibara huffed, then his footsteps made their way to the sleeping siblings. "She's letting it sleep with her." "That's asking too." There was a loud thud, causing Zenitsu to snap upright to see what was going on. Hashibara was on the ground, and Nezuko's leg was slipping back under her blankets. Was she still sleeping? Zenitsu turned to her, and was shocked that she only hummed before snuggling further under the blanket. "If you want to try a stealth kill, try lowering your volume," Nezuko mumbled. "And maybe not while the demon you're trying to kill is near someone who was woken up at the slightest indication of dawn by excited yelling for 2 years. So you're half awake by dawn out of habit?" Zenitsu guessed, getting a hum as his only response while Nezuko sat up. Once she rolled out of bed, she adjusted the blanket so it covered the box. "Come on, Tanjirou," Nezuko said, a disgruntled grumble accompanying the sound of an unimpressed demon. "Don't give me that look. You need to be in your box during the day." Another grumble was Tanjirou's response. "Tanjirou, I'm not risking an open door or window reducing you to ashes. Besides, even if we are inside, I don't want the residents of this place to freak out if they see you." Is she really having a conversation with a demon who isn't actually saying words to her? Zenitsu wondered. This girl truly was a mystery. "Come on, in the box," Nezuko instructed her brother with a sigh. "I promise, you can come outside at night. But during the day, you stay in here. It's where it's safest for you." Aside from Tanjiro's quiet whimper, Zenitsu also heard the sounds of guilt from the demon. Zenitsu wondered what, exactly, Nezuko's brother would feel guilty about. I know you want to look after me, but you've looked after me plenty in the first 12 years of my life. Nezuko whispered. Let me return the favor for at least a little while, okay? And rest, big brother. With that, there was shuffling until Tanjiro settled in the box. Both Nezuko and Tanjirou's sounds sang with familial affection while the box closed, and Nezuko straightened out her futon. Their newest day has officially begun. He was gone for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And what does he come back to? Inosuke collapsing, again. At least he wasn't clutching his groin, this time. But he seemed to be unconscious again. What just happened? Zenitsu asked, turning to Nezuko and watching her shake out her hand. Oh, God, she flicked him again. Did he die this time? He needs a bath. Nezuko answered matter-of-factly. Because he still reeks, even after yesterday's bath, but he refuses to cooperate. So you flicked him again? Zenitsu shrieked. No, I'm not stupid. That would make his concussion worse. Nezuko retorted, acting as if it were obvious. Which it was. But in Zenitsu's defense, Nezuko seemed crazy enough to do it. He still didn't know whether her ferocity impressed or terrified him. Come on, help me get him to the bath. Nezuko muttered, grabbing Inosuke by his arms. Zenitsu grabbed him by his legs, and the two made their way to where their baths had been yesterday. At least his and Inosuke's. Zenitsu had no clue if Nezuko bathed later or in a separate room, and didn't ask because rather liked the rest of his bones not being broken, thank you. So. How did you knock him out? Zenitsu asked as he pushed open the door. Pressure point I learned about one time. You hit someone in the right spot on the neck, they drop pretty quick. Nezuko explained. I would know. I was a victim to it, once, she added under her breath, placing Inosuke's head on the ground with a surprising gentleness. Probably to not aggravate his concussion. As Nezuko began filling the bath, Zenitsu went about undressing the stupid boar. As cowardly as he knew he was, Zenitsu knew it was nothing but shameful to make a young lady like Nezuko undress a man she wasn't directly related or married to. Once he had the yukata off, Zenitsu draped it over the unconscious guy. He's undressed. Zenitsu spoke up, glaring a little at Inosuke's stupidly pretty face. How did such a ruffian of a guy have such a soft and girly look under that mask? Thanks, Zenitsu. Water's plenty warm, and the bath is full. Nezuko replied with a small smile, gratitude echoing in her sound. Zenitsu barely kept himself from shrieking over how appealing that smile was, but there was no way he wasn't as red as a tomato. Nezuko, thankfully, didn't comment if she noticed the blushing, and the two hoisted Inosuke into the bath. From there, Nezuko went to work on scrubbing down Inosuke. With a bunch of different shampoos and soaps, being careful all the while to not let his face go underwater. Inosuke woke up just as they finished scrubbing the grime out of his hair for the third time. The immediate lashing out ended with all of them soaked, followed by Nezuko profusely apologizing to the lady in charge for the mess. But at least Inosuke no longer smelled of whatever the hell raised him. Zenitsu was grateful for that, and it seemed like Tanjiro was, too. Hi, Mitsuri. I hope you're doing well, and that being a Hashira isn't too much trouble. I'm at a wisteria house right now, healing from some broken ribs and a sprained ankle. My last 2 missions have been brutal. By the way, are all the crows so insistent that you work while injured, or is mine just cruel? But I managed to kill a pretty powerful demon on my last assignment. An X-12 Kazuki. Tanjiro's also doing well. He's been a big help on my missions. His headbutts have gotten stronger, too. He caved a demon's skull in on my first mission, actually. It's nice to see him up and about again. I'm sure he'd love to see you again, and I would like to get a chance to chat too. We should arrange a meetup, if we can, even just a joint mission. How are your parents and siblings doing, by the way? I hope they're all doing well. If I get the time, could I maybe come with you on a visit? Also, I have a favor to ask. I'm going to send a letter to Kyojiro, too, asking about this, but I would appreciate all the help I can get. Could you collect blood samples from the demons you defeat? I found someone who might be able to make a cure for Tanjirou, but they need demon blood to make it. The stronger the demon the better. I can explain more later. Again, I hope you're doing well, and I can't wait to see you again. Sincerely. Nezuko. Once Nezuko finished the letter, she gave it to her crow. She'd write the letter for Kyojiro when Tenuji came back. Maybe she'd add a letter for Senjiro, check up on him and see how Shinjiro's recovery from his alcoholism was going. Who are you writing to? Zenitsu asked once Tenuji had flown off. A friend. We train together, and she's practically my big sister. Nezuko answered. Zenitsu's expression drooped a little, his gaze drifting to the stones in the garden. That sounds nice, he sighed, fiddling with the sleeve of his yukata. I had an older student training with me, too. Really? Nezuko asked, setting aside her writing supplies so she could properly face the yellow-haired boy. Yeah. Zenitsu muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. He's nothing like your friend, though. He hates my guts. Calls me trash, throws things at me, that sort of stuff. Oh. Nezuko replied. I'm sorry to hear that, she told him. I mean, I am pretty pathetic. Zenitsu admitted. But, you already knew that. You saw me right before that latest mission. Honestly, the fact you were one of 5 to survive final selection, and one of 4 to do so without getting a scar out of it, is pretty impressive. Nezuko countered, pointing to her own scar. I don't even remember the final selection, come to think of it. Zenitsu replied with a concerned expression. I got in the forest, saw a demon, passed out, and woke up in the wisteria. When I asked the Kikushi, they said a week had already passed and I survived. Huh, weird. Nezuko muttered. Whatcha talkin' about, weaklings? Inosuke demanded, his sudden appearance eliciting a shriek from Zenitsu while Nezuko tensed in unconscious preparation for an attack. Inosuke. Nezuko snapped, getting the boar boy's attention. Don't sneak up on people like that. I might have kicked you again. Inosuke's legs twitched a little at the reminder while Nezuko leveled him with a stern glare. That's what I thought, she muttered, getting to her feet and grabbing her haori off her folded uniform. She unfolded it, going over the material for any new tears. What are you doing? Inosuke asked. Just checking if my haori needs any repairs. Nezuko answered. No tears in need of mending. That was good. What's all this stuff for? Nezuko turned to Inosuke, finding him crouched by the table she had been using to write. He looked at it as if it held the answers to the universe, the intensity of his stare obvious behind his mask's glassy eyes. For writing, she answered before an idea came to her. Would you like to learn? Inosuke turned to her. Though the boar mask hid his face, she could imagine the indignant expression her question had elicited from Inosuke. Why would I need to learn how to write? He demanded. It's a way to communicate, you idiot. Zenitsu exclaimed. If you can't talk face to face, a letter is your best bet. Nezuko smirked faintly as an idea came to her. And all the best slayers know how to read and write. Nezuko added in a sing-song tone. It seemed that Inosuke's longing to be the best made it much easier to pick what to say to make him do certain tasks. Was it underhanded? Yes. But was it also effective? Inosuke began throwing a fit as Nezuko considered that. Most certainly effective. You'll see, Kimiko. I'll write you into the ground, he yelled. Can't do that if you don't learn. Nezuko informed him, looking around for a spare brush. And for that, you need a teacher, she added, holding the extra brush out to Inosuke and gently waving the used one. Inosuke snatched the brush she offered, examining it before turning to Nezuko with a determined grunt. Nezuko smiled, and the lessons began. Several hours later, Inosuke could write down the names of all 4 of their group and a basic greeting. It wasn't much compared to what most kids their age could do, but it was a start. Nezuko promised to teach him more later as she began her letter to Kyojuro. She finished just as Tanuji came back with Mitsuri's reply. After sending the crow off with food in his belly and a note for the flame Hashira, Nezuko settled down to read the letter. Hi, Nezuko. I'm doing really well. I've been hanging out with the serpent Hashira, Iguru Abanai. We've been going out for lunch from time to time. He's so sweet, Nezuko. He doesn't even judge me for how many portions I eat. On our last outing, he gave me this appealing Haori. I can't wait to show it to you. He even said he'd buy another one if I ended up ripping this one, but I'm trying really hard not to do that because it's such a appealing and thoughtful gift. I think I might like Iguru, Nezuko. But I'm not sure if I should tell him. I'd hate to ruin our friendship over my feelings for him. I'm so sorry to hear about your broken bones. You get better soon, okay? Your crow sounds kinda like a JRK. Urara always has new missions for me, but I can't recall her asking me to work if I'm injured. Especially something that's a big risk, like broken ribs. Congratulations on killing the ex-Kazuki, though. I hope you showed them who's boss. I'm so happy to hear that. Both of you, kick all the demon but you can. And I'd love to meet up with you both, too. I'll ask the MSTR if we can have a mission together sometime, or we can have tea or a meal. It'll be on me, okay? My family's doing wonderful, thank you for asking. I'll ask my parents if I could bring you over when we both have a chance to take a little time off, I'm sure they'd love to meet you. That's great news. You must be so happy, having someone who can help Tanjiro. I'll see if I can get something to collect blood samples in without RSNG suspicion, and get as many as I can. I can't wait to see you again, either. Stay as safe as you can, and be sure to take it easy while you're at the Wisteria house. Lots of hugs for you in spirit. Please give Tanjiro hugs from me, too, please. Lots of love. Mitsuri. Nezuko smiled at the note, happy to see Mitsuri was doing well. And from the looks of it, the love Hashira may have found what she was looking for. And in someone with whom she already had a mutual friend, no less. Nezuko began considering possible ways to get a gauge on Iguru's feelings for Mitsuri when a familiar weight leaned onto her shoulder. She looked outside to see the stars twinkling in the sky, then turned to Tanjiro. NNMPH. He gently nudged her, tilting his head when he noticed the note in Nezuko's hands. It's from Mitsuri. Nezuko whispered. And she said to give you these, she added quietly before lunging at Tanjiro, wrapping her arms around her brother in a tight embrace and squeezing with all her might. A hug delivered in true Kanroji Mitsuri spirit, though Nezuko lacked the older girl's backbreaking strength. MPH. Tanjiro returned the embrace, laughing as he picked up Nezuko and flopped onto his back. Nezuko squeaked as they fell, then smiled after they landed. I'm sure she'd love a big thank you hug from you, she chuckled. Are you guys okay? Zenitsu asked as he appeared in the doorway. We're fine. Nezuko assured him, sitting up and yawning. I'm gonna head to bed. Good night, she added tiredly before going to her futon and settling down to sleep. As Nezuko went inside, Tanjiro's gaze drifted to the yellow boy. The boy in question was staring at the doorway Nezuko had walked through, and the scent of affection was definitely there. Oomph. He reached out, tugging on the boy's sleeve and getting his attention. He leveled the boy with a stern glare, hoping it conveyed his thoughts properly. Sorry, the boy exclaimed after a moment. I didn't mean to stare at Nezuko for that long, he added, flailing his arms about as fear spiked in his scent. Tanjiro tilted his head, watching the boy fumble and try to collect himself. I just can't help but admire her. She's really strong, a lot stronger than me. I didn't know a flick could fracture a skull, the yellow boy explained, but Tanjiro already knew his sister was strong and had a powerful flick. Humph, the boy began rubbing the back of his neck. And I know I kinda sprung myself on her, but I feel really bad about it, the boy continued. Tanjiro released a tiny growl in response, but let himself calm down. The yellow boy didn't smell like he had bad intentions for Nezuko. I'm honestly surprised she put up with me for this long. She seems really nice, and I'm grateful to have her as an acquaintance. And she's really pretty, of course, but that's really the least of my worries. At that, Tanjiro hummed happily. This boy was already a much better friend than Yashiro, in his opinion. Tanjiro still hadn't gotten over the fact that Yashiro had dared to call Nezuko a hag. I promise, I'll respect Nezuko's space and boundaries. No matter how much I like her, I won't force myself onto her and make her uncomfortable. Tanjiro smiled behind the new bamboo. As much as this boy clearly held affection for Nezuko, Tanjiro was grateful he was focusing on not making Nezuko unhappy. He would be a good friend for her, Tanjiro was sure. I should probably figure out a way to say sorry to her about what happened when we first met, the yellow boy mumbled. Tanjiro patted the yellow boy on the head with a hum, then made his way into the room Nezuko was sleeping in. Whatever the yellow boy decided to do, Tanjiro hoped it was a good apology. The next morning, Nezuko woke up to Zenitsu face down in a dajiza at the foot of her bed. Ah! Zenitsu. The boy straightened up, his face more serious than Nezuko had seen from him in their short time together. She could see something behind him, but decided to focus on him for the time being. I want to apologize for what happened when we met. Zenitsu said. It was really inappropriate to act the way I did, and I should have been better. So. I'm sorry, Nezuko. Are you apologizing because you genuinely feel sorry, or are you afraid to end up like Inosuke? Nezuko asked. It was a genuine question. Nezuko knew she could be scary when she got angry. I really do feel sorry. Zenitsu answered. Nezuko felt no twist in her chest from a lie, so she could assume he was telling the truth. I mean, you are terrifying when you're angry. But that isn't why I wanted to apologize. I really feel bad for forcing myself onto you the way I did, and acting like a Zenitsu. Nezuko piped up, holding up her hand to get his attention away from his babbling. I understand you really want to say sorry, and I accept your apology. Okay. Just don't demand my hand in marriage, or call me your wife, or anything like that. Especially without my consent. Okay. Zenitsu nodded, and Nezuko smiled a little. Thank you for the apology. Of course. Zenitsu replied with a smile of his own. And please let me know if I make you uncomfortable, at all. I will, don't worry. Nezuko chuckled. So, are you gonna tell me what's behind you? Oh. Zenitsu exclaimed, turning around and grabbing whatever was behind him. I found some pretty flowers growing around here, so I thought I'd make you a flower crown as an apology gift, he told her, holding out the ring of flowers. Nezuko delicately took the crown, examining the flowers. See, Nezuko. See. Look what we made. A brief image of her siblings, smiles bright and surrounded by the mountain wildflowers, flashed in Nezuko's mind. Just like we learned. Nezuko. She startled back into the present, her stinging eyes meeting Zenitsu's wide gaze. Are you okay? Do you not like it? I can take it back if. No, no, no. Nezuko gasped, quickly realizing she was crying. I love it, it's appealing, she trailed off with a sigh. Just stirred up some memories. That's all, she assured him with a tiny smile before donning the flower crown. How do I look? Zenitsu's response was squealing, babbling, and falling over. Nezuko really considered getting him checked out for heart problems. The amount of freakouts he had in the last few days alone couldn't be good for him. Caw. Tanuji landed in front of the trio. After a month in the wisteria house, they were cleared to go back into the field. Nezuko, Zenitsu, Inosuke. The three of you must go to Mount Nadagumo. It's urgent, so make haste. Give us a chance to get changed first. Nezuko deadpanned as she grabbed her uniform, opening the door to leave the room. Why were you leaving? Inosuke asked. It's silly to walk out of the room and then come back. Just change in here, he added, getting slapped upside the head by Zenitsu. You idiot. Are you crazy? He yelled. It's basic etiquette. Girls change separately from boys unless the girl and boy are married. Or related, in some cases, but we are neither of those things. Zenitsu's right. Nezuko added with a shrug. It's not appropriate for boys and girls to see each other without clothes outside those situations. Well, that's dumb. Inosuke stated bluntly as he untied the obi on his yukata. Neither of us made the rules, and the people who did are long dead. Nezuko told him, swiftly turning around and leaving the room. The three demon slayers changed into their uniforms, and made their way to the gate. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Hisa. Nezuko said as she and Zenitsu bowed to the elderly woman. No need. to thank me, dear. It's our pleasure to house demon slayers. Miss Hisa replied. I wish you all luck in battle, and that you can live with your heads held high. Nezuko and Zenitsu turned around while Miss Hisa began striking sparks. Meanwhile, Inosuke yelled at the woman. Inosuke. Nezuko snapped, causing the boar-wearing slayer to straighten up immediately. At least he had started learning to behave himself, if only occasionally. Let her strike the sparks. Therefore good luck while we go on our journey. Inosuke trailed off at Nezuko's scolding glare, and he stood straight and stiff as a board while Miss Hisa finished the ritual. With that, the trio was off. Zenitsu and Nezuko tried to explain what Miss Hisa said to Inosuke, but eventually had to give up when the endeavor proved useless. Are you sure it's a good idea to let Tanjiro out? Zenitsu asked while Nezuko shrugged off Tanjiro's box and placed it on the ground to open it. The sun had long set, and they were approaching Mount Nadagumo. What if another demon slayer sees him? Then I'll explain. Nezuko answered as she opened the door. Tanjiro crawled out, growing to his normal size while Nezuko returned the box to its spot on her back. Besides, Tanjiro gets pretty restless if I don't let him out. I think he wants to protect me. If you say so. Zenitsu muttered before the group of four resumed their walk to Mount Nadagumo. They were almost at the base of the mountain when they saw a fellow demon slayer crawling away. Are you okay? Nezuko asked, running to the boy. You have to leave, he told them before being pulled back into the woods by some invisible force. I don't like this. Zenitsu yelled. Nezuko, Inosuke, and Tanjiro turned to him to see the yellow-haired boy curled up in a ball on the ground. This place is giving off all sorts of creepy sounds, I don't like it. We were sent here to help our fellow demon slayers. Nezuko countered. Something is capturing them and keeping them here. We have to find the demon responsible, and then we have to kill it. She turned to the mountain. She was getting a familiar chill up her spine. I don't like this, either. This place. I think there's a powerful demon here, she noted before turning back to Zenitsu. But that's all the more reason to go in there, and help everyone trapped in here. No, I can't. I'll die for sure. Zenitsu wailed. This is too scary, I'm not going in there. Zenitsu, we have to help them. Nezuko told him. We were called here to help, so we're going to help. If you want to curl up to pull yourself together and then join us, go ahead. But I'm going in there now, she added before turning away and walking into the forest. It didn't take long for two sets of footsteps to follow her. Nezuko turned to Tanjiro, who gently squeezed her hand. Thanks, Tanjiro. Nezuko whispered before their attention was drawn to the webs all over the forest. Great. Spiders. As if this place wasn't creepy enough. Nezuko muttered while Inosuke fought his way through the webs. What's with all this? The boar-wearing boy asked. I can't say for sure, but maybe. Nezuko trailed off and turned to her arm, spotting tiny white and blue spiders scurrying around her forearm with silk trailing behind them. Get them off. Nezuko quickly brushed the spiders off her arm, stepping on them for good measure once they were on the ground. Regular spiders are bad enough. Now we're dealing with demon spiders. Nezuko thought before turning to Tanjiro. Any sense you can track? She asked. Tanjiro only sniffed the air for a second before shaking his head and covering his nose with a series distressed growls, his discomfort obvious. Nezuko could only pick up a hint of what might have caused the reaction, and it was still irritating on her unenhanced nose. What's wrong with Gonpachiro? Inosuke asked. Strong sense of smell. Nezuko replied before both their attention was drawn to the sounds of clashing swords. Let's go. Nezuko exclaimed, following the noise to a clearing where a group of demon slayers were ganging up on one of their own. Hey! Inosuke yelled. We aren't supposed to fight each other, right? Then what the hell is going on with you guys? Inosuke, wait. Nezuko piped up. Their movements are too jerky for this to be by their choice. Something without sword fighting experience is controlling them. Who are you? The boy being ganged up on asked. We're fellow demon slayers. Kamado Nezuko and Hashibara Inosuke, rank Mizunoto. Nezuko answered, causing the boy's eyes to widen. You're only Mizunoto? They should have sent a Hashira, the boy exclaimed. The demons here are too powerful for anyone lower in rank. My entire team's turned against me, he added. Nezuko turned to the other demon slayers, spotting the barely perceptible lines shining in the moonlight. The spiders. Nezuko whispered before unsheathing her blade and slicing at the threads. Once they were cut, the demon slayer they were connected to dropped to the ground. Keep an eye out for the spiders. They're small, but I think their threads are what's controlling the others, she told the boys. And as for a Hashira, I might be able to do something about that, she added before whistling. What is it, Kamado Nezuko? Tenuji asked as he landed on Nezuko's head. I need you to find either Rengoku Kyojuru or Kenroji Mitsuri. Tell whoever you get to first that we need help on Mount Natagumo as soon as possible, she told the crow. Can you do that? Of course I can. Who do you think you're talking to? Tenuji squawked indignantly before taking off, leaving the forest to find the flame or love Hashira. What's that? The boy asked. Nezuko followed his gaze, finding Tanjiro peeking out from behind the trees. Long story short, he's my demon brother who hasn't eaten any humans. I'm trying to find a cure for him, so if you could please not decapitate him, I would appreciate it, she answered. I promise, he's on our side. He's saved my life more than once now. Are you sure? The other boy asked, clearly apprehensive. Nezuko nodded in response. What's your name? She inquired. Murata, he replied. Thanks for saving me. I'm kinda embarrassed for not noticing the threads earlier, he muttered, jumping when Tanjiro started patting his head. Oh, sorry. He does that a lot. Nezuko exclaimed before turning to Inosuke. Cut the threads. That'll at least slow down whatever demon is controlling them, she told him before gasping as a chill raced up her spine. It wasn't Kibutsuji, nowhere near powerful enough for that, but it was definitely a very powerful demon. She turned to the sky, finding a child floating above them. No, he wasn't floating. He was standing on the spider threads. I won't let you disturb our peaceful life, the boy said, the gaze of his uncovered eye piercing. Leave this place. No way. I'll take you down. Inosuke snapped, raising his blades while Tanjiro growled at the newcomer. Inosuke. Nezuko hissed, though she refused to take her eyes off the demon boy. No matter. Mother will make short work of you, he sighed. Mother? Is there some sort of alliance of demons here? But I thought demons never work together. Nezuko thought as the boy vanished. Hey! Get back here! Inosuke yelled as he moved to run off. Tanjiro was quick to intervene, snatching Inosuke up by the legs and holding him up with little hassle. Nezuko didn't miss how her brother added a little to his height, making sure Inosuke wouldn't touch the ground. Let me go. Kentaro. Let me at that stupid demon. Inosuke. Nezuko cut in firmly. We can't go rushing into things. That demon was powerful, going after it alone is a bad idea, she added. Inosuke grumbled, but relented. He bent backwards until he could grab Tanjiro's arms, doing so as Tanjiro released his legs. So, what do we do? Inosuke asked. Well, we need to find the demon controlling the others. Nezuko answered, her eyes widening when she noticed the puppet slayers were rising again. The spiders must have reattached them to the main demon. Any ideas? Yeah. Inosuke replied, stabbing his swords into the ground and kneeling with his arms outstretched to either side. Beast breathing, seventh form, spatial awareness. He stood there for a moment while Nezuko ran to help Murata with Tanjiro close behind. This way, Fuyuko. Go. Murata yelled as he parried another blow. I'll handle these guys. Ha. Weren't you the one crapping your breaths earlier? Inosuke responded. We can argue about this later. Nezuko cut in. I'll admit, it wasn't my best moment. Murata replied. But now I know about the spiders. You guys have to do something to save everyone. That demons got trapped. You heard him. Nezuko declared with a nod, wrapping an arm around Inosuke's waist and running off. Oh, he who knows where the demon is. Start navigating, she told him while Tanjiro caught up to them. Let me go first, Koyumiko. Inosuke snarled. Nezuko did so, shamelessly dropping Inosuke and letting him lead the way. I see. Kagaya sighed as he pet the crow. So many of my children have already been killed. This can only be the work of one of the 12 Kazuki, he muttered, turning his sightless gaze to the sky. The help of a Hashira is needed. Shinobu. Ju. I trust you will handle this. Yes, MSTR, the two chorused from behind him. Kagaya smiled, nodding to dismiss the two. Wouldn't it be wonderful if humans and demons could get along? Shinobu asked. What do you think, Tomioka? A pipe dream. Ju replied as the two Hashira left the mansion. Kagaya smiled. While he had seen a vision of either Mitsuri or Kyojiro, sending Ju and Shinobu wouldn't hurt. Please, a new voice cried. The trio skidded to a stop at the sight before them. A female demon slayer was being puppeted by the threads, her sword stabbing one of their fellow slayers. Run away, please. Or you'll die, too, the girl wailed as her arm was pulled back and her sword was withdrawn from the dead slayer. Please. Kill us, another voice wheezed. Nezuko gasped in horror at the condition the other slayers were in. Limbs were bent out of place, bones obviously broken and piercing internal organs. And a bunch of them were still alive. It hurts. Every time I move, my broken bones pierce my organs a little more. Please, kill us, and end this torment. A part of Nezuko desperately wanted to throw up, but she pushed it down. Now wasn't the time, and she had seen worse. But those people were already dead. A little voice whispered in the back of her mind. They weren't pleading for death because they'd already been put out of their misery. NNMPH. Nezuko yelped as Tanjiro pulled her away from the sword swinging for where her neck had been. She had been so focused on the cruelty these people were being subjected to, she hadn't noticed the girl's blade. My movements aren't my own, the girl screamed as her arms were yanked far beyond where they should have stopped. I'm not normally this strong. We'll figure something out. Nezuko replied, trying to calm her racing thoughts. Inosuke raised his swords, but Tanjiro grabbed his arm with a firm shake of his head. They're asking for it, Tantaro. Inosuke snapped. And if we get caught napping, we're dead. Inosuke's right, Tanjiro. Nezuko agreed as she parried a blow from the girl. We have to end their pain. I know you don't like it, but we have no choice. She twisted around to block another attack. But we need to figure out how to stop that demon from using their corpses as puppets before we do that. It won't do any good if we kill them and that demon can still move them around. MMPH. Nezuko turned to Tanjiro, and was shocked to see him running around the clearing with one of the puppet demon slayers following behind him. What's he doing? Nezuko wondered. Tanjiro stopped running, then turned around to face the demon slayer. He quickly grabbed the trapped slayer, leaping over a tree branch and suspending the slayer from the branch. MMPH. Tanjiro pointed to the slayer, then to Nezuko and Inosuke. What's Kentaro saying? Inosuke asked. I think he's trying to tell us to do what he did. Nezuko replied, ducking under another sword swing before running. Inosuke followed the example, and they soon had all the trapped slayers in the trees. Nice thinking, Tanjiro, now all we have to do is, Nezuko trailed off as an ache spread across her neck. Inosuke, cut them loose. Now, she yelled. She drew her own blade and leapt, only the cracks of multiple necks being snapped to fill the clearing. No. They're all dead. Inosuke exclaimed. Nezuko dropped to her knees in disbelief. They had been so close, only for the demon to kill all of them like it was nothing. They didn't even get the dignity of their misery being ended on their own terms. Inosuke turned to Tsukiko and Manjiro, feeling the rage radiating from both of them as they stared at all the dead slayers. Not that he would ever admit it, but he was a little scared of them. And he wasn't even the source of their anger. That demon was going to feel sorry when they found it, that's for sure. Let's go. Kimiko muttered as she stood up. No arguments here. Inosuke replied. Considering how intense the rage he was sensing from the two felt, and his own consequences from getting on the bad side of one of them, he'd rather not test the Shikaraki siblings. And that was saying something, coming from the mighty king of the mountains, Lord Hashibara Inosuke. Lead the way. Nezuko spat. Inosuke nodded, and they ran. Right this way. Demon up ahead. Inosuke declared, leaping into the air. A hulking figure emerged from the trees, but Nezuko skidded to a stop when she saw its head. Or rather. CRP. Its lack thereof. Inosuke barely avoided getting skewered by the headless body's weird scythe arms. You okay? Nezuko asked. Of course. I'm Lord Hashibara Inosuke. King of the mountains. Inosuke replied. Nezuko nodded, turning back to the demon. How does that thing not have a head? Don't demons turn to ash if their heads are chopped off? Only by a Nichiren blade. Nezuko replied. This one must have gotten decapitated by something else, and the head never got rejoined to the body. Well, I'll kill it some other way. Inosuke yelled. Nezuko grabbed onto the fur around his waist. What did I say? No rushing in like an idiot, she snapped. Inosuke tensed up, his arms snapping to his sides. Listen to me, because I know how to kill a demon missing its head. What's the plan? Inosuke asked. It's called a monk's rope cut. Nezuko replied. One of us has to cut from where the left shoulder joins the neck down to the right side of the waist, she told him, pointing to the starting point and dragging her index finger down to the end point to demonstrate what she meant. The two slayers turned to Tanjiro as he waved at them. He ran towards the demon, dodging its strikes. Tanjiro's acting as bait. Nezuko noted with a hum. Don't get too badly injured. Try to keep all your limbs, especially. Blood's hard to clean out of clothes, and I don't like seeing you wounded or in more than one piece. Let's go, then. Inosuke snapped. Use my legs as a springboard. They've got enough power to give you the height to reach that neck. Nezuko told him as she somersaulted onto her back, raising her legs so the bottoms of her feet were facing the sky. She pressed her knees into her chest as Inosuke pounced, his feet landing on Nezuko's. She extended her legs at the same time he did the same with his, sending him flying into the air. Nezuko got to her feet, and leapt for the demon. She cut off its arms, giving Inosuke a clear shot without injury. Yes. Inosuke cheered, raising his swords high once he landed. Great job, Inosuke. Nezuko exclaimed. Inosuke tensed up, then growled. Don't make me feel giddier than I already do, he roared, lunging for Nezuko and throwing his arms around her waist. What are you? I can throw super high, too. Inosuke yelled before throwing Nezuko high above the trees. She caught a glimpse of white in the trees, one that looked distinctly shaped like a person or demon. Nezuko turned to the boys with a smile. Thanks, Inosuke, she laughed as she descended, raising her sword. Flame breathing, first form. She could see the demon clearly now, perched on a rock in the clearing. The demon looked up, revealing her eyes to be wide with nothing short of absolute terror. To Nezuko's complete surprise, the demon raised her arms as if reaching for a hug, closing her eyes. As if. Nezuko twisted around, rolling once she hit the ground and turning to the demon. What? The demon woman gasped, turning to Nezuko. No. No, no, please. You have to kill me. Please, I'm begging you. Roe and father will do horrible things to me for my failure. If I die, I'll finally be free. Please, I can't do this anymore. I can't keep playing this role. It's too much, and I keep messing up. It'll be better if I'm dead, she screamed, pulling at her long, white hair as tears rolled down her face. She's already accepted her death. Nezuko realized as the demon began ripping out her hair, sobbing all the while. But from the sounds of it, death was the better option. She slowly approached the demon, who Nezuko guessed either on the verge or in the middle of a panic attack. Hey, she spoke up softly. Terrified blue eyes turned to her, and Nezuko adjusted her grip on her sword. I'll set you free. But you, the demon woman trailed off, tears welling up in her eyes. She's a child. The realization struck Nezuko. This demon was a child being forced to play a mother. A role no child should be forced in without taking any other option. Even after their father passed away, their mother never let Tanjiro take on more of a parental role than he could handle. Even when he insisted he could handle more, even when he tried to handle more. You stopped, the demon whispered shakily. You stopped trying to kill me. Because I didn't know what was going on. Nezuko replied. But now I know. You never should have been forced into this. You're just a little girl. How do you? A big sister's intuition. Nezuko replied with a mirthless smile. How many of the demons that we've killed are children? How many children did Kibutsuji force to become monsters? The demon wiped up her tears despite the fact they kept falling, and Nezuko raised her sword. I'm sorry I can't make this less painful. None of the forms she knew provided a merciful death, so the most Nezuko could do was make the decapitation quick. It's okay, the demon chuckled tearfully as she closed her eyes and smiled. Before you kill me, I have to warn you. There's someone from the 12 Kazuki on this mountain. You have to be careful. He's dangerous. Which one? Nezuko asked. Rui. He's the youngest son of this family of ours, the demon answered. Nezuko nodded. Thank you for the information, she replied. With a swift and fluid motion, the demon's head was separated from her neck. The demon smiled as she wept, dissolving to ashes within moments. Nezuko knelt by the demon, silently praying the little girl would be spared this torture when she was eventually reincarnated. Thank you, Matsuman Tenuji. Kyojiro told the crow perched on his shoulder. His own crow flew overhead, leading the flame Hashira to Mount Natagumo. Don't worry, Nezuko. The help you requested is on the way. Kyojiro thought as he picked up speed, flames beginning to trail behind him. Oomph. Nezuko turned to see Tanjiro arriving in the clearing, Inosuke close behind. Tanjiro knelt in front of Nezuko, cupping her cheeks in his hands and swiping at her face with his thumbs. Oh. Nezuko whispered. She hadn't noticed the tears she was shedding. I'm okay, she added before leaning forward and hugging Tanjiro. After a moment, they stood up and turned to Inosuke. There's a member of the 12 Kazuki on the mountain, she told the boys. Tanjiro snarled at the statement, his pupils narrowing ever so slightly. Well, what are we waiting for? Inosuke cackled. Nezuko turned to leave the clearing, and gasped when she saw the demon girl in the trees. The girl's eyes widened, and she sprinted away. Follow her. Nezuko exclaimed, bolting after the demon. Maybe she'd lead them to this Rui kid. The trio ran after her until she got across the river, where she finally stopped running and turned to them with a glare. Father, she cried out before resuming her mad sprint for the trees. The ground shook, and a massive demon emerged from the trees. Nezuko couldn't stop herself from gaping at the sheer size of this demon. If that demon acting as the mom hadn't told me it was the child, I would have definitely thought this demon was one of the 12 Kazuki. Nezuko thought, startling when Inosuke leapt for the demon. Wait, she yelled, but it was too late. Get ready to die, 12 Kazuki. Inosuke yelled. Don't come near my family, the hulking demon roared, reaching for one Inosuke. That blow will crush him. Nezuko thought as she ran for the demon. Oh, CRP. Inosuke exclaimed. Nezuko leapt into the air, slicing off the demon's hands at the wrists and pulling Inosuke out of the way. This isn't one of the 12 Kazuki. Nezuko told the boar-wearing slayer once they landed. It's a different demon, she added, raising her sword. This demon was massive, it would surely take everything they got to decapitate it. It regenerated its arms, and ran to the two slayers. Nezuko looked to where Tanjiro had been standing, tensing up when she noticed he wasn't there. Where's Kentaro? Inosuke asked as Nezuko searched for her brother. A loud cracking sound caused both their heads to snap to the father spider demon. Oh. Nezuko said upon seeing the cause for the noise. Tanjiro was on the demon's shoulders, straightening up from a headbutt. He turned to them and waved before pointing at the demon. Stay away, the spider demon screeched, reaching for Tanjiro. Hey! Jingoro is off limits. Inosuke snapped, launching himself at the demon. Nezuko followed close behind. The two slayers leapt, swords raised. However, neither of their cuts went through. Oh, no. Nezuko muttered before she was swatted into the trees, narrowly dodging Tanjiro as he was thrown her way. Are you okay? She asked, jumping at the cracking that she could only assume was Tanjiro's ribs healing and popping back into place. She couldn't keep herself from wincing at the sound. The feeling had to be anything but comfortable. Tanjiro nodded once. His bones finally stopped cracking, patting Nezuko's head. She smiled slightly before turning back to Inosuke as he was chased by the spider demon. Get ready to headbutt some trees. Nezuko whispered, getting to her feet and running for the thicker trees. Flame breathing, 8th form, flaming horizon. With a few powerful slashes, 2 of the trees were cut. Nezuko kicked the one nearest to her while Tanjiro headbutt the other one, sending the trees falling into the river. Right on top of the newest spider demon. Humph. Tanjiro raised his fists with an excited hum. You alright, Inosuke? Nezuko asked as she hopped onto the fallen trees. Demons couldn't drown, but she just hoped the trees would keep this one down for a moment. Then they could catch their breath. It's not like you came to my rescue, got it? Inosuke snapped. Nezuko rolled her eyes with a smirk. You got it, she replied with a mock salute. The happy moment was cut short as the trees shook. NNMPH. Tanjiro leapt onto the tree Nezuko was standing on, grabbing her arm as the father spider demon rose from the river and began to throw the trees. The two siblings were sent flying, leaving Inosuke to fend for himself. Nezuko twisted so she faced her fellow slayer. Inosuke. Keep fighting, you hear me? I'll find a way back to you. Just don't die before I get back, she yelled as she and Tanjiro sailed through the air. Don't you die either, Tsukiko. Inosuke screamed back before he was out of their sight. Tanjiro pulled Nezuko close as they breached the canopy, curling up around her as they fell. Roll when you land. Nezuko told her brother once she spotted the approaching ground. Tanjiro did so, and the siblings tumbled across the ground until they collided with a tree. The landing caused Nezuko's sword to slip from her grasp, but at least she hadn't broken any ribs. Tanjiro took the brunt of it, his bones healing quickly. MMPH. Tanjiro let Nezuko go for only a second before grabbing onto her again and looking her over for injuries. I'm okay, she assured him. Thanks to you, big brother, she added before they both jumped at the sound of a thunderclap. But there were no storm clouds in the sky. Nezuko turned to Tanjiro, quickly noticing his twitching nose. She took a quick sniff herself. That god-awful stench was gone, whatever demon had been making it must have been decapitated. After a moment, Tanjiro growled, his pupils narrowing into slits. What are you smelling? The member of the 12 Kizuki, she asked. Tanjiro's head snapped to face ahead of them, his veins bulging, and Nezuko picked up her sword. Lead the way, she whispered. Tanjiro nodded with a growl before advancing through the trees. They both jumped at the sound of a girl yelping, and followed the noise. The demon girl from before was weeping, on her knees with her hand raised to her bleeding face. Standing in front of her was the younger-looking demon from earlier. The one Nezuko could only assume was Rui. Well, would you look at that? Nezuko looked to the side, finding another demon slayer approaching the two with his sword raised and an arrogant smirk. Just a kid, an easy kill. No, bad idea. Nezuko whispered. The other slayer ignored her, if he even heard her to begin with. He declared he would slay the demon and go back down the mountain, getting more pay in a higher rank. Nezuko knew it wouldn't go that way. Even without accounting for the fact he was among the 12 Kizuki, she could tell the younger-looking demon was powerful, not the frail child he appeared to be. Her instincts were proven correct as the demon boy sliced the other slayer to bits the second he attacked. What are you looking at? The demon boy asked, turning to Nezuko. This isn't a stage play. Is that girl your ally? Nezuko inquired, looking at the crying demon girl. Don't refer to our relationship like that, the boy spat. We're family. And this is between my elder sister and myself, so leave. Your sister. Nezuko muttered while Tanjiro snarled behind her. She's on her knees and in tears. You had to have hit her. Maybe even sliced her with those threads of yours. And that's not family. What did you say? The boy, who Nezuko could now confirm was the Rui that the spider mother had mentioned, snarled. Nezuko tightened her grip on her sword, taking a breath to calm herself. As much as she wanted to lunge for Rui and decapitate him in the next few seconds, acting impulsively would get her killed. You heard me. This so-called family you have is fake. Your mother was terrified, and accepted her death with open arms. And I can see why. Nezuko stated, glaring venomously at the child demon. If this is your idea of a family, then you are among the most vile demons out there. Take that back. Rui growled, forming a thread in his hands. Take back what you said, and I'll make your death quick. Nezuko only responded by intensifying her glare, a part of her wanting to vaporize him on the spot. A crack echoed through the clearing, and Nezuko turned to Tanjiro to see his muzzle had cracked. She turned back to Rui, her grip tightening around her sword. No. What you did is not what a family does to each other, she spat. The demon you forced to play a mother was a child. No real family would force a child to play the role of a parent. Not if there were still options. Rui snarled, unleashing his threads. Before Nezuko could even move to defend herself, Tanjiro shoved her out of the way and took the hit. Tanjiro! Nezuko yelped as the thread cut deeply into her brother's face. A demon! Rui gasped as Tanjiro growled. Why is one of our own defending a human? And a demon slayer, no less, he demanded, unleashing more threads. Tanjiro, move! Nezuko exclaimed, jumping in front of Tanjiro and cutting the threads. He may be a demon, and able to heal quickly from his injuries as a result, but that didn't mean Nezuko would sit idly by while Tanjiro got cut to pieces trying to protect her. Nezuko managed to cut a few threads, but she missed the angle on one. Her sword snapped, leaving her practically defenseless. Why do I feel like someone is going to try and kill me? You've made a grave mistake. Rui chuckled, moving his hair to reveal the kanji for lower 5 on his left eye. Tanjiro's growling intensified, and Nezuko took up a fighting stance. You really think you can make a stand against one of the 12 Kazuki? I'll rip you to shreds, and keep your head as a trophy, demon slayer. And your little demon runt will be tied up and left to burn in the sun. I'm defenseless. What can I do against a regular demon without my sword? Much less one of Kibutsuji's most powerful followers. Rui sent more threads towards Nezuko, and Tanjiro dove in front of her to intercept the deadly threads. Tanjiro! Nezuko cried as her brother toppled over. She caught him, rushing behind the trees to get out of the way of the spider demon's threads. Rui watched in shock as a demon dove in front of a demon slayer. One of their kind protected their worst enemy without a hint of fear in his eyes. But why? Then he saw the resemblance between the two. They were related by blood, real siblings. And the demon brother dove to protect his human sister without so much as a hint of hesitation. That was the bond he strived for with his own siblings. Why could he not have the kind of bond that those two had, instead settling for a family that only submitted to him out of fear? There was no fear with those two, even though they should have been natural enemies. Then an idea came to him. Perhaps, if he had that demon as an older brother, he could have that bond in his family. Their bond is a genuine bond. I want it. Rui exclaimed after a moment. Nezuko paid him no mind, looking over Tanjiro's injuries. They ranged from tiny cuts to nearly slicing limbs off, meaning Tanjiro would need time to heal and would likely exhaust himself from the effort. The bamboo had been sliced, too, leaving the two halves of the muzzle hanging off of Tanjiro's neck by the cloth. A part of Nezuko began to question if the muzzle was actually worth keeping when it got destroyed so often. Rui, please. I'm your elder sister, you can't abandon me, the girl demon protested. Despite the yelling and pained cries, Nezuko focused on trying to help Tanjiro regenerate. His left hand was dangerously close to falling off, even while Nezuko pushed the hand against his forearm in the hopes of speeding up her brother's regeneration. Tanjiro, you selfless idiot. Nezuko mumbled, frustrated tears stinging in her eyes. Tanjiro responded by patting her head with his less injured hand, but Nezuko couldn't find comfort in the action at the moment. Not when he was bleeding and wounded because he had to dive in to protect her. All because of a stupid mistake and her own weakness. I'm so sorry. I should be stronger, but I keep messing up. You shouldn't have to step and save me. Why do you insist he not fulfill his role as your elder brother? Rui spoke up. It's his role to protect you, and yours to rely on him for protection. You stay out of this. Your opinion doesn't count. Nezuko snapped, glaring in the demon's direction. Really, the audacity he had was astounding, thinking he had any right to lecture Nezuko about family roles. She didn't even care whether his point was accurate or not. The opinion of someone with such a forced bond with his family really meant nothing to her. Nezuko glared at him for a moment longer before turning back to Tanjiro. I have a new offer for you, Demon Slayer. Rui said. Nezuko sighed and rolled her eyes, bringing her gaze back to Tanjiro. Don't move, she whispered before standing up. Tanjiro looked at her with concern as she emerged from the bushes to properly face the child demon. What do you want now? Your brother, he stated matter-of-factly. Your bond is incredible. I was truly moved, watching him throw himself in harm's way to protect you. I want that bond in my own family. Give him to me, and you get to leave this forest alive, he added with a faint sneer. Besides, it's obvious you don't respect either of your roles. His role will be much better respected and enforced here, with my family. No, Nezuko answered without hesitation, clenching her hand around the hilt of her broken sword. I will not let my big brother go through the terror you're enacting in your demon clan. I won't sacrifice him to this disgrace to the word family just so I survive. I told you. Your bond is fake. So don't think for 1 second that I'll give him to you. I wasn't asking if I could have him. Rui responded. I simply offered for you to give him up willingly, he continued as he swung his threads towards Nezuko. Nezuko. She turned to the trees, watching Tanjiro stand up and leap towards her. Tanjiro, don't. Nezuko didn't have time to finish as her brother shoved her out of the thread's path, and the sharp string wrapped around his arm. Truly an incredible bond. The fact that your brother so readily acted to protect you. Rui laughed. Tanjiro snarled at him, pulling against the threads. I don't think so. Rui muttered, pulling Tanjiro towards himself and turning to Nezuko. As of today, he's my big brother. And you will die. Tanjiro thrashed in the other demon's hold, snarling as he tried to escape his captivity. Let him go. Nezuko snapped, raising her broken weapon and glaring daggers at the boy who thought he could just take Tanjiro like some object to be passed around as he pleased. Tanjiro clearly didn't like the idea either, as he scratched at the demon holding him captive. Rui was barely fazed, despite the fact Tanjiro's claws had cut right into his eye. Tanjiro followed up with a hard bite, which elicited a growl from Rui. Why, you little. Rui spat as he lashed out with his threads. Nezuko ducked under the string again, looking up to see Tanjiro was gone. Where is he? Blood dribbled onto her sword from above, and she looked skyward. Tanjiro was strung up, hanging from the sharp strings like meat hung to dry. The blood, Tanjiro's blood, that was on her sword was from the thin but deep wounds where the strings were cutting into his skin. Tanjiro! Nezuko screamed. Don't be so dramatic, it won't kill him. He is a demon, after all. Lower 5 said calmly. I'll leave him up there to teach him a lesson. If he doesn't learn, then I'll leave him out to burn in the sun, he added. Tanjiro growled and jerked against the strings, deepening the wounds. Tanjiro, stop moving. Nezuko called out. You'll only make your injuries worse. Just stay put, I'll figure something out. I promise, I'll get you out of there. If you're so sure you can defeat me, then go ahead and try. Rui told her, approaching with his arms raised peacefully. Without thinking, Nezuko swung at the spider-like demon, only to get tossed through the trees like a ragdoll. Nezuko, you idiot. Nezuko scolded herself as she skidded across the forest floor. Of course it was a trap. Focus. As Nezuko's landings kicked up dust, Tanjiro couldn't keep himself from panicking and thrashing against his bindings even more. He didn't care that he was deepening his wounds, he didn't care if he had to cut himself to pieces to get free. He just had to get out of these stupid strings, he had to protect his sister. He felt tears pricking at the corners of his eyes. I have to protect her. I can't fail her, too. The strings cut even deeper into his flesh, and Tanjiro couldn't hold back the pained cry as more blood spilled from his wounds. Quit that racket, the spider demon boy snarled. Be a good brother, and shut up. I have to do something. Tanjiro thrashed again, feeling a thread cut through his arm. The limb landed on the ground, his blood pouring out after it. Is that your plan? The spider demon asked with a smile that made Tanjiro want to rip him to pieces more than he already did. Cut yourself to pieces until you're free. And then what? You're obviously too weak and underfed to heal in time to protect her, the spider demon scoffed. Just stay put, like a good brother should. It'll be better if you don't even try. What do I do? Tanjiro asked himself, looking down at his severed arm, then the stump that remained as it regrew the limb at a painfully slow rate. He'd never be able to help Nezuko if he was this slow. The strings tightened again, cutting ever so slightly deeper into his body, and Tanjiro allowed himself to pass out. The pain would stop if he was unconscious. And that would give him a chance to think without getting distracted by the threads. Come on. I can do this. Nezuko thought as she forced herself to her feet. Putting this much distance between us may have just been a fatal mistake for him. From here, I can put some power into one of the more powerful flame-breathing forms. Nezuko took a deep breath, forcing herself to keep her breaths regulated when she heard her brother's pained cries. This demon isn't getting away with any of this. Not tormenting. These demons he insists are his family, and definitely not hurting Tanjiro. She leapt forward, slashing through the air. Flame-breathing, 9th form. This time, the strings were cut before they touched her. Rengoku. She had never tried the final flame-breathing form before. Part of it out of respect for Kyojuro and his family, knowing it was a technique almost exclusively taught to them. But she also never had use for such a powerful technique until now. She desperately hoped that, by the time she closed the distance, she would have enough power to easily decapitate the demon. Did you really think I was using my full power? Roy laughed. A chill raced up Nezuko's spine as the strings turned crimson. Blood demon art. Cutting thread cage. I can't move. Nezuko realized, her eyes widening in horror as the red strings closed in around her. She had no escape, the threads were too tightly woven for an opening. She was going to die. She was going to fail in her mission, and Tanjiro was going to be trapped with Roy. I'm sorry, Tanjiro. Nezuko, a familiar voice, called out to her. It was as gentle as she remembered, calm and collected like always. Nezuko saw a brief flash of herself and Tanjiro as small children. Tanjiro was spinning around with a leaf fan in one hand, and Nezuko was playing with a small drum, both of them smiling and giggling. Watching over them was their father. Dad! Nezuko gasped. Was she dead already, with her father coming to greet her and lead her into the afterlife? Nezuko. Remember what your brother taught you. Breathe, her father replied with the serene smile Nezuko remembered. Control your breathing, and become like Hinakami. The images shifted, and Nezuko saw her father dancing the Hinakami Kagura while the younger versions of herself and Tanjiro stood beside their mother, who was cradling Takeo in her arms while a baby Hanako slept on her back. Tanjiro and Nezuko were captivated by the dance, watching their father with wide eyes. As kids, they so often wondered what magic or blessing let their father dance all night in the snow despite his illness, and not stop until dawn. The Hinakami Kagura. Nezuko thought. With the next strike, the image flashed. It was then replaced with the woods outside their home, the the sun shining through the trees. "You can do it, Nezuko," a familiar voice declared. Nezuko turned to the voice, and was shocked by the memory playing before her. Tanjiro was standing not too far from the memory's Nezuko, who was swinging a stick with much more precision than either of them used as little kids. "Are you sure about teaching me this?" the memory's version of Nezuko asked. "Shouldn't it be Takeo learning it? He's the eldest son after you, so if anything happens," she trailed off, lowering the stick she was using for practice. "I'm positive, Nezuko. And I'm sure you can learn this," Tanjiro replied before grabbing his own branch. "We'll practice together. And we can wait until you have the movements perfected before I teach you how to breathe while performing," he assured her before the two eldest Kamado siblings began their family's traditional kagura. "You know the steps, Nezuko. You can use them," her father told her, his voice coming from behind. Nezuko felt the faintest whisper of a hand resting on her shoulder. "Remember what you learned about the Hinakami Kagura." "The Hinakami Kagura. That's it." Nezuko realized, remembering what the eldest Rengakus had said when they saw the dance. The history and technique her ancestors had preserved and passed down since the Sengoku era. "If I breathe right." She took a deep breath, the same way Tanjiro had taught her, and swung her sword. Hinakami Kagura. Dance. Fire burst from her blade, more red than the familiar orange flames she so often fought with. She swung down with the blazing sword, the fire eliminating the threads surrounding her. "Just keep breathing this way, and I can win." With renewed determination, she leapt towards Rui. She suched her movement, moving from dance to Sun Halo Dragon Head dance. More threads appeared, but Nezuko kept moving. Even as the threads cut into her skin, she refused to back down. "I can't stop. If I do, I'll lose all my momentum and collapse. So I'll keep moving," she thought as the cuts became numb from adrenaline. "I'll decapitate him, even if it means getting cut." "Tanjiro," a familiar voice whispered. "Tanjiro, you have to wake up. You have to save your sister." Save Nezuko, but how? Tanjiro wondered as something touched his face. The touch was so gentle. "You can do it, Tanjiro. I know you can. But you have to hurry, or your sister will be killed," the voice told him, sounding close to tears. Tanjiro's eyes snapped open. Something awakened in him, and he focused on the blood he had lost. It felt like there was a fire burning within him, waiting to be unleashed. "I can do this," Tanjiro thought, opening his remaining hand. Blood Demon Art. The blood began to glow, and Tanjiro felt the fire in him burn brighter. Sun's raging fire. As he clenched his hand into a fist, the blood spilling from Tanjiro's wounds was set ablaze. It burned away the strings, the red fire making its way to the creator of the strings quickly. "Don't let Nezuko get burned. The demon is the enemy, and Nezuko has to be protected so she can make the strike," Tanjiro reminded himself. "You can do this, Nezuko. Your big brother believes in you." When the strings burned away in a red blaze, Nezuko couldn't hold back a smile. The fire passed over her, but it didn't burn. The itch of the cuts in her skin faded slightly amidst the warmth. Nezuko emerged from the fire, her sword raised as she lunged. She swung at Rui, pressing what remained of her blade against his neck. "No matter what, the bond my brother and I share," she forced the broken blade further into the demon's neck, spotting a small spatter of Tanjiro's blood on the black metal. The blood glowed red, creating more fire and giving Nezuko's blade the boost to go through Rui's neck. "Will never be severed by anyone." The demon's head went flying, and Nezuko collapsed to the ground, Tanjiro following shortly after. It was over. Unsurprisingly, Nezuko felt a vice-like grip squeezing her lungs the second she stopped. She collapsed despite her best efforts, her ears ringing and her vision blurring. It hurt so much, but she could see Tanjiro nearby. Nezuko forced herself to move, and grabbed onto her brother once they were close enough. It was over. Did you really think I would get decapitated so easily? Oh, for crying out loud. Nezuko thought. I cut my own head off with my strings. Rui continued. I wonder how you didn't get burned by the fire, but it doesn't matter, he added. I haven't been this angry in a long time. I'll rip you both to pieces. And I will reveal in every second of it. Nezuko twisted around to face Rui, her eyes widening at the sight she was met with. Rui was covered in burns, the charred flesh healing slowly. But he wasn't dead. In fact, he had already reattached his head. Not good. Blood demon art, murderous eye basket. Rui snarled, creating a cage of threads around the siblings. Get up. Move. Do something. Nezuko tried to force her body to move again, but her limbs felt like lead. Just as she was about to drop her head in defeat, a new figure entered the clearing. A man with a haori made of two different fabrics. One side was red, the other had a green, yellow, and orange geometric pattern. His black hair was tied into a low ponytail, and a blue sword was raised to lower 5. He cut away the strings, landing between Nezuko and the demon approaching them. Something about the mismatched haori poked at Nezuko's brain, but she was too exhausted to think of why. You've done enough. Leave the rest to me, the newcomer said before focusing on the demon. Rui unleashed a barrage of threads, but the man didn't even flinch. Water breathing, 11th form. 11th form? Aren't there only 10 water breathing forms? Nezuko wondered. Dead calm. The strings came close to the man, then vanished. No, they didn't disappear. They were cut away. Then the man vanished, appearing beside lower 5 and cutting off his head like it was nothing. The now dying demon continued walking towards the siblings, reaching blindly before toppling over right beside them. Nezuko and Tanjiro both stared at the crumbling body for a moment before Tanjiro sluggishly reached out, placing a hand on the demon's back. Still so kind, even after everything that happened. Nezuko thought, startling when the man in the mismatched haori stepped on the now empty kimono. His blue-eyed gaze was honed in on Tanjiro. Seriously, where do I remember this guy from? Something in the back of her head knew who this guy was, that he was important somehow, but just could not put her finger on it. You are aware this boy is a demon, yes? He asked. Nezuko tightened her grip on Tanjiro's haori. Yes, but he's also my older brother, she answered. A part of her knew it was pointless. Kyojiro had only chosen to spare Tanjiro after seeing how much human reason he had kept after his transformation. This man hadn't seen that, so he had no reason to spare the demon in front of him. Then I'll make this painless, he replied, raising his sword. Water breathing, 5th form. No. Nezuko thought, pushing herself so she was covering Tanjiro's neck. As the man swung down, a much more familiar blade intercepted. Nezuko followed the blade to Kyojiro, sighing in relief at the sight of her mentor. Rengoku, the water breather said calmly. Tomioka. Fancy seeing you here. Kyojiro replied. Tomioka. That's the water Hashira, I think. Nezuko noted. She couldn't be sure she would remember it later, given her current condition, but it never hurt to file such information away. The MSTR sent me, the man, Tomioka, told him. What are you doing here? My student requested my help. Kyojiro answered. Speaking of which, I would appreciate it if you stopped trying to cause her harm. Your student, here, is protecting a demon. Tomioka countered. She's breaking core rules. And you will be, too, if you continue to defend them. I'm surprised you're doing so. Ah, yes. Her elder brother. Kyojiro replied. You see, he is a special case. If you would put away your sword, and allowed me to explain without these two under our crossed blades, I'm sure we could resolve this much more easily. It's still a demon. Tomioka protested. Another figure entered the clearing, their strike barely getting deflected by Kyojuru. This one was a woman, the shortest of the bunch, with her hair held back with a purple and white butterfly clip. Her haori was patterned like a butterfly's wings, and something about her set every one of Nezuko's instincts on edge. Butterfly, small figure, unique sword, smile. Shinobu is so nice. When I told her about my old uniform, she offered me matches to set it on fire. She seemed pretty intrigued when I mentioned you burning your own uniform. Kochu Shinobu. The insect Hashira. My, what do we have here? The butterfly woman, presumably Kochu, giggled. Rengoku, protecting a demon? That seems quite out of character for you. Nezuko, can you move? Kyojuro asked quietly, his usually energetic optimism replaced with a seriousness Nezuko rarely saw from him. If you cannot, then you must force yourself to escape the forest, and be careful. Nezuko nodded, struggling to her feet while Tanjiro shrunk down to his toddler form. Once she was standing, Nezuko ran as fast as her aching legs could carry her. I'm sorry, Kyojuro. Nezuko whispered. He's going to get in trouble because of me. I'm sure I'll have to leave the Corps and go on the run. Where should I go? Should I try to find Tamayo? Should I? Her train of thought was cut off by a sudden weight landing on her back and forcing her to the ground. Thankfully, she didn't land on Tanjiro, he was thrown from her arms and landed a few meters away. Nezuko turned her head to see a familiar face. Tsuyuri, I can explain. Nezuko exclaimed, but it was clear the girl wouldn't listen to her. Tsuyuri got to her feet, running for Tanjiro. Tanjiro! Nezuko screamed as she grabbed onto Tsuyuri's cape and pulled, causing the other girl to stumble back. Run, Tanjiro! Nezuko yelled while Tsuyuri flipped onto her back, clearly intending to keep Nezuko pinned. Whatever you do, don't get caught. Run! Run for! Nezuko was cut off by a leg slamming into her head, and the world went black. I have to protect Nezuko, but she said to run. Tanjiro thought as he looked from his unconscious sister to the butterfly girl walking towards him. His thoughts kept switching between protecting his sister and doing what she told him to do, he couldn't decide. The butterfly girl raised her sword, and Tanjiro's demonic instincts made his choice. He had to get away from the blade. He turned around, sparing one last glance to Nezuko before ducking under the blade aimed for his neck, and he ran. While he ran, he grew to his normal height. He'd be faster in that form. Kaneo hadn't expected the demon to run. She hadn't expected the fear in his eyes, either. Not fear for himself, for his own life, but for Kamado. But Kaneo had an objective as a demon slayer, kill any demons she came across. So she gave chase. She swung again, only for the demon to shrink under the blade and keep running while Kaneo paused her pursuit in shock. He's not making any move to attack. She noted, resuming her chase. She sliced at the miniaturized demon again, but it dodged the blade. This demon was odd. Even when its life was in danger, it was still focused on escape. Caw! Kaneo turned to the call of a Kasugai crow, finding one of the birds flying overhead. Kamado Nezuko and the demon Tanjiro are to be brought back to headquarters. The water, insect, and flame Hashira lowered their blades at the crow's instructions. Well, I suppose we'll have our answers soon. Kochu giggled. You can explain your side of things on the way, Rengoku. With that, the three Hashira left the clearing, going in the direction in which Nezuko had run. Caw! Kamado Nezuko. Wearing a pink Asanoha pattern haori, with a scar on her forehead, the crows declared. Caw! Tanjiro. A demon with a red fire-like crest on his forehead. Wearing a checkered haori. Caw! Bring them back. The two fit the description. And I remember Kamado introducing herself at the final selection. Kaneo thought, sheathing her sword and crouching in front of the demon. Are you Tanjiro? The demon nodded. Kaneo nodded in response, then turned and walked away, hearing footsteps behind her that indicated the demon was following her. Kaneo startled when she felt a tug on her cloak, turning her gaze downward to see the demon boy holding onto it. What an odd demon. Kaneo thought before turning her gaze forward again. Shinobu was the first to find the Kamado girl. She wasn't surprised to find she was unconscious, considering the instructions she gave Kaneo. Hertsuguko, as if summoned by the insect. Hashira's thoughts appeared from the trees. Clinging to her cloak was the demon they were looking for, Tanjiro, according to the crows. At least, he was clinging to Kaneo's cloak until his eyes landed on Kamado. Then he immediately let go and ran to the unconscious demon slayer, shaking her shoulder with distressed hums and whimpers. Plus the occasional mumbling of her name. She's just unconscious. Shinobu spoke up before turning to Kaneo. Kamado wouldn't be able to travel with a demon during the day. I presume she had some way to keep the demon out of the sun while traveling. She did. Rengoku declared as he entered the clearing. She was using a box. I doubt it's far, he added. Tanjiro perked up at his voice, shaking Kamado and clearly trying to tell the flame Hashira something despite his oddly limited vocabulary. He just kept repeating the girl's name, which struck the insect Hashira as odd. Surely, even without human flesh, anyone who's been a demon for however long this one has been would at least be able to speak, right? Then again, Shinobu rarely got the chance to examine demons outside of blood samples. They tended to not be particularly cooperative with either the abstinence or her necessitating they be punished for their crimes. Kaneo knocked her unconscious. Shinobu said, carefully approaching the duo. Perhaps this could be a learning opportunity. I would recommend caution, Kochu. And not because he is a demon. Rengoku informed her. Tanjiro is Nezuko's elder brother, and he has shown to be quite protective of her. He broke my nose when I knocked her unconscious during our first meeting. Sometimes, it concerned Shinobu how Rengoku could be so upbeat about something like a demon breaking his nose. Excuse me. Shinobu gently called out to the demon, not missing how he adjusted his position so he was between Shinobu and Kamado. Oddly enough, he didn't form any sort of cage around her unconscious form. A very peculiar demon, indeed. I'm a doctor. I need to check her over before we go back to headquarters. I promise, no further harm will come to her. She never thought she'd be having a reasonable conversation with a demon, no matter how much she wanted to bring Kane's dream to fruition, but here she was. I'm going to find the box. I won't be much help here. Tomioka spoke up. Shinobu ignored him as he left, focusing on the task at hand. The demon boy's nose twitched, then he nodded and stepped back to Kamado's other side, giving Shinobu room for her examination. He still kept a close watch of the insect Hashira's every move while his nose occasionally twitched. He flinched occasionally, but never towards her. Almost like his demonic instincts were competing with the protective instinct of an older sibling. This demon was certainly full of surprises, if he could keep himself from fleeing from Shinobu despite how much she knew she had to smell of wisteria. Broken jaw. A few lacerations, probably from a fight. And some other minor injuries. Shinobu noted before turning back to the demon. She will recover from her injuries, if provided adequate care for them. We should take you both to headquarters as soon as Tomioka retrieves your box. This box. Speak of the devil. Shinobu thought, turning to the water Hashira and looking at the box he was holding up. They both looked to Rengoku for confirmation. Yes, that is the box. Rengoku answered. I will come quietly, I assure you, he added while Tomioka approached with the box. Which one of us will carry the demon? Tomioka asked, directing his gaze to Shinobu. I doubt it really matters, so long as the demon is brought to headquarters. Shinobu replied. Tomioka nodded before kneeling and opening the box, muttering something about the lack of a lock. Once the box was open, he turned to the demon. "All right, demon. You have to, get in the box," Tomioka stated, blunt as ever. The demon he was talking to only eyed the box, and the Hashira holding it, with wary eyes. Shinobu wanted to tease Tomioka, but now was not the time. Does he only respond to certain people? It may be a lack of trust. Shinobu suggested, looking at the demon boy and smiling as gently as she could. "It's all right. We won't harm you unless it's in the interest of the greater good. The same goes for your sister. If the MSTR requested the two of you be brought back to headquarters, then he must have a good reason." The demon's nose twitched again before walking towards the box, curling up inside. Shinobu didn't miss his worried glance to Kamado as Tomioka closed the box and hoisted it onto his shoulders. With that, the demon slayers present on Mount Natagumo left for the headquarters. Insect Hashira Kochu Shinobu and Water Hashira Tomioka Jo were both certain quite a bit of change was coming their way. As they walked to the Ubuyashiki estate, Kyojiro spared a glance to his unconscious student. It was hard to tell in the shaded forest and limited moonlight, but he could have sworn a small bit of her hair was starting to lighten. "Hey! Are you going to sleep all day? Wake the hell up," a voice snapped. Nezuko's eyes fluttered open, and she quickly realized her arms were bound tightly behind her back. "You're in the presence of the Hashira." Nezuko gasped, taking in the 6 figures towering above her. "Aren't there 9? Where are Iguru and the other 2? She looked across the figures, trying to remember Kyojiro and Mitsuri's descriptions of the other Hashira. It was probably her concussion, but she couldn't remember which name belonged to which description. "Don't interrupt," the Kikushi next to her yelled, smacking her in the back and mashing her cheek into the rocks under them. "You're on trial, and you will not speak unless spoken to." "We shouldn't need a trial. This is flamboyantly cut and dry," the second tallest of the bunch declared. A white-haired man covered in shining accessories with 2 swords strapped to his back. "Protecting a demon's a drab violation. The only punishment is the most stylish decapitation possible. I'll show you a spray of blood so flashy, you won't know what to do with yourselves. It'll be a spectacle." "I pity this poor child," the other mountain of a man muttered, rubbing his prayer beads together as tears flowed freely from his unseeing eyes. "Let us end her life, and free her from this miserable existence." In front of him, one of the smaller Hashira stared blankly at the sky, seeming more focused on the clouds than the trial. Now. Kochu giggled. "We mustn't be too hasty. After all, the MSTR requested they both be brought back to headquarters alive. The only change I can see is the girl's punishment. If she's lucky enough to not be executed, she'll be on probation, or exiled from the Corps entirely. The demon will die either way." Tomioka spoke up. Nezuko still couldn't figure out why he seemed so familiar when they never met before Mount Natagumo. "But shouldn't we hear her side of the story first?" Mitsuri asked. Kochu nodded, then turned to Nezuko. "Kamado Nezuko. Would you mind telling us why it is you're traveling with a demon, despite being a demon slayer yourself?" she asked. Her smile made chills race up Nezuko's spine. She did not like that smile. "Never mind her story," a familiar voice hissed from the nearby tree, bringing everyone's attention to Iguru. The serpent Hashira was perched on the lowest branch, his snake slithering around his neck and shoulders. "I'm more curious about how this girl convinced Rengoku, of all people, to spare her demon. Or perhaps she lied to him." Nezuko winced as her jaw flared up with an ache. She forgot her jaw had been slammed into the ground by Tsuyuri's kick. A gourd was raised up to her face, and she could smell something medicated in it. "Drink up," Kochu said. "It has an anesthetic, so it will help with the pain. But don't drink too quickly. Your jaw is broken," she explained as Nezuko began sipping. Once she had a drink and the pain went down, Nezuko turned back to the rest of the Hashira. Now. As you were saying. 2 years ago. Nezuko began. 2 years ago, my family was attacked by Kibutsuji Muzan. My mother and younger siblings were killed in the attack, but my older brother became a demon. Obviously, the accessorized man scoffed. But Tanjiro is different. He's never devoured a human, and he never will. Nezuko exclaimed. He slept for 2 years while I trained to become a demon slayer. He's fought by my side to protect humans, he hasn't even been so much as tempted by human flesh. She's been possessed by the beast, the man with the prayer beads gasped, the flow of his tears impossibly increasing. How was he not passing out from dehydration, with how much he was crying? Let us end this poor girl's life, and free her from its spell. What? Nezuko yelped. Before we proceed. Kochu turned to Kyojuro. Do you have anything to say, Rengoku? Shouldn't we wait until the MSTR arrives? Mitsuri piped up. Nah. Let's hear it, the accessorized man countered. I wonder what flashy story Rengoku has to tell about all this. My student is correct in that Tanjiro has not and will not consume human flesh. Kyojuro declared. As much as you may believe she is possessed, Himejima, she is not. I have seen it with my own 2 eyes. That boy has rejected human flesh, even his own sister when he was a newborn demon. The best we can assume is that he regains energy by sleeping, rather than devouring humans. Yes. Nezuko exclaimed. Tanjiro's fought demons, he's helped me save and protect humans. Of course, you'll defend him. Iguru spat. You're his sister. For all we know, you've been spouting nothing but lies this entire time. It's true. There are witnesses on my first mission, as well as the mission to Mount Natagumo. Nezuko told them. What reason do I have to lie, now, tied up and on trial? I can think of at least 2 reasons, kid, the accessorized man laughed. And honestly, if you're gonna go with this insistence the demon won't eat human flesh, and will fight by your side for humanity? The least you could do is spice it up. Hinakami, give me the patience to not end any bloodlines. Nezuko thought with an annoyed sigh. Please, just listen to me. My brother can fight by my side, and has. So, this is the demon slayer carting a demon around, a new voice chuckled. Nezuko turned to see a white-haired man covered in scars, sporting a terrifying grin as he held up Tanjiro's box. And she says it doesn't eat humans? That it can even fight as a demon slayer? That's laughable. No, it's downright impossible, he added, drawing his sword before stabbing it through the box. No. Nezuko screamed, her rage mounting when she saw the blood on the green blade. She jumped to her feet, running towards the Hashira with an enraged scream. He swung at her, but Nezuko leapt out of the way just in time. As she began to descend, she raised her leg and slammed it into the guy's head. He dropped the box, and Nezuko quickly got between the box holding her brother and the man who stabbed him. Whoa! Quite the flashy attack, the bedazzled Hashira exclaimed. Nezuko ignored the comments, keeping her furious glare on the man in front of her. I don't give a damn who you are. Hashira or Mizunoto, no one hurts my brother and gets away with it. Nezuko yelled, watching the man stumble about. The MSTR of the mansion has returned, 2 familiar voices spoke up. Everyone, including Nezuko and the Hashira she just drop-kicked, got into a kneeling position to greet the MSTR as he emerged from the house. How lovely to see you all, the MSTR greeted the group. Nezuko glanced towards him, noticing how both eyes were surrounded by purple skin and completely blind now. You're looking well, sir. I wish for your continued well-being, the white-haired Hashira replied. Thank you, Sanemi, the MSTR chuckled as he walked out into the sun. What a lovely day. I can feel the sun, shining down on us. I take it we have a blue sky. A wonderful day for our semi-annual Hashira meeting. Yes, sir. Kyojiro declared. With all due respect, MSTR, why did you request we bring this girl and the demon alive? The guy apparently named Sanemi asked. Ah, yes, the MSTR replied. Nezuko, I presume you're here? Yes, sir. Nezuko answered. Good. I hope you're well. Been better, been worse. I heard the report from Mount Natagumo. Do try not to strain yourself, please, the MSTR said, turning his gaze forward. Now, on the topic of Nezuko's brother, Tanjiro, he told the Hashira, who all tensed up in what Nezuko could only assume was anticipation. Both Nezuko and Tanjiro are sanctioned by the Corps. That got quite a few shocked gasps, and Nezuko shared a look with Kyojiro and Mitsuri. How can you say that, sir? Iguru exclaimed. I've met the siblings before, the MSTR answered matter-of-factly, though most of the Hashira gaped as if he had grown a second head. As the Flame Hashira student, Nezuko was living with Kyojiro and his family in his estate. During her training prior to final selection, Tanjiro was also being housed there. Rengoku, housing a demon, the accessorized Hashira gasped before turning to the Flame Hashira. If Tanjiro posed any form of a threat, he wouldn't be here. Kyojiro replied. I also knew of Tanjiro's existence. Miss Yuri piped up after tentatively raising her hand. I didn't say anything because I thought it would be a betrayal of both Rengoku and Nezuko's trust. And he wasn't hurting anyone either, so I didn't see any harm in not mentioning it. Thank you for your input, Mitsuri, the MSTR replied with a nod. I ask the rest of you to please understand and accept this decision. I will not force it, however, should you decide not to, he told the others. No, the scar-covered man spat. Our mission is to annihilate demons. How do you expect us to make an exception? We don't even have any proof that this girl's claims are true. Even with Rengoku's word, we can't trust that this monster hasn't manipulated them. Hypnosis, possession, illusions, this demon could be using any trick in the book to save its own neck. As much as I respect both you and Rengoku, MSTR, I cannot accept it either, the man Kyojiro referred to as Himejima sighed. Namu Amida Butsu. While I'm hesitant to say I will wholeheartedly accept this decision, Kochu spoke up, I suppose I could be persuaded to agree if provided with sufficient proof that Rengoku and Kamado's claims about this demon are true. If Rengoku's vouching for a demon, he's either lost his mind or got a good reason, the accessorized Hashira noted. If this demon proves to be flamboyantly different from the rest of its kind, then I'll leave it alone. If only because it's got Rengoku on its side. I'll probably forget about it anyways, so I'm fine with it, the second shortest of the bunch muttered. Okay, he's a boy. Nezuko noted. They already have my full support. Mitsuri declared. The MSTR smiled in response. Ju. Abanai. What are your verdicts, my children, he asked. Bringing 8 sets of eyes to the Hashira who hadn't spoken. I have nothing but respect for Rengoku, as well as you, MSTR. But we have a job to do, to eliminate all demons. Tomioka spoke up. After a moment of silence, Kochu giggled. Nothing else to say, Tomioka, she asked. What else is there to say? We have our job, and sparing a demon directly interferes with the completion of that job, he replied bluntly. Well, you could have said that earlier. Kochu told him. With that, everyone turned to Iguru. The serpent Hashira turned his gaze to Nezuko, then to Sanemi, then to Ubuyashiki. I'm loath to admit this, but I'm hesitant, he sighed. I despise demons, more than anything, and the Kamado girl harboring one is, especially unpleasant to me. Sounds like an easy verdict to me. Sanemi muttered under his breath. However, I would be a fool not to trust Rengoku's judgment. And considering this demon lived under his roof for 2 years, I can't deny that he may have a point about it. Iguru admitted. But until I see proof that they aren't lying, I won't accept it. Well, this is turning out better than I thought it would. Nezuko thought. The odds weren't great, but it was better than it could have been. Very well. If it is proof you need, I will provide it. Obuyashiki said before turning his gaze to one of his daughters. The letter, please. The girl pulled a piece of paper out of her kimono and unfolded it. I will read you an abridged version of this letter received from Flame Hashira Rengoku Kyojuru, she said. I formally request that my student, Kamado Nezuko, be allowed to become a demon slayer while also being allowed to travel with her demon brother, Kamado Tanjirou. Kamado Tanjirou has been abstinent since his transformation, without so much as a drop of human blood in the time between his being turned into a demon, and the time at which I am writing this letter. However, in the event that he does assault a human, Kamado Nezuko and myself, Flame Hashira Rengoku Kyojuru will atone by committing seppuku. Is that true, Rengoku? Mitsuri gasped. Yes, it is. If the Kamado boy ever ended up attacking a human, their blood would be on my hands for allowing him to live rather than killing him when I first met the siblings. Kyojuru replied. But I also know that my student will do everything in her power to prevent such a thing from coming to pass. And I will do the same. Mitsuri's eyes widened, and she turned to Obuyashiki. If I may. Proceed, Mitsuri. Obuyashiki replied. If Tanjiro attacks a human, Mitsuri puffed her cheeks and squeezed her eyes shut. Then I'll commit seppuku, too. What? Nezuko yelped, hissing as her broken jaw flared up again. Kanroji, are you serious? Iguru exclaimed. Yes. Mitsuri answered. I knew about Tanjiro for over a year, and never reported him. I should be willing to take on the consequences, too. Very well, Mitsuri. Obuyashiki replied with a nod. That's 3 individuals willing to stake their lives on Tanjiro's abstinence. But how will committing seppuku fix the problem? Tomioka asked. The lost lives will not return when your lives end. It won't change anything. And we can't even guarantee this demon won't eat humans. Sanemi spat. That may be true, Sanemi. We don't know that Tanjiro will never eat humans, the MSTR spoke up. However, we also can't be sure if he will. Those of you who oppose this request, I will not force you to accept. However, if you wish to proceed with executing Tanjiro, then you must provide proof just as, if not more, substantial than those requesting he be spared. It's a demon. We can allow humans to live, so this brat gets a pass. Sanemi snarled, grabbing onto Nezuko's bound arms and yanking her backward slightly. But that monster shouldn't be spared. There is more. Obuyashiki replied. Nezuko and Tanjiro have seen Kibutsuji Muzan in person. Just like, the air shifted in the courtyard. What? A few Hashira gasped. Not even a Hashira has seen him in centuries, the accessorized man exclaimed, turning to Nezuko and knocking poor Mitsuri over. What did he look like? What are his powers? Where's his base of operations? Iguru demanded. What was he doing? Sanemi asked. Hey, I asked first, the accessorized man protested. I'm not answering any of your questions until I'm certain of mine and my brother's fate. Nezuko snapped, glaring at the Hashira trying to interrogate her. Her only incentive to tell them anything was that they were her superiors. But if it still ended in Tanjiro's, and possibly her own, execution, she saw no reason to talk. I'll show you the true nature of this demon, you little brat. Sanemi snarled. Then I'll execute it myself, and you'll be dealt with however we see fit. Shinazugawa, that won't. The little brat might have you fooled, Rengoku, but not me. Shinazugawa spat before cutting into his arm and letting the blood drip onto the box. Come on, little demon. Time for your dinner. The demon won't come out in the sun. Iguru deadpanned. Shinazugawa nodded before turning to the MSTR. Forgive me, sir, he muttered before throwing the box into the house. Nezuko tried to follow him, only to get an elbow in her spine from Iguru. Iguru! Be careful, you'll aggravate her injuries. Mitsuri exclaimed, hesitantly reaching out to Iguru. Besides, aren't you on the fence about this? I said I won't accept them without indisputable proof the demon is worth sparing. Besides, Kamado tried to interfere. We can't have a variable meddling with the results. Iguru replied calmly. Nezuko focused on Shinazugawa, and the scarred man stabbed Tanjiro again. Stop it! Nezuko screamed, trying to get free so she could at least try to do something to help Tanjiro. But Iguru remained firm, and Nezuko could tell Mitsuri was torn between interfering or not. Nezuko! She turned to Kyojiro, shocked to find his expression one of complete seriousness. As much as Shinazugawa may be excessive in his methods, it would be best if you did not intervene, he informed her, his tone unusually quiet. How can you say that? Nezuko wondered incredulously. How can you ask me to stay put when my brother is being hurt for something that's not his fault? We must have faith in Tanjiro, Nezuko. Kyojiro continued. If he is to be proven worthy of sparing, then we must trust he will not attack Shinazugawa, he added. Despite his calm, stoic exterior, however, Nezuko could see how tense he was. He wanted to jump in just as badly as she did, Nezuko realized. She turned back to Mitsuri, finding her pseudo-sister to be tearing up and bunching up some of her haori in her fists. Come on. Got your favorite human blood. Shinazugawa chuckled before opening the box, allowing everyone to see Tanjiro as he emerged. Nezuko turned back to the Engawa to see what was going on. Even from her current distance, Nezuko could tell her brother's pupils were slit and his veins were bulging prominently. When Tanjiro emerged from his box, he was hit with a scent that was so sweet that it made his mind foggy. He turned towards the scent, finding a bleeding gash being waved in front of him. There were other scents around the wound, but it was all overwhelmed by the scent that made his stomach cramp with hunger and his mind focus solely on the smell. His shoulder ached, reminding him that he had been stabbed. If he had just a little. No. Don't hurt humans. Tanjiro berated himself, gritting his teeth and pressing his claws into his palms to the point. Blood was dripping off his fingers. It was torturous to resist the appetizing blood in front of him, it hurt so much to even think about ignoring it, but he had to. He couldn't break Nezuko's promise, no matter how much he stomach cramped and his mind fogged over. No matter how sweet the blood in his face smelled. He's fighting. Nezuko cried. She could see the drool pouring out from Tanjiro's mouth and the blood dripping from his hands, and wondered just how much willpower Tanjiro was putting into resisting his demonic instincts. Can't you see it? He's fighting it. He's not like other demons. Shinazugawa, I believe that is enough. Kyojiro spoke up. The Kamado boy is not attacking you, you can stop waving your blood in front of his face. The fact he's resisting your mere chi blood is a feat in and of itself. He's a mere chi. Nezuko thought, her eyes widening as the realization struck her. If Shinazugawa was the type of mere chi that Kyojiro had told her about. Oh, Tanjiro. I'm so sorry you have to go through this. I can only imagine the pain you're in right now. The demonic enhancement to Tanjiro's already strong nose was already far from optimal. But add in the blood most appetizing to demons. This was bad, really bad. Nezuko took a breath, hoping to break free despite the pressure on her back. She'd had enough of this test, she wasn't going to let the Hashira continue to torment her brother like this. Nezuko. Don't. If you try to use a breathing technique in your current position, your lungs will explode. Kochu whispered. Explode, you say, the accessorized Hashira exclaimed with a laugh. Sounds exciting. Keep going, kid. Blow 'em up. I wanna see it. You're being too rough, Iguru. Kochu added as if the man hadn't spoken. Only because she's trying to escape. Iguru replied matter-of-factly. I eased up when she did. You're literally torturing him. Nezuko cried, thrashing in an attempt to dislodge Iguru as tears began to sting her eyes. He already had a strong sense of smell as a human, it's only gotten stronger as a demon. And he's still resisting Shinazugawa's blood, the accessorized man inquired enthusiastically. Well, color me astonished. The stuff usually drives demons into a drunken haze, and this demon's taking it like a flamboyant champ. Zip it, Yuzui. Shinazugawa snapped, bringing everyone's attention back to him as he chuckled. What did I tell you? He asked with a victorious smirk. Nezuko turned to Tanjiro. He was opening his mouth, tensing as if to lunge and take a bite. No. No 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 no. Nezuko thought. She had to do something, but what could she do? Tanjiro. Don't waste your breath, brat. A demon's gonna eat, no matter, Shinazugawa trailed off, his eyes widening in shock. Nezuko wondered what shocked him, then saw Tanjiro. The muzzle was long gone, nowhere to be seen, but he wasn't attacking. He was biting himself, 2 lines of blood dripping down his chin from where his fangs were puncturing the skin. Tanjiro, Nezuko gasped as she watched Tanjiro start tearing up. Resisting the scent of Shinazugawa's blood must have been agonizing, but her brother was still fighting. Tanjiro squeezed his eyes shut, then slowly turned his head away from the blood on Shinazugawa's arm. Nezuko moved to get up, only for Iguru to dig his elbow into her spine again. Nezuko yelped involuntarily from the pain. In response, Tanjiro whipped to face her so fast she heard the crack of his neck despite the growling. Is everything alright? The MSTR asked just before Tanjiro lunged for Nezuko and Iguru. Tanjiro, no. The sun. Nezuko yelled as she watched Tanjiro cross the threshold of the shade, only for him to scream in pain as he started burning. Tanjiro scrambled back into the shade, breathing heavily with the occasional pained whine as the burns healed at a painfully slow rate. Nezuko saw red, and ripped her bindings apart before she swung her elbow at Iguru's groin. The masked man spat numerous curses once her elbow made contact with his nether regions, but he also rolled away from Nezuko. Oh, my gosh! Mitsuri squeaked as she grabbed Iguru. Nezuko could tell Mitsuri was holding him back from grabbing her again, and nodded gratefully to the love Hashira. Nezuko didn't waste a second in getting to her feet and bolting for Tanjiro. Ubuyashiki said something, but Nezuko ignored it in favor of getting to her brother. The demon boy turned his head away from Shinazugawa in disgust, despite Shinazugawa offering his blood, and stabbing him 4 times, one of the MSTR's daughters said calmly, as if this entire situation was completely normal. Iguru must have aggravated Kamado's injuries, causing her to cry out in pain. It gained the demon boy's attention, and he ran in what was presumably an attempt to help her. However, he had to stop and return indoors when he was burned by the sun. Ah, the MSTR replied as Nezuko leapt onto the Engawa. Oh, Tanjiro, she whispered, hugging Tanjiro once she was close enough, being mindful of his burns. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, big brother. But you did good. I'm proud of you. Ko. Tanjiro mumbled as he began to shrink, nuzzling against Nezuko with a quiet whimper. Nezuko sighed, tightening her embrace with one arm while using the other hand to pat her brother's head. It's okay. You're okay. Nezuko assured him before turning to glare at Shinazugawa. I believe that is more than sufficient proof that Tanjiro won't attack humans. If he resisted Sanemi's Merchi blood, he is sure to resist more common blood as well, the MSTR told the rest of the Hashira, earning a sigh of relief from Mitsuri and Kyojuro. Nice job, Tanjiro. Nezuko whispered, turning to Tanjiro before bringing her gaze back to Shinazugawa. MSTR. Yes, Nezuko. I would like to request permission to kick Shinazugawa in the D-. At least once. At most, 1 kick for each time he stabbed Tanjiro. Nezuko told the man, refusing to break eye contact with the Hashira she was asking to kick. Either way, she wanted to make sure that guy never reproduced. I'm afraid I am not willing to condone that kind of violence amongst my children. As much as you may feel it's warranted, the MSTR replied. I understand, sir. Nezuko sighed, not breaking eye contact with the scarred Hashira. She hoped her glare got her message across. If he hurt Tanjiro again, Nezuko wasn't going to care about the consequences of kicking him with her full strength in his privates. I promise that I will prove to the core that Tanjiro can be trusted. My brother and I will fight side by side, and continue to protect humanity from demons. I'm glad to hear that, the MSTR chuckled. I believe the first step in you and Tanjiro earning the trust of the core will be defeating one of the 12 Kazuki. But first, you should recover from your injuries. I'll let her recover at the Butterfly Mansion, MSTR. Kochu offered. Of course, Shinobu, the MSTR replied. Kochu clapped and a pair of Kikushi appeared. Nezuko put Tanjiro back in his box, gently pulling his hands off her uniform when he clung to her. It'll be alright, Tanjiro, she whispered. I'll see you tonight, I promise, she added. Tanjiro nodded reluctantly before curling up inside the box. The Kikushi beside the box closed it up before hoisting it onto her shoulders. I'll take good care of him, she assured Nezuko, who nodded before climbing on the other Kikushi's back. Before they left, the MSTR spoke up one more time. Nezuko, give my regards to Tamayo. He knows about Miss Tamayo. Nezuko wondered as she was carried away from the group. As they got out of sight of the other 8 Hashira, Nezuko flipped off Shinazugawa. He glared venomously at her in response, and Nezuko stuck her tongue out. She may not be allowed to beat him up, but she could still be petty. After getting carried to the Butterfly Mansion, Nezuko was brought around the building to a large garden. Oh. Hey, Tsuyuri. Nezuko called out once she spotted the other girl standing amongst a bunch of butterflies. The name for the estate was certainly fitting. Are you forgetting that Lady Tsuyuri kicked you and broke your jaw? The Kikushi carrying her asked. Nezuko shrugged while the other Kikushi approached the girl. Lady Tsuyuri, she said with a bow. May we have permission to enter the mansion? Tsuyuri turned to them, smiling blankly at them without so much as a peep. Lady Tsuyuri. Your Kikushi, yes, another voice asked, causing everyone except Tsuyuri to jump and turn to the second girl behind them. The girl had vibrant blue eyes, her hair styled in pigtails with a pair of small butterfly clips. Yes, ma'am, the female Kikushi gasped. The girl nodded, her expression stern. And this girl is injured, she guessed, getting 2 nods in reply. Right this way, she said, leading them into a room filled with familiar screaming. But it's so bitter and gross. And you're telling me I need to take this 5 times a day? Zenitsu wailed while a much younger girl watched him with a nervous expression. How many times do I have to tell you? The girl who led them inside asked exasperatedly. If you don't follow orders, we'll have to restrain you. Zenitsu, are you okay? Nezuko asked, getting the blonde's attention. Nezuko, he cried, leaning over and hugging the Kikushi carrying Nezuko. It was horrible. I almost got turned into a spider, and now my limbs are shrunken down, and they're making me take this awful medicine, he told her, opening his eyes and looking at her. What happened to you? You're all dirty, and your jaw is bruised. Jaw's broken. Not as bad as it could have been. Nezuko chuckled. But you followed us, after all. Yeah. Zenitsu mumbled. I felt bad for acting so pathetically, so I decided to, he trailed off, squinting at Nezuko. Zenitsu stared at her for another moment before his eyes widened. When did you get that? He asked. When did I get what? Nezuko inquired in reply, trying to hide her flinch as her jaw flared up. Oh. I guess you can't see it. Zenitsu mumbled. See what? Now she was worried. Zenitsu's behavior was putting her on edge. What was he talking about? Did she get a new scar, or what? Your hair. What about my hair? You mean she wasn't born with that? The blue-eyed girl inquired. Born with what? Nezuko exclaimed, hissing from the increasing pain in her jaw. Can I just see a mirror, please? Here, the girl sighed, grabbing a hand mirror and holding it up. Nezuko looked at her reflection, not finding anything different until she looked at the left side of her hair. A section of the hair, just behind the section tied back with her ribbon, had a small red streak. Just a little brighter than the normal shade of red in Tanjirou's hair, standing out against her natural black. That's new, she muttered, lifting up the streak to make sure it wasn't a trick of the light. She pulled it in front of her face for good measure. When did I get this? And why didn't Kyojiro or Mitsuri say anything? Well, let's get you settled, the other girl said before the Kikuchi laid Nezuko down on an unoccupied bed. The bed between her and Zenitsu was holding a familiar, yet oddly quiet, boar-headed figure. Inosuke, I didn't even notice you were there. Nezuko gasped. Apparently he almost got his head crushed and was screaming his throat out. Zenitsu piped up. It's weird that he's so quiet. You can say that again. Nezuko agreed. So, where were you? Zenitsu asked. On trial. A lot of the Hashira weren't too happy about the fact I was carrying my demon brother around like it was no big deal. Nezuko answered, rubbing her jaw to try and alleviate the pain. One of them even cut his arm and offered his blood to Tanjiro. And that was after stabbing him 4 times, too. What? Zenitsu screeched. Is he okay? Zenitsu, remember he's a demon. Nezuko replied. He'll just need to sleep to regain his energy, but he should be good as new in no time. I'll need to mend his Haori, but I already needed to after he got cut up by lower 5's threads. Oh. Right. Zenitsu mumbled with an embarrassed blush. Nezuko smiled, happy to have her friends nearby again. A few days after the trial, Nezuko was visited by a familiar face. How are you, my student? Kyojiro asked as he walked into the room with his usual air of confidence and brightness. A little better. Jaw still hurts, though. Nezuko replied with a smile. I'm glad to hear you're healing. Kyojiro laughed. By the way, I forgot to mention it during your trial, and we went into the Hashira meeting straight away afterwards, but you have a new addition to your hair. Yep, I found out about that. Nezuko told him, tugging on the streak in question. When did it show up? Do you know? On Mount Nadagumo. Sometime between me sending you into the woods to escape, and the crows requesting you and Tanjiro be brought to headquarters. Kyojiro answered. I have no clue what caused it, though. Well, I haven't eaten enough of anything red to get something like this, so it isn't like Mitsuri's case. Nezuko noted, mostly to herself. And as far as I know, it isn't something in my family. On my dad's side of the family, if you got the red coloring in your hair, it's all your hair. Not streaks like this. And even then, only the eldest sons tended to get the red in their hair. How odd. Kyojiro replied. Were there any rituals involved in your family that caused such a phenomenon? Because in the Rengoku family, the men get their flame-like hair from the meditation you did during your training. Rengoku mothers perform this meditation during their pregnancies, and that is what gives us our flame-colored hair. Perhaps a ritual in your own family holds the answers. We have no special PRGNNCY rituals I can think of. Nezuko muttered. Eldest sons are just born like that. Other children tend to get the red-tinted eyes, but the hair is usually just on the eldest son. And I took after our mother more than the rest of my siblings. My eyes are from her side of the family. So the eldest son is always born with that combination of both red eyes and red hair, even if they're born second after a daughter? Kyojiro asked. That's the thing. Nezuko replied. Aside from a few exceptions, way back in our history. I don't think the firstborn Kamado has been a daughter for centuries, she said. And when I say way back, I mean about the Sengoku era, at the latest, maybe a little after. But if I remember our records right, all the firstborn kids in our family have red hair and eyes. How odd. Kyojiro chuckled. Sengoku. Isn't that also not long after your family learned the Hinakami Kagura? Perhaps that has something to do with it. I'll have to think on it some more. Nezuko sighed. Maybe this recovery time will help me come up with some answers. I will ask my father to check the family records. Perhaps the answer is in your family's son breathing. Kyojiro replied. How's he doing by the way? And Senjiro? Nezuko asked, taking a quick drink from the anesthetic that Kochu had given her once she was done. Quite well. Kyojiro declared with a smile. Father has been taking steps towards recovering his sobriety. And Senjiro has made preparations to be joining the Butterfly Mansion as a medic. I'm sure he would do really well here, if he decided to join. The girls here are very nice, so far. Nezuko said with a smile. By the way, am I the only one who finds Kochu kinda scary? No. Kyojiro laughed. She is among the most feared among the Hashira, despite her small frame. And she has earned that reputation. Good to know. Nezuko replied. Well, you probably have important business to handle. I won't hold you back any longer. If you ever need to contact me, you need only to send a crow. Kyojiro told her, his face becoming slightly pinched with concern seconds later. Speaking of contact. Why did you not inform Kanroji or myself about locating and confronting Kibutsuji? When I got around to writing to you guys, it had slipped my mind. So much had happened. Nezuko admitted. Especially right after meeting him. What do you mean? Kyojiro asked. After we confronted him, Kibutsuji sent a pair of demons after us. Nezuko told him. Specifically after Tanjiro and me. They said they were sent to kill me, and capture Tanjiro. Kyojiro tensed up. I should have told you the second I finished that battle. Nezuko sighed, shimmying around until she get into a proper Dajiza bow. I'm sorry for not doing that. The important thing is that you're alright. Kyojiro told her, his hand resting on her back. The next time you face a demon specifically sent after you by Kibutsuji, however, please inform me as soon as possible. I will. Nezuko replied with a nod as she straightened up. Kyojiro nodded in reply, his usual smile returning just as the door burst open. Nezuko. Mitsuri called out as she walked into the room. Hey, Mitsuri. Nezuko chuckled, waving to her training sister. The two girls exchanged a hug, then Mitsuri began shaking Nezuko by her shoulders. Why didn't you tell us in your letters that you saw Kibutsuji? Mitsuri demanded. I almost had a heart attack when the MSTR mentioned that. Sorry. Nezuko mumbled. What a coincidence. Kyojiro laughed. We were just discussing that. Oh. Mitsuri gasped, turning to the flame Hashira, then back to Nezuko. Sorry, she squeaked, releasing Nezuko's shoulders. It's okay. Nezuko replied. I kinda deserve the scold, she added with a shrug before deciding to change the subject. I like the new Haori. Is that the one Iguro got you? By the way Mitsuri lit up and her cheeks reddened, it was. Mitsuri nodded as she shrugged it off and held it up to Nezuko. The closer view allowed her to see the details much better. Specifically, the cherry blossoms and petals that decorated the green and white fabric. Is this hand-embroidered? Nezuko gasped, carefully pulling the material closer to get a better look. Just looking at the Haori, the quality was obvious. Iguro definitely paid well to get it made. Really? Mitsuri exclaimed excitedly, taking her Haori back and seeming to look at it in a whole new light. Nezuko smiled before remembering how things went at the trial. "I'm sorry if I messed things up between you guys and Iguru. I know you were both kinda close to him." Nezuko muttered. "It did put a slight damper on our friendships with him." Kyojiro replied. "But it will be alright. We will sort it out in due time." "Yeah." Mitsuri agreed with a warm smile. "I'm planning to talk to him a bit more next time we go out for a meal. In the meantime, focus on yourself." Kyojiro added, gently squeezing Nezuko's shoulder. "You went through quite an ordeal, surviving against a demon as powerful as a 12 Kazuki." Nezuko nodded, and the two Hashira left the room. "That was not the conversation I expected you to be having with two Hashira." Nezuko turned, finding Zenitsu staring at the ceiling as if it held the answers to the universe. Nezuko snorted at that. "Well, they did train me," she replied. "Mitsuri's the one I told you about. The one that was kinda like a big sister." "I can see why," Zenitsu said. Nezuko smiled, turning to the door at the end of the room. The room behind it had Tanjiro and his box inside. "I'll come in and check on you when I'm a bit more healed up," Nezuko silently promised to her brother with a small smile. "As the two of you have healed up enough, it's time for you to undergo recovery training to regain your lost strength," Miss Aoi said, staring down Nezuko and Inosuke. She turned to the younger girls at her side. "Sumi, Kiyo, and Naho will help in getting your bedridden bodies limber again." The trio of girls all hummed in response. "Any volunteers to go first?" Miss Aoi asked. "I'll go first." Nezuko spoke up, raising her hand. She tried desperately not to ask herself how bad it could possibly be as she was led to a mat and laid on her front. Meanwhile, the girl with the pink butterflies pinning her hair back sat on the bottom of her spine, and the girls with the green and blue butterflies grabbed her arms. Now, the girl with the green butterflies tying off her braids declared. Nezuko was pulled back by her arms until the girl with the pink butterfly could grab on. Then she kept pulling until Nezuko couldn't hold back a yelp from the strain. "Wow! That's really impressive," the girl with the blue butterflies on her twin ponytails giggled. "You're really flexible, even with how long you've been bedridden." "Thanks." Nezuko wheezed, grateful Mitsuri had given her some flexibility training when they trained together. For the rest of that section of the training, her limbs were twisted and pulled every which way to their limit. She tried not to make her sigh of relief too audible when she was released. "Next is reflex training," Miss Aoi said once Nezuko was done. "The cups on the table in front of Kaneo are full of medicated tea. Your objective is to grab a cup before your opponent, either Kaneo or myself. And the both of you can block each other from grabbing a cup." Then she turned to the large, open area. "And lastly, full body training. You will go against Kaneo and myself in what is essentially a game of tag. You win if you can grab your opponent." "Got it," Nezuko replied while Inosuke only grunted before going to the little girls. Nezuko sat down across from Tsuyuri, alternating her gaze between the other girl and the cups. "Begin," Miss Aoi declared. Nezuko reached for a cup, getting quickly blocked by Kaneo while she scrambled to block Kaneo's own attack. Another reach, another block. Nezuko reached for a cup closer to her, and was blocked again. This time, she got a face full of tea. "Well, it certainly got medicine in it," Nezuko muttered, spitting out some of the bitter liquid. "Nice job, Tsuyuri. You're really good at this." The girl in question only smiled, putting her cup down before standing up and going to the full body training area. Well, no point in delaying the inevitable, Nezuko thought as she joined the older slayer. "Begin the full body training," Miss Aoi called out, prompting the two girls to begin sprinting across the room. "Stay light on your feet. Limit the surface area of your landings and the time spent on the ground. Nezuko told herself as she chased after Tsuyuri. She could do this, she'd played tag plenty of times on a mountain. Flat ground would be easy. Nezuko reached for Tsuyuri, only for the other girl to duck under her hand and sidestep Nezuko as she proceeded to faceplant. Ow, she groaned, rubbing her sore jaw. You're doing better than most. Miss Aoi told her. Most people can't even block Kaneo once. And she can run circles around most slayers. As if to prove her point, one of the younger girls gave the start signal for reflex training, being swiftly followed by splashing. The two turned to Inosuke to see he was drenched. Ha! Nezuko replied. The training continued for a few more hours, running Nezuko and Inosuke ragged until they were dismissed. When they got back to the medical wing, they both flopped onto their cots with hardly a word to Zenitsu despite his worried questions. After a few minutes of rest, Nezuko turned to the private room at the end of the wing. I'll be back, she mumbled before going to the room. She opened the door to a room just like what she had at the Rengoku estate. A bed, a closet, windows covered to limit sunlight. Nezuko turned to the bed, finding the familiar box at the foot. Hey, Tanjiro, she spoke up, not getting any reply. She sighed, kneeling by the box and tilting it so the door was facing the ceiling. She opened it to see Tanjiro sound asleep. Sorry for not visiting earlier. Just a lot going on, she muttered as she sat beside the box. I'm in recovery training. Apparently, I'm doing better than most slayers. How about that? She turned to Tanjiro, trying to imagine what he would say. Nice job, Nezuko, or, that's great, Nezuko. Probably something like that. You'd probably be even better than me, if you were doing this. Nezuko chuckled, pulling her knees to her chest. I know I'm not as strong as you, even as a human, but I'm trying to get there, she told him, unsure if he heard her. Tears began to sting in her eyes. I have to get there. I have to be strong enough to fight the 12 Kazuki, so we can get that cure as fast as possible, she whispered shakily, turning her gaze to the covered window. Because if I don't, you're going to stay a demon. You won't age. Meanwhile, I'm going to keep growing. I'm gonna become an adult, then grow old, and then I'll pass away. She turned back to Tanjiro. You'll be alone if that happens, she muttered, wiping away her tears with her sleeve. But I won't let that happen, not if I can help it, she assured Tanjiro with a sad smile. You'll become human again, I promise. Don't worry, Nezuko. You can do this. Tanjiro's voice echoed, though he remained sound asleep. Nezuko wondered where his voice was coming from for a moment, then smiled again. You're always looking out for me, she chuckled, reaching into the box and picking up Tanjiro. You'll probably be more comfortable out of that box, she said, mostly to herself, as she kicked the covers down to the foot of the bed. After putting Tanjiro down, she covered him with the blankets. Tanjiro snuggled into the blankets with a content hum, and Nezuko let her hand rest on his demon mark. Sleep well, big brother, she whispered before leaving the room. So, what should I expect from recovery training? Zenitsu asked as he trailed behind Nezuko and Inosuke. He had finally healed up enough to join them in the training. The two turned to him. Utter hell. Nezuko answered before they entered the dojo. Aoi explained the exercises to Zenitsu while Nezuko and Inosuke prepared for the mobility training. They were just about to go to the mats when Zenitsu raised his hand. Just a moment, please, he muttered, standing and turning to the door. You two, come with me. No, thanks. Not interested. Inosuke grumbled. Shut your mouths and get over here. Zenitsu shrieked, grabbing the two by the collars of their shirts and dragging them outside. What the hell, he yelled, mostly directed towards Inosuke as he punched the boar-wearing boy. Zenitsu, what is wrong with you? Nezuko demanded. Apologize to Inosuke this instant. He did nothing to. Not now, Nezuko. Zenitsu screamed. This idiot has been acting like he's been going through hell when he's been in paradise. What? Nezuko yelled. You wouldn't understand, Nezuko. Cute girls are giving you massages, and you can touch their hands during the cup game. And during the tag game, you can. He was cut off by a right hook to his cheek, courtesy of Nezuko. She glared daggers at him as he looked at her, watching him freak out when he met her eyes. You really think this training is easy? She snapped. We have been getting our limbs pulled every which way for days. Neither of us have beat the reflex training, and end up soaked every time. And Tsuyuri can run circles around us. We aren't exhausted for no reason, Zenitsu. Yeah, those girls are crazy. Inosuke piped up. They are formidable opponents, and will mess you up. Don't you remember what Mizuko did to me? I still don't think I've recovered. So you are going to go in there, you are going to go into the training, and you are going to understand why I said to expect utter hell, you hear me? Nezuko told him, grabbing Zenitsu's shirt collar and dragging him back to the dojo. Is everything alright? Aoi asked upon their return. Yep. We're good. Nezuko sighed, dropping Zenitsu on the mats for mobility training. Give him hell, she told the younger girls, getting 3 excited salutes in response. With that, another day of their hellish recovery training began. A few hours after they finished recovery training, and Zenitsu and Inosuke had fallen asleep, Nezuko perked up at the increasingly familiar sight of the insect Hashira's butterfly Haori. I see the girls put you all through the ringer, she giggled, her gaze drifting to the boys for a moment before focusing on Nezuko. Well, I'm not surprised. This training is far from being for the faint of heart. But you'll improve with time, she added. Someone's here to see you. 2 someones, in fact. As if on cue, 2 familiar heads of flaming hair entered the room, and Nezuko smiled. Hey, she mumbled as Senjiro and Shinjiro approached her bed. She quickly exchanged a hug with Senjiro, and noticed the luggage Shinjiro was carrying. It's official, she guessed once she and Senjiro separated, getting a nod in reply. Yes. And I hope I can do my part. Even if it isn't as a swordsman, like I thought it would be. Senjiro replied. Nezuko's smile widened, happy to know Senjiro was starting to find himself. Have you been alright? We heard about the trial. Yeah, I'm fine. So's Tanjiro, he's just sleeping in the other room. Nezuko assured him, nodding to the door before turning her focus onto Shinjiro. He looked much better than even the last time they saw each other, much less when they first met. And how've you been? Sobriety is unpleasant after all the years I've been drinking myself under the table. Shinjiro sighed. But I'm trying not to go back to the bottle, he added, raising a hand to his forehead and rubbing the center of it. I think that flick you hit me with is a permanent part of my skull. Nezuko snorted at that. Good to know it's effective, she replied with an impish grin. Shinjiro shook his head with a small smirk before his expression sobered. Kyojiro said you faced Kibutsuji. Is that true? He asked. Nezuko grimaced at that. Yeah. And he sent assassins after us, she admitted. Shinjiro sighed, and Senjiro looked at her with worry. But I'm okay. I got a little beat up, but nothing life-threatening. You still found and faced the king of demons. Shinjiro countered, Senjiro nodding in agreement. You could have died right then and there. It's surprising. You lived to tell the tale. Yep. I know. Nezuko sighed. I'll be more careful, I promise, she added. Shinjiro and Senjiro nodded in response. Get some rest. Miss Shinobu piped up. You'll need it, she added before turning to the oldest and youngest Rengakus. Let's get you settled, Senjiro, she said as she left the room, the 2 following her shortly after while having a quiet conversation. Nezuko smiled a little as she watched before rolling over, coming face to face with the door to Tanjiro's room. She hoped he was doing okay. Ah, so you've already mstred total concentration constant. Nezuko startled at the voice right next to her, nearly falling off the roof she had decided to meditate on. Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to startle you. Kochu giggled as she sat down beside Nezuko. Guess I got too deep in meditating to notice you. Nezuko replied as she returned to her spot. Is there something you need? She asked as Kochu continued to watch her, the insect Hashira's dark purple eyes seeming to want to look into Nezuko's soul. Yes. Kochu replied, turning her gaze to the stars. I want to entrust you with a dream of mine. Nezuko tilted her head, waiting for her to continue. You see, it's always been my dream to see humans and demons get along. A knot formed in Nezuko's chest, tightening in her sternum with each word. Seeing you and your brother fight for and protect each other. It gives me hope that this dream could become reality, she finished, the knot in Nezuko's chest loosening slightly. Do you really believe in that dream? Nezuko asked. Kochu tensed up slightly, turning to Nezuko with her smile still firmly in place. Of course, I do, she replied cheerfully. No, you don't. Nezuko countered. Just like you're clearly not as happy as you want people to think you are. Even the happiest people can't smile all day, every day. And, people who are happy, really happy, they don't set me on edge the way you do. On edge? How do I put you on edge? Kochu asked as her smile faltered. I've always had good instincts. Nezuko answered, turning to the roof they were seated on. And most of the time I'm around you. Every instinct I have tells me to be excruciatingly careful. She turned to Kochu, who was staring at her with wide eyes. Then she chuckled mirthlessly with a pained smile. You know, Rengoku always spoke highly of your perceptiveness. Kochu sighed. I can see why. You're angry, aren't you? Nezuko guessed. Kochu's shoulders drooped, and her smile vanished. Yes. It may be that I'm constantly angry. Kochu replied. I hear the cries of despair from others, I hear their mournful tears. And my rage intensifies each time. I don't doubt the other Hashira feel similarly, she sighed. My older sister was mauled by a demon. She died in my arms. She was the one who always dreamt of humans and demons becoming friends, a dream I could never understand. But I try to bring it to fruition in honor of her memory, and do so with the smile she always loved. So you want to entrust her dream to me? Nezuko said. Yes. Your brother is the epitome of what Kane wanted. I'm sure she would have loved to meet you both. Kochu told her. It's a wish I doubt will ever come true, but maybe you and Tanjiro can bring hope. I'll at least think about it. Nezuko replied. Kochu smiled, this smile far more genuine than her usual smile. A smile that left Nezuko far more at ease. That's all I can ask, she sighed as she stood up. Miss Kochu. Before you go. Nezuko exclaimed. I don't think you should force yourself to smile past the pain you're in. You'll end up driving yourself crazy doing that. Even Rengoku stops smiling every now and then. If your sister loved your smile, then I think she'd much prefer you had a reason to smile without forcing it. Kochu stared at her for a moment, tearing up slightly. Thank you, Kamado Nezuko, she chuckled as she wiped away her tears. And please, call me Shinobu. If you don't mind, I would like to become friends. I think I'd like that. Nezuko replied with a smile before the insect Hashira vanished. Nezuko stared at where Shinobu had been for a moment, then turned her gaze to the moon shining above. Demons and humans living together, she muttered. A pipe dream, or just something you need to work towards? How did you do so well in training? Nezuko turned to Zenitsu at the question, finishing her bite of rice before replying. What do you mean? You're the only one who can last more than a second against that other demon slayer girl. Tsuyuri. Zenitsu replied. I know you have good reflexes and your instincts are on another level, but I don't know how you can match her in speed. Most of it's my instincts. Nezuko told him. She's beating me because of a skill difference, I think. Because we're using the same breathing as. What breathing technique gives you that level of speed? Zenitsu interrupted. Because thunder breathing is all about speed, and even I can't go that fast. That's weird. You should be faster than me, in that case. Nezuko muttered. Because if you're using total concentration constant. Total concentration constant. What's that? Zenitsu asked. Total concentration constant. Nezuko replied, only getting a confused stare in reply. You know, the technique where you use total concentration breathing all the time. Even in your sleep. You can do that? Zenitsu yelped. How? You're telling me you didn't learn total concentration constant? Nezuko asked. Zenitsu shook his head, his eyes wide and his jaw slack. Nezuko stared at him for a moment, then turned to Inosuke. Well, there's your problem, she exclaimed, throwing her arms up in the air and letting them drop at her sides. How do you use total concentration breathing all the time? Zenitsu asked. Resilience, despite the fact it's going to feel like your lungs will explode. Nezuko stated. No point beating around the bush. Oh, you already know about total concentration constant, a new voice giggled, bringing everyone's attention to Kyo, Sumi, and Naho in the door. We were just about to ask. Kyo told the trio of demon slayers as the girls all walked in with trays of everyone's medicine. Oh, God! Zenitsu shrieked. Not this. Anything but this. Nezuko rolled her eyes at his dramatics, drinking her own medicine and tuning out Zenitsu's claims of favoritism. She wasn't the one whose limbs got shrunken down, plain and simple. So, Nezuko. Sumi spoke up. Have you done any tests with a gourd to check your lung capacity? Can't say that I have. Nezuko admitted, jumping a little as she was presented with a gourd. You blow into it and try to break it. Kyo declared. Nezuko took the gourd, knocking on it before uncapping it and doing as she was told. The gourd didn't take long to shatter. Ha! Didn't know you could do that with total concentration constant, she muttered. Miss Kaneo and Miss Shinobu can break an even bigger gourd. Naho replied excitedly. Yeah, it's as tall as we are. Sumi added. No wonder she's on another level. Zenitsu mumbled. Nezuko turned to him with a smirk. Then it looks like we got our work cut out for us, she replied. I don't like that face. Gramps made that face every time he was gonna put me through hell. Zenitsu whispered. Nezuko smiled in response before going back to her food. She shared a look with Kyo, Sumi, and Naho, getting through excited grins in reply. The boys were in for a very long night. Kaneo silently watched as her fellow demon slayers trained. Agatsuma and Hashibara were clearly struggling to MSTR total concentration constant. It was obvious from the sweat drenching the both of them every time they used total concentration breathing for more than the length of time needed for an attack. It seems they're progressing, though. She thought, her gaze drifting to Kamado. The only other girl to survive their final selection. And the one among the trio already aware of, and using, total concentration constant. You can do it, guys. Kamado cheered as Hashibara and Agatsuma went through their exercises. She was certainly a curious case. A slayer, traveling with a demon that didn't devour humans. What an odd set of paradoxes. But they had both been sanctioned by the MSTR, so Kaneo wasn't going to do anything against that. Are you going to join them? Kaneo turned to Shinobu, then pulled out her coin and flipped it. Heads, she would not participate. Her gaze drifted out to her fellow slayers for a moment, continuing to watch them train, then back to her mentor. I will not be joining them at this time, she replied with a smile. Shinobu nodded, then Kaneo's attention was drawn to a nearby window. The room Kamado's brother was in. She could see movement. Shinobu followed her gaze. That boy has no sense of self-preservation, she muttered with a sigh, shaking her head and turning back to Kaneo. Could you please go check on him, Kaneo? He might just need some company. But I would prefer if he had supervision either way, so he doesn't reduce himself to ashes. I'd ask Senjuro, but I don't want to pull him away from the work I gave him. Kaneo nodded, entering the butterfly mansion and making her way to the demon's room. What kind of demon doesn't fear sunlight? She wondered as she approached the door. As soon as she opened it, a pair of red eyes turned from the window to meet her own violet gaze. The demon tilted his head. He stared at Kaneo for a moment, his nose twitching faintly before he turned back to the window. Lady Shinobu requested I check on you, and provide you company and supervision. Kaneo told him quietly, pulling out her coin as the demon continued to stare at the blinds keeping the sun out of the room. She flipped it, watching the demon turn to face her again. Tails would mean physical intervention, heads would be verbal. She caught the coin, looking at the result. Tails. She walked up to him, noticing he was taller than her by a bit. The demon tilted his head again, and Kaneo took action. She swept one arm behind his knees, bracing the other on his back as he fell. The demon stared at her with wide eyes for a moment, then closed his eyes. He tensed up, and Kaneo tightened her hold on him as he began shrinking. He opened his eyes once he was the size of a toddler, and Kaneo was unsure how to react. Had he meant to dislodge her grip, or just make himself easier to carry? Okay. What to do now? Kaneo asked herself. She meant to reach for her coin before remembering her arms were full of a toddler-sized demon. And she had no clue how to hold a toddler with one arm. Her mind began reeling, unsure of what to do. Put the demon down, or wait. She couldn't pick. She couldn't pick. Not without the coin Kane gave her, which she couldn't reach, but she didn't know if she should put the demon down or not, or... It seemed the demon had his own plans in mind, as he wriggled out of Kaneo's arms. Once he was back on his feet, he tugged on Kaneo's cloak. Her eyes followed him as he ran from her to the cot, patting the mattress once he got there. Then he hopped onto the cot, patting the mattress beside him again. Was he telling her to sit with him? It's an instruction. Instructions are good. Kaneo told herself, gently seating herself beside the demon. His eyes lit up as he hummed with what Kaneo could only assume was excitement. Kaneo smiled ever so slightly, pulling out her coin and flipping it, tails to introduce herself, heads to thank him. She caught the coin, looking at the result. Tails. She turned to the demon again, noticing the tilt of his head. Hello, little demon. My name is Tsuyuri Kaneo. Humph, the demon waved at her. Kaneo didn't know a demon could be so polite. She couldn't help tensing as he reached for the muzzle, but continued to watch. This demon was sanctioned, she didn't have to attack unless he intended to assault a human. Once the bamboo came off, the demon opened and closed his mouth a few times. Likely trying to adjust to not having a muzzle on, since he seemed to wear it all the time. Tanjiro, he said, pointing to himself. His voice sounded rough, likely a product of disuse. Tanjirou. Kaneo replied, getting a bright smile and an excited nod in reply. She reached for her coin while the demon, Tanjiro, pulled his muzzle back over his mouth. She was about to flip when a clawed hand slowly approached her hand. She turned to Tanjiro, eyes wide, and he immediately withdrew his hand with a guilty look in his eyes. He pointed to the coin with a tilt of his head, a gesture Kaneo was beginning to suspect was his way of expressing curiosity or confusion. Well, she supposed there was no harm in telling him. I use this to decide when I have no orders, she told him, holding out the coin. She valued it very much, and she greatly appreciated the gift Kane had given her all those years ago. You see, nothing matters to me, so I can't make decisions for myself. So I flip this to make my decisions. Just a moment ago, I flipped to decide whether to introduce myself, or thank you for freeing up my hands. Tanjiro bounced on the cot before hopping off, tensing and growing to what Kaneo assumed was his normal size moments later. He held out his hand, palm up and eyes on the coin in Kaneo's hand. Her gaze flicked between the coin she depended on, and the demon asking for it. So far, he hasn't done anything that expresses a longing to harm me. Kaneo reasoned as she slowly moved her hand. I suppose the least I can do is trust him. The coin landed in Tanjiro's waiting hand, and he carefully put it on the floor. What was he doing? Tanjiro straightened up, pointing to himself. He then rotated his hands around each other in a rolling motion, then pointed to Kaneo's coin. Kaneo could only watch, unsure if she was understanding the charades being presented to her. Tanjiro pointed to his head, then to the coin again. Then he pointed to her. Kaneo's eyes widened, still trying to decipher the exact meaning of his words. He pinched the air in front of him with both hands, moving his left hand to the left with his right hand moving just behind it. Then he pointed to Kaneo's chest, followed by tapping his own. He's going to flip the coin for something. But what? Kaneo asked before the familiar ring of her coin pierced the air. It ricocheted off the ceiling, then back onto the floor. Tanjiro stared at it, then slumped. He glared at the coin as if it had personally offended him. Had he not gotten the result he wanted? Kaneo caught a glimpse of the kanji for tails before Tanjiro picked up the coin again, flipping it. This time, it didn't hit the ceiling. It landed, and Tanjiro glared at it again. Tails. Kaneo watched him flip again and again. Every time, it landed on tails, getting another affronted glare from the demon. What could make him so desperate to get heads, and so offended when the coin landed on tails? Tanjiro bounced after what Kaneo was pretty sure was his 12th flip. He presented the coin to her, revealing it too have landed on heads. Kaneo stared at the coin, wondering why he was so excited. What made you so determined to get heads? Kaneo asked, turning her gaze to meet Tanjiro's eyes. Tanjiro sighed, then pinched the air with his one hand, scribbling through the air. He wanted to write something. Kaneo nodded before leaving the room, grabbing the requested supplies and running back. Tanjiro stared at the pen with a tilt of his head, then picked it up and poked it on the paper. His eyes lit up at the sight of the ink spot, then he began writing. He kept the paper covered, hiding it from Kaneo's sight completely. Once he was done, he folded the paper and handed it to Kaneo. Once it was in her palm, he placed the coin over it and folded her fingers over both. The genuine light in his eyes was something Kaneo never expected, least of all from a demon. She stood up and bowed. Thank you, she whispered before making her way to the door. Before she opened it, she turned to Tanjiro. Her mind fumbled for words for a moment. Please do be careful. The sunlight is dangerous, she told him before leaving the room. As she walked, she pocketed her coin and opened the piece of paper. The penmanship was messy, but Kaneo could make out 3 words. Follow your heart. Kaneo stopped dead in her tracks as she read the words. Was that what Tanjiro had been so desperately flipping her coin for? She turned to the door, eyes wide. But, why? Kaneo wondered. She had only interacted with him twice. One of those times, she had actively been trying to kill him. And yet he not only wanted her to follow her heart, but flipped her coin until it gave him the desired result. Kaneo pulled out her coin again, staring at the kanji. I'm sure that, once you find someone you love, your heart will open up too, Kaneo. It was such a faint echo, Kane's voice. But Kaneo still remembered the words spoken to her when she received the coin from the late flower Hashira. "Miss Kaneo." Kaneo squeaked as she jumped, dropping both the paper and her coin before turning to find Rengoku's little brother right behind her. Senjiro, as she recalled. "Oh. So sorry, Miss Kaneo. I didn't mean to startle you," the boy exclaimed, scrambling to pick up the dropped items. He handed them back to Kaneo with a bow. "My apologies. I saw you standing here, and wanted to make sure you were all right. I'll be going now," he said, bowing before he disappeared down the hall. That was when Kaneo realized she was standing in the middle of the hallway. "I should move," Kaneo thought before walking the rest of the way to the dojo. Recovery training would be beginning soon. As Zenitsu and Inosuke continued their work on total concentration constant, Nezuko turned to Aoi. The older girl had a basket of laundry in her arms, and was making her way to the drying line. "Keep working at it, you two," Nezuko told the boys before jogging up to Aoi. "Can I help you?" the older girl asked when she turned to Nezuko. "I was about to ask the same," Nezuko replied with a chuckle. "Can I help with the laundry?" "Don't worry about it," Aoi told her as she began to hang the laundry. "It's the least I could do for all your help," Nezuko countered. "You've done so much for us, I would hate to not repay it." "There's no need," Aoi replied. "Really, it's okay," she added with a sigh. "Helping injured slayers is the least I can do. I barely passed the final selection. And when I was confronted by a demon, I was too scared to fight. I'm ashamed to admit that I'm such a coward." "It's okay if you aren't cut out to be a demon slayer," Nezuko assured her. Aoi turned to her. "Trust me. Even if you aren't out there slaying demons, your contributions are still felt by those who are in the field." She placed a hand on Aoi's shoulder. "I'm sure your help has saved the lives of several slayers. You may feel like it isn't much because you aren't killing demons, but it's because of you that those of us that are in the field can still fight." Aoi stared at her, her eyes widening as Nezuko stepped back to return to the boys. "I'll leave you to it, Aoi. Don't be afraid to ask, if you need an extra set of hands." With that, she returned to training with Zenitsu and Inosuke. "Come on, you two. No slacking off. You want to get through recovery training, right?" Inosuke roared as he pulled more on the rocks, and Zenitsu began screaming as he picked up speed. Aoi stared after Kamado as she went back to the brutal training with the boys. That girl certainly showed no mercy. Aoi would be lying if she said she was deaf to the pained yelling in the night for the last little while. Or blind to Kyo, Sumi, and Naho's absences at the same time. "Sorry, Miss Aoi." Aoi turned to see Senjiro running up to her. "I got a little sidetracked, I'm sorry about that." "It's alright, Senjiro," Aoi assured the younger boy. "I was just finishing with the laundry, there's no need to fuss," she added, picking up her empty basket. Senjiro smiled sheepishly, then turned to Nezuko. "She isn't going easy on them." "Not that I expected anything less, after how hard she worked during her own training," he chuckled. Aoi nodded in agreement, well aware of the horror stories told of the training any Tsugukos of the Flame Hashira had to partake in. She turned back to Senjiro, tapping his shoulder. "Come on. I'll show you how to prepare some of the patient's medicine," she told him quietly. Senjiro practically lit up as he nodded, following her into the butterfly mansion. Nezuko and Kaneo stared each other down across the table. Naho gave the start signal, and the two demon slayers were a blur. Nezuko blocked every one of Kaneo's attempts to grab a cup. It came close a few times, but she didn't get splashed. After a few minutes, Nezuko finally got an opening. She snatched a cup as Kaneo reached for it, raising the cup to splash the older girl. The tea splashed Kaneo, and Nezuko couldn't deny she felt a little bad. The tea did smell kind of funny. She smiled at Kaneo as she stood up to get a towel. Once she grabbed one, she passed it to Kaneo. Good game. Nezuko said as the older girl took the towel. You, too. Kaneo replied after a moment. Maybe Nezuko would just put the cups on Kaneo's head instead of splashing tea all over her. Well done. Aoi spoke up, her usually stern expression replaced with a small smile. Senjiro was beside her with a brighter smile, silently cheering Nezuko on. Nezuko smiled in response, then they continued reflex training. Nezuko continued to win, matching her wins with her losses in no time in both reflex and full-body training. Hey, Tanjirou. Nezuko called out as she entered the room. Tanjiro greeted her with excited hums and a tight hug, and Nezuko returned the embrace as Tanjiro lifted her up. I'm glad to see you're awake. How was your day? She added once Tanjiro put her down. Tanjiro responded by crossing his hands over the right side of his head. Kaneo came to see you. That's surprising. Nezuko chuckled as she sat down. Tanjiro nodded, then used another series of signals Nezuko took a moment to decipher. You told her to follow her heart. Nezuko guessed, getting an enthusiastic nod in reply. Nezuko thought back to final selection, how Kaneo had flipped a coin before even so much as speaking. Nezuko hummed as Tanjiro sat next to her. I guess we'll see how it goes, she told him before yawning. I'd better head back to bed. It's been a long day, she grunted, exchanging one last hug with Tanjiro before returning to the hospital ward. Before she closed the door, she turned back to Tanjiro. I could ask Miss Aoi if I can spend the night in here, if you'd like, she offered, unsurprised by the enthusiastic nodding and bouncing. Nezuko smiled as she closed the door, turning to look for the girl in question. As Nezuko wandered the halls, she spotted a familiar purple yukata. Nezuko stepped to the side, only to be rammed into. Geez. He sure bulked up. Nezuko thought, rubbing her shoulder. Nice to see you too, JRK, she called out, watching Mohawk guy stop in his tracks. TCH, whatever. This isn't worth my time, he grumbled, continuing to make his way down the hall. Real ball of sunshine, aren't you? Nezuko muttered, continuing her search for Aoi. As he walked away, Genya tried to get rid of the heat rising in his face. He really needed to get over this weird phase he was in. No way was he going to let himself be all flustered and CRP around the crazy girl who dislocated his shoulder. With a quiet growl, he kept walking. Well, your jaw's fully healed. Shinobu told Nezuko. I'd say you should be ready for a mission any day, now. That's good to hear. Nezuko sighed with a smile. This place is lovely, but I've been waiting to get back in the field. Of course. Shinobu giggled. Oh, and I found these in your uniform. She held up the syringe knives, looking over them. The construction is truly impeccable. Is there a reason you have these? Oh, yes. Nezuko exclaimed. They're for collecting demon blood. I found a doctor who knows a lot about demons, and she said she could make a cure if she had enough blood samples from powerful demons. So I'm collecting samples as often as I can. Ah, I see. Shinobu replied. Would you mind if I held on to one? I would like to deconstruct one of these to see how they work. Perhaps I can replicate it. Really? Nezuko gasped. Yes. The collection of blood samples could be useful to the Corps. And maybe I can finally get my missing syringes back. Shinobu told her with a knowing smile. It would seem a couple go missing every time Rengoku or Kanroji happens to visit the Butterfly Mansion. Sorry. Nezuko replied, hunching slightly with a sheepish smile. I asked them to help with getting blood samples, but I didn't know how to get the knives to them. The doctor helping me doesn't want to get too involved with the demon slayers, in case it puts Kibutsuji on her trail. He's been looking for her for a while, so she's trying to stay inconspicuous. That was about as honest as she could get about Tamayo without giving away the fact the woman was a demon, herself. Understandable. It's not surprising that Kibutsuji would want to eliminate chances of there being a cure to keep his monsters from being able to run rampant. Shinobu said, her smile being replaced with a small glare before she relaxed a little. Oh, and if you're looking to supply Rengoku with these knives, he's currently on a mission. But I'm sure he'd be more than willing to meet up with you, given your history. Thank you. Nezuko exclaimed. I'll keep that in mind. You're very welcome, Nezuko. Shinobu replied with a smile. Now, I believe this concludes your checkup. You can go on your way. Of course. Nezuko said with a bow. Thank you for your help, Shinobu, she declared before making her way to the dojo. She arrived to the sight of Zenitsu and Inosuke celebrating their victory. Nezuko smiled, grabbing a towel and walking up to Kaneo. Thank you. Kaneo whispered as she took the towel and began patting herself down. No problem. I hope they weren't too harsh on you. Nezuko replied. A moment of silence followed. It's to be expected. Kaneo told her as she began folding her towel. Well, I really appreciate all you've done for us. Nezuko said with a warm smile. By the way, I heard you spent some time with Tanjiro. Kaneo tensed up, her eyes going wide. She pulled out her coin and flipped it before turning back to Nezuko. Should I not be? She asked. I understand if you don't want me near him, after Mount Natagumo. Oh, no. Nezuko exclaimed, waving her hands frantically. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's perfectly fine if you want to hang out with him. It is? Kaneo replied. Nezuko smiled again as she nodded. Yep, she answered. In fact, Tanjiro seems to like you. He was very excited when he told me about you coming to see him. I was only following Lady Shinobu's orders. Kaneo admitted. Well, regardless, Tanjiro clearly wants to be friends with you. At the very least. Nezuko added that last part silently. She had no idea how her brother's possible bond with the older girl might progress, but she had little doubt it would be positive. I see. Kaneo whispered as she bowed her head. She flipped the coin again. Would it be alright if I spoke to him before you left? Sure. Nezuko chuckled. We'll be sent back into the field tomorrow, so you can come and see him anytime before then. Kaneo nodded, and the two girls parted ways. When Tanjiro woke up from his latest nap, he was greeted by his sister and the butterfly girl with the coin. Hey, Tanjiro. Nezuko spoke up. The butterfly girl smiled and nodded. Her scent seemed different compared to last time, if only slightly. Tanjiro greeted the two with a wave as he approached his little sister, hugging her once he was within arm's reach of her. Once they separated, he turned to the butterfly girl with a smile. Not that she could see it, with the muzzle in place, but it never hurt. Hello, she whispered, reaching into her pocket. Kaneo, here, wanted to get another chance to spend some time with you and talk to you before we left tomorrow. Nezuko told him, gesturing to the butterfly girl. Tanjiro turned to his sister, tilting his head. Besides, I thought you'd like a chance to wander out of this room before you were cooped up in your box again. Tanjiro smiled at that, giving Nezuko another hug and patting her head. MMMPH. He then turned to the butterfly girl, Kaneo, holding out his hand. She stared for a moment before slowly reaching out with her own hand and gingerly grabbing his. She turned to Nezuko, nervousness creeping up in her scent. Nezuko mouthed something, Tanjiro couldn't quite tell what, and Kaneo nodded. Tanjiro followed her outside. Be careful near the walls. Kaneo told him, her voice still barely above a whisper. The mansion is surrounded by wisteria to keep demons from attacking. Tanjiro turned his gaze to said wall, picking up on a scent that made his nose itch. He'd happily stay far away from what was probably the wisteria Kaneo mentioned. Kaneo led the way into the garden, and Tanjiro followed behind her. She likes this place. Tanjiro noted, picking up on the traces of happiness in Kaneo's scent. It was so faint, but undeniably there. He smiled behind the bamboo. He didn't know why, but Kaneo being happy made him feel warm and fuzzy inside. Once Tanjiro left with Kaneo, Nezuko set about gathering her things. She set out her uniform, made the bed, and checked over Tanjiro's box. To her surprise, the holes that Shinazugawa had stabbed in the box to get to Tanjiro had already been sealed. Someone must have resealed it. Nezuko thought, making a mental note to thank whoever it was. If she isn't with Agatsuma and Hashibara, then she's likely in here, Mstr. Shinobu's voice said from beyond the door. Nezuko immediately straightened up as the door opened to reveal Ubuyashiki on the other side with the insect Hashira. A pair of Kikushi trailed behind them. There you are, Nezuko. Shinobu giggled. Did you need something? Nezuko asked. I came to get a report from you, the Mstr answered. About your encounter with Kibutsuji. Of course, sir. Nezuko replied. Would you like to take a seat? Thank you, Nezuko. Ubuyashiki replied with a nod, allowing Shinobu to guide him to the bed. Once he was seated, the insect Hashira turned to Nezuko. We'll be right outside, she told the two before leaving the room with the Kikushi. Once the door closed, Nezuko turned her focus to the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. If you don't mind, I would like to start with asking how you happened upon Kibutsuji. Ubuyashiki said. I didn't expect him to be in Asakusa, to be frank. That was all Tanjiro. Nezuko admitted with a shrug. He's always had a strong nose. He must have remembered Kibutsuji's scent from the attack on our family. So he probably noticed it in the crowd, because he got really tense before running off. It was scary, sometimes, how strong Tanjiro's nose was. Even as a human, he could pick up on such small things with little more than a quick sniff. I see. Ubuyashiki replied, smiling faintly. And I assume you followed him. Yes. Once I caught up to him, that's when I picked up on Kibutsuji, she told him with a nod, even if he couldn't see it. Where Tanjiro's sense of smell is strongest, I've always had a good set of instincts. And the sensation I got from the remains of Kibutsuji's presence at our home was more than enough for me to identify him quickly, she added. She doubted she would ever forget the ice trying to freeze her very soul whenever Kibutsuji was near, even when the day came that the monster was gone for good. Then we found him. Alone, or hiding behind his demons? Ubuyashiki asked. Neither. He was posing as a human with a wife and daughter, neither of which were demons. Nezuko replied. As far as I could tell, neither of them knew Kibutsuji's real identity. How Kibutsuji hid the various dead giveaways to his true nature, Nezuko had no clue. Maybe it was just something that came with his too long life. He was afraid of something when he saw Tanjiro and me, but I don't know what. He was trembling, and turned a man in the crowd into a demon to make a diversion. As much as I hate to say it, she trailed off, unsure of whether or not to say the words she had in mind for the king of demons. Feel free to call him whatever you wish, Nezuko. Ubuyashiki chuckled. I curse him out on the regular, myself, so no need to hold your tongue. The Dmed Kakwad got away. Nezuko said quickly. Yep, her parents were definitely rolling in their graves right now, she could practically hear her mother's affronted gasp from the other side. Even if it wasn't the worst of the words in her dictionary. It's alright, Nezuko, the Mstr assured her. You still saved lives by stopping the man Kibutsuji used to get away. And if you had gone after Kibutsuji directly, you wouldn't have survived. I know. Nezuko sighed, hanging her head. I was so angry at him. That monster, just walking around the street without a care in the world. Like he hasn't slaughtered countless people, and turned others into monsters. I already hate him, but seeing that he was living among humans. I stopped thinking logically until I saw the little girl he was carrying. All I cared about was that I wanted Kibutsuji dead, and that I wanted to be the one to kill him. I understand, Nezuko. Ubuyashiki replied. Many slayers feel the same way. And the time will come for Kibutsuji Muzan to fall. Despite his blindness, his eyes seemed to pierce Nezuko to her core. And I believe you and Tanjiro will be instrumental in his downfall. Kibutsuji Muzan made the greatest mistake of his life when he attacked your family and made your brother a demon. You really think so? Nezuko wondered aloud. The smile she received made her feel more at ease than she had felt since before her family was slaughtered. It reminded her of her father. I'm positive. Ubuyashiki answered. My family has a gift, varying degrees of foresight. And I have seen at least one of you on the battlefield in every vision I see of the day Kibutsuji Muzan finally turns to ash. Nezuko's eyes widened in shock before she smirked with determination. I know we have a long way to go before we even have a chance of defeating him. But I swear, Mstr. I won't let you down. No matter what it takes, Kibutsuji Muzan will fall. I'm sure you won't, Nezuko. Both you and Tanjiro are truly remarkable children, and I have no doubt you will both do great things. The swordsmiths are here. Nezuko declared once she found Inosuke the next morning. The two ran outside with excited cheers, coming through the gate to see two figures approaching. Haganazuka perked up, throwing his hat and the box with Nezuko's new sword to his fellow swordsmith before sprinting towards Nezuko. She quickly noticed the knife in his grip, and lunged out of the way before Haganazuka impaled her. You broke your sword, he shrieked. You've got some nerve, you little brat. I'm sorry. Nezuko exclaimed. But please don't stab me. I promise, I didn't break it on purpose. I don't want to hear it. Haganazuka snapped as the second swordsmith caught up. Please forgive Haganazuka, Lady Nezuko. The other swordsmith chuckled as the two demon slayers led the swordsmiths into the butterfly mansion. He's always been passionate about the blades he forges. Yeah, I can tell. Nezuko sighed as Haganazuka glared daggers into her back. She did not expect to be so intimidated by someone wearing such a goofy Hayatako mask. Once they were all seated with some tea, Haganazuka passed his box to Nezuko, grumbling all the while. Nezuko unsheathed the blade, watching it become the familiar black the first had become. My name is Kanamori Koto, the second swordsmith informed them as he shrugged off his own package. And these are for you, Mstr Inosuke. I must say, it was quite the honor. I've never forged blades for a dual wielder. That's amazing. Nezuko gasped as Inosuke unsheathed his new blades. It'll be nice to have blades that aren't super chipped. Nezuko added as the swords changed to a bluish color, and the boar-wearing slayer grunted before walking out to the courtyard. He picked up and tossed around a few pebbles before finding one he seemed to like. Mstr Inosuke. Kanamori spoke up inquisitively as Inosuke raised the stone. He slammed it into the sword, causing both Nezuko and Kanamori to shriek before the former had to physically restrain the latter. Inosuke continued to chip away at his swords, seemingly oblivious to Kanamori wanting to throw him across the Sanzu River. After the fiasco with Inosuke's swords, and a thorough scolding from Kanamori, the two swordsmiths left for wherever they lived. Once the two masked men vanished, Nezuko turned to Inosuke, who was clinging to the back of her shirt. I'm teaching you how to write that you want a blade with that kind of edge, she told him before they walked into the courtyard to see Zenitsu talking to the younger butterfly girls. Thank you for your care. Zenitsu declared with a bow. Nezuko smiled at her friend's progress. He'd calmed down significantly around women since recovery training began, and Nezuko couldn't deny she was proud of how far he had come. You're welcome, the girls replied simultaneously before they noticed Nezuko and Inosuke. Kiyo ran up to them with a basket of onigiri in her hands, which she promptly handed out to the two demon slayers. Good luck, the trio cheered before everyone's attention was drawn to Nezuko's crow overhead. Never thought I'd say this, but I missed you giving me missions, Tanuji. Nezuko chuckled as she let the Kasugai crow land on her arm. Good. Tanuji squawked. I have new orders for you three. You are to proceed to the Mugen train, and meet up with Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyojuru, he declared. Nezuko lit up at the mention of her mentor. We'll be on our way, she told her crow before sending him off and turning to the girls again. Thank you, again, girls. Your help was really appreciated, and we'll miss you. We'll miss you, too, they replied as Kaneo came out of the butterfly mansion, carrying Tanjiro's box in her arms. She approached Nezuko, passing the box over. He's asleep. I'm sure you want to take him with you, she whispered as Nezuko shrugged the straps onto her shoulders. Nezuko smiled, grabbing the older girl's hand. Thank you, Kaneo, she said before the trio of slayers left the butterfly mansion for their next mission, and to meet with the Flame Hashira. Nezuko couldn't deny she was excited to go on a mission with the man who trained her, and see him properly in action. What the hell is this creature? Inosuke demanded once they arrived at the train station. Behind him, Nezuko and Zenitsu were sliding their scabbards around so the blades were hidden in their haoris. Inosuke let out a battle cry as he headbutted the massive structure in front of them. What are you doing? Zenitsu exclaimed as he pulled the boar-wearing slayer back. I want to fight this beast. Inosuke yelled. It's a train, you idiot. Zenitsu snapped. What does it do, exactly? Nezuko asked as she let her eyes drift across the thing before them. It transports people. There's tracks underneath it, and it moves on those with the help of coal. Zenitsu grunted as he wrestled Inosuke. How do you not know what a train is, Nezuko? I grew up on a mountain, and the nearest towns didn't have trains. Nezuko explained as she took Inosuke's boar head in her hands. Inosuke, calm down. And conceal your. Are those swords? Nezuko and Zenitsu whipped around to see police officers approaching. They're toys. Nezuko yelped. Zenitsu turned to her with a worried expression, and Nezuko quickly jabbed Inosuke to keep him quiet. You'll have to forgive my cousin. He's obsessed with samurai. She turned to Zenitsu again, and then gave the officers her gentlest smile. We have to get going, though. Family's waiting for us, we don't want them wondering where we are. Ah, the officer exclaimed. Of course, miss. Sorry to disturb you. Have a safe trip. With that, the police left, and Zenitsu turned to Nezuko with wide eyes. You are a scarily good liar, he whispered. I try to avoid it. My parents raised me to be honest, so I only really lie if I need to. Nezuko replied with a shrug. I'll get tickets. Zenitsu told her before walking away. When he came back, he handed 2 pieces of paper to Nezuko and Inosuke, and they boarded the train. By the way, Nezuko. The girl in question turned to the blonde. Are you sure it's a good idea, bringing Tanjiro along? Nezuko's gaze drifted to the box holding her sleeping brother with a soft smile. I'm positive, she said at a volume only she and Zenitsu would hear. No matter what, we're always going to look out for each other. Zenitsu nodded with a small smile, and the trio of slayers continued through the Mugen train as it began to depart. In another car, Rengoku Kyojuru unwrapped a fresh bento box. He took a bite, his face lighting up. Tasty.